Okay, I just bought the Into the Abyss expansion. I just finished Throne of the Herald. Yeah, we've got the Abyssal Realm now. Now, do I have to pay to unlock these skills? Complete Into the Abyss 1. Okay, so Into the Abyss is itself. I see. The Abyssal Approach. I don't actually get like a dungeon that I have to do to be able to access the content. I have no idea what to expect from it at all. Let me see if the wiki tells me anything. I just want to go in there and lose like my good shit. 1 second. Okay, so I think it's intended to be possible even if you didn't do Throne of the Herald, or at least this first dungeon is. So I'm not going to stress out about it too much. I'm going to re-equip my shrimps though, because they've been carrying me for a really long time. Dungeon Abyssal Approach. Here we go. I think I'm just going to nuke it. The idea is this might be the last time that I end up doing uh, non-abyssal damage, because once I get into the abyss, said the thing, I will have new skill levels from 1 to 60 with much bigger, like much longer grinds, it sounds like. And I think anything that gives me bonuses to normal damage is just going to not do anything anymore. Yeah, like this says deals normal damage, so the rapier is just going to be completely useless when we get there. The idea of having an introduction dungeon is a really cool idea, though. Makes me extra excited for Melvor 2. I kind of like the idea here too that these guys are all just like variants of regular mobs on the surface. We're kind of seeing what's happening. We're finding like a portal to the abyss. Corruption section. You have to unlock corruption to open this. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be. I've been max on everything for a while now, so I don't even know what to expect in terms of like suddenly having access to a bajillion skills, right? Like, what do I do first? I haven't had to make that decision in a while. It was really great at the beginning of the game. It would be cool if adventure mode relocked all the skills and you had to buy them again. I don't think that's how it works though. Fear is a new status effect. Anyway, who's the boss? Oh, it's just another scarecrow. Okay, I guess we're just going down. Range sword. So does that mean I did one dungeon? So we did the abyssal approach. All monsters in this area use a reversed combat triangle. Okay. Requires attack 99. I assume it requires attack 99 because I need to do abyssal damage to be able to survive. And now we have a new kind of currency. Okay. Let me check that that's true, but that's my assumption that I literally will not be able to do damage with. I won't be able to use prayers. Wow. Don't have enough soul points. Okay. Okay, this is cool. Apparently, this one's actually going to be kind of hard just because I don't have any abyssal effects at all. So I'm going to try to like min max it as much as I can here. Like, we want to have the despair curse, I guess, from the voodoo trinket, which is interesting, just to get as much extra damage out as possible. I guess the sandstorm ring is relevant again because of it doing damage based on my hit points. That's really kind of cool, actually. Okay. I think this should still be a fine setup for the most part. Maybe want a melee hinder scroll. Sure, I can hit the guy. Keep misclicking that because it's where the combat button used. Um, I might die here, but let's give it a try. Into the abyss. Everything uses abyssal damage. Combat styles are reversed. Oh wow, yeah. Abyssal XP. Oh, cool. Like I'm already getting abyssal XP from coming to this little side dungeon. This is really cool. I think it's the exact same enemies, except now they're Oh, wow, look at my auto-eat threshold. Okay. Well, that's one way to use more of my food, I guess. I still don't know what fear does. Does it even project max hit 46k? Okay, so I kind of have to pay attention to the max hit here. I think the problem is going to be, I guess we're multiplying this by 10 again. So if you weren't playing as adventure mode, this would be your first time seeing it with 4 digits. I guess the magic enemy normally I would be weak against, but now I'm going to be strong against it because of the reversed combat triangle, I think. 47k, so not in one-shot range yet. Attack interval down when using normal damage, which I'm not. So we want something more useful in there. Let's do like the wasteful ring. And I have to start paying attention to places where it says when using normal damage, because previously I like never, ever, ever needed to care about that. See if doing this dungeon is enough to get level 2 attack and hit points. Be kind of cool. What else do I have that says when using normal damage? I think Eradicate still works. Yeah, this doesn't say when using normal damage, so assume it does. Wasteful Ring might be enough to not require me to have to manually eat it. Look, they have some kind of like corruption progress. Okay, so like the longer they're alive, something bad happens, maybe? Or it's also possible that corruption is, I think it's like a new combat style that you can only use here. Right, the Wasteful Ring looks like it was a good decision because their max hit's pretty nasty now. I like that the approach was mutant creatures and now it's abyssal creatures. That's cool. I love needing to get the abyssal sword to have any chance to do this dungeon. It's a really fun concept. Very much respect this developer, Malks. Like the only game out there that's like a RuneScape like. Are we only gonna get one magic enemy, I guess, here? Oh, max hit is 75k. Okay. Fuck. Pop off then. Definitely seeing why I'm gonna need abyssal food if everything has been multiplied by 10 and it takes me that long to heal with this many items, right? Harvesting unlocked. Let me now use this skill. Corruption unlocked. Realm unlocked. Okay, I'm gonna get this kill, and now I can do a ton of new things. So I have to figure out what the hell I want to do, right? Because look at all this shit. Every skill now? Interesting. Harvesting. Whoa. Oh, do we have an abyssal level cap again? I see. So max level now is level 2. We go to Abyssal Realm, entering the Abyssal Realm. Gotcha. That changes the thing on the side. It changes my default shop icon here. I think some things still. Let's go ahead and just do harvesting, I guess. I can do it completely safely. I've got new mastery. I think the thing that increased my mastery pool affects this place. Harvesting mastery XP. Chance to double intensity increase per action in harvesting. Chance to double items in harvesting. I need to figure out what buffs that I currently have access to actually do something here, right? Like, I think a lot of stuff only affects normal XP. Like if I have like the effect of the let's see here. Yeah, no modifiers from this abyssal XP. I am getting mastery bonuses from like Herald and logs and the like, but I think a lot of this probably won't work. I need to make sure that I go set up some shortcuts for like the Ring of Mastery. So I'm going to do that really quick and come back while this is plugging away. Oh, I just got a Mark of the Golem. Okay, well, I should try to make that right away, right? Golem costs Abyssal Stones and Azure Summoning Shards, which I can buy with money. Okay. Oh man, I get to, it's like a game again. I've been close to max for so long, I haven't had to do this like cool little candy loop thing. So like you want to make one of those as soon as possible, right? So that you can start discovering more marks. Okay, so I need to figure out what the hell this stuff is. So this just costs 1,000 abyssal coins. So I have to find a way to get abyssal coins. I have a little bit. I guess I have enough to buy one shard, but I need 11 shards to make one of these. And then I have 36 abyssal stones. I got to figure out where to get abyssal stone. I'm probably going to have to buy a bunch more bank space. Let me just like preemptively buy 100 slots. There's all kinds of new unlocks here. This is so cool. I'm nerding out, but this is a really, really neat concept, I think. All right, so I want to do harvesting because it's probably something I'm going to have to do long term. Before I do too much harvesting, well, this is giving me abyssal stones, right? Which I need. So I'm going to let harvesting run until I get to 250 stones, and then I'll see if I can get enough abyssal coins, I guess, AP to buy enough summoning shards. I just want to make one of these so I can keep getting marks, right? Okay, so stuff that gives me mastery bonuses does work. Like I can wear the skiller's set, and that gives me stuff. Anything that affects XP doesn't do anything. So really, I might need to change some of my agility obstacles here to try to maximize mastery gain. So we want the Ring of Mastery. Probably the clown hat, since the chance to preserve skill XP penalty doesn't do anything. I can put this in the passive slot, which gets me a little bit more mastery. I don't think anything else I have is generic enough to help this specific skill, though. We want the Dragon Superior Enhancement. That affects mastery gain. Still don't have enough to get 2%. I have to get, like, at least a mastery level here. Just to speed this up a teensy bit. I'm going to see. It looks like it's definitely assuming that I have all these unlocks. Probably swap off the water trap again. I had that because it's like I don't need XP anymore. Yeah, so it looks like the Melvor realm obstacles still do stuff, right? What are my other options here? Damage to monsters, auto-eat efficiency. Probably fine. Still not enough. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a single level to have enough mastery to get more than one per tick. It's pretty awful. I don't know what this intensity thing is, but my guess is that it's something that like requires you to stay on this activity. Like it build the longer you're doing it consecutively, which would fit an idle game, right? Um, don't know if it's a mechanic I particularly like. Increase the below abyssal levels to raise the abyssal level cap, so I have to get all the combat levels, and then I have to spend AP on it. Okay. Oh man, they are mean. I was gonna say I can probably get some money from abyssal thieving, but the max hit on the first guy is insane. It's already pretty close to my auto eat threshold. So this isn't a chunk through my food is the idea, which is fine because I was complaining about having too much food, and I guess they found a solution for that. I do eventually want to know how these skill trees work. One skill tree point gained per abyssal level. Okay. So eventually I'll be able to fill this out, I assume. Maybe there's some way to respec it. Okay. This is interesting. So mastery levels reduce the maximum harvesting intensity, which makes it easier to get up to max intensity faster. And then 90 mastery causes the vein to no longer reduce intensity over time. That theory that, yeah, you probably have to stay on it and idle it for longer is almost certainly correct. It looks like the rate at which it takes for the intensity to build up is pretty long. So I might not want to do too much harvesting until I have some other stuff unlocked. I am going to keep trying to pump the mastery with pool as soon as I can, just so that I'm getting a little bit, because I'm not even getting one mastery pool. I'm getting like a fractional amount of mastery pool per tick right now. Do you really like that you need to have 99 in everything to do anything? Right? Uh, yeah, that's a really nice touch. I think it's hard to justify adding this kind of like extreme end game content because I played this game for like 3/4 of a year. It feels like a really, really long time to get everything to 120. So the number of players who can actually experience the Abyss content, I imagine, is pretty low. Okay, I have my 250 stones now, so I'm going to switch to thieving to try to get enough money to buy these. So I need 11,000 coins, and it looks like all of my thieving gear from the base game still works here, which is pretty cool, actually. Big fan of that. Let me move this up somewhere obvious. Move these guys somewhere where it's helpful. Right, and I don't think this guy can kill me. Uh, so the realm looks wrong right now. Let me enter, I guess. I think the max hit calculation is kind of fucky. It looked right when I went into this menu the first time. I guess we'll find out. I think it might be used with adventure mode. It's kind of glitchy. Maybe once I start pickpocketing, it'll be fine. Damage type not allowed. Oh, so even when I'm pickpocketing, okay, so it's specifically that's why it changed. I can't use the grappling hook. Gotcha. But I can do now the numbers are right. Okay. But I can do everything else. And my success rate's not amazing. It's actually kind of bad. This is gonna my shrimp are gonna be gone so fast until I can do some abyssal cooking, I guess. Gonna have to be. Oh, this is gonna take a while. I need 11,000 AP. All right, well, here we go. Okay, still want to try to pump mastery early on as much as possible, just so I'm actually getting some points here. It should help with my success rate too. So let me try to watch my AP. Hopefully I'll get a mark from pickpocketing these guys too. Get the Abyssal Leprechaun, I guess it would be. Yeah, so I'm finding that most of the bonuses from the Melvor realm still apply here. So like I went ahead and went over to cartography and moved to the bandit hideout, got me better interval here. I went ahead and turned on the rooftop run, Melvor realm agility obstacle. Yeah. So it's cool that like all those buffs still stack, and if you come in here completely maxed, it actually makes things like, substantially easier. It seems like. Oh man, I'm gonna try to not read wiki stuff if I can get away with it. I'll still do research because you know it's RuneScape. You got to research, but here at the beginning of the game, it's fun to not know what the hell's going on. He's got a bunch of like area drops and rare drops himself. That's like my favorite thing is thieving rares. So let's fucking go. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna like take all the skills to 10, right, or close to 10, maybe like 9 to make sure I don't waste any XP. Because I think it would be fun. Okay, we've got Abyssal Township. I didn't even think about this. New tasks which do something. Okay, I have no idea what the purpose of these tasks are, but I'm not gonna stress out about it too much. I guess I have this Throne of the Herald task that's an extra, a bunch of bank tokens. That's actually pretty nice because you get that and then you immediately go into this expansion with a bunch more bank tokens. Is cool. Oh, I got a drop. Corruption Abyssal XP, monster respawn timer, AP from monster drops. Okay. I think I got that from thieving. That's the area unique. Okay, that'll be cool. Yeah, so corruption is an abyss specific combat style that I'll use at some point. Okay, so we definitely want to start building. Unfortunately, I just used a bunch of my resources. I didn't realize this was going to use up regular resources, right? Oh, I guess mostly it doesn't. You use an initial set of real world resources, and then after that, it only uses abyssal resources. Okay. Let me see if I can understand how this works everywhere. To build walls now. Okay, so now I'm generating abyssal stuff that will let me do the other things. I just wants to make sure that I had access to build the abyssal gateway to go to the abyss. Okay, cool. Oh, this is interesting. So here you have to fight abyssal waves to get abyssal XP in Abyssal Township. So you have to build defenses. Okay. All right, that's cool. I'm trying to like plan out my life now. Now I suddenly have a bunch of choices to make again, right? It's not just going to be me updating on the one obvious thing I'm supposed to do and be like, okay, well, I did the thing that was obvious. So okay, here let's talk through a couple things. I'm still gonna keep pickpocketing until I get to 11,000 AP, so that I can make one harvesting tablet, so I can gather more of those marks. In addition to that, I would like to get farming started. I want to be doing that all the time if possible. That's gonna require fighting the abyssal plant. I think it's really cool that you're into the abyss dungeon. Just is the farmlands essentially plant, chicken, cow, and scarecrow. I guess scarecrow instead of farmer in this case. So the plant drops abyssal potato seeds that I think I can plant at level 1. At least that would be my guess, assuming it matches the base game. Um, Tempted to destroy everything I'm currently growing because it looks like I do have to use the same plots, unfortunately. But we'll see we'll see how long the thieving grind takes and everything else. I think also agility. I'm gonna want to get at least the first obstacle because the first obstacle gives you extra abyssal harvesting, mastery XP, abyssal XP, and interval. And that's 300 abyssinium bar, which requires abyssal stones and abyssinium ore, which is from mining. So hell of a candy loop right now. For right now, I'm just going to stay on thieving. Let's get these 11,000, and then I'll walk through what I'm doing in what order and why. I haven't gotten any of the rare drops from the sky. I guess it doesn't specifically say NPC unique. So maybe it's like stupid rare to make it really hard to get, which would actually be kind of cool. I'm getting close to 11,000 though, and that's how I'm going to start hopping around. There's stuff I want to do in every skill as soon as I get there. I officially have enough money to buy this now, so we buy 11 summoning shards, right? And then we try to maximize preservation chance here. I think it's still the right play before we do anything else. Can't get it. Well, it would be great if I could preserve it once. 45% is not amazing. Get a couple things to improve my chances here. 63%. Okay, come on, don't fail me. Used it. All right, well, that's okay. At least I can discover more golem tablets. That was the whole reason I went off to do that. Probably not gonna be able to do a lot of summoning. I just want to make sure that I'm able to unlock stuff, you know? It looks like I'm gonna need to get way more abyssal summoning levels. That's gonna be tough. It's gonna be real tough. Only having 32 tablets, I'm not gonna get a lot of XP for it. Let me use these tablets really quick. So abyssal golem, whip. And I'm gonna try to maximize my summoning charges. I think I can do this if I equip all 4 of these items. Other options. I think I'm already using the ring. 5% is not as much. And as long as I have the cape on, it should help. All right, let me just try to get some abyssal summoning XP. How much do I need to get a? Because I feel like the first summoning level is going to be horrible. Oh my god. Yeah, I need 1.3 million. That first level is going to suck. It's not going to be fun. I'll get it eventually, but god damn, is it going to take a second? Holy crap. Okay. I guess we'll eventually we'll get so many abyssal stones and so much AP that I'll be able to make tons of tablets, but I only really did that to make sure that I could continue to level up the mark. So it was still worth doing, even though I'm not going to come anywhere close getting even one abyssal summoning level. Okay. I do need to do this for a little bit to get more abyssal stones because I need abyssal stones in smithing, even if I can get my preservation chance up a little bit. And then we'll probably mine to make these bars. Then when I have enough bars, I'll go ahead and make this first obstacle, which requires 300 bars and 1,000 coins, which should be pretty accessible. I'm guessing I can also sell some of these items that I got. Yeah, this guy. I got 7 of them. So if I sell all but one, that's an extra 15,000 AP, which is pretty good. Okay. Oh, this is cool. So corruption isn't a combat style. I'm actually glad that that's the case because I think the addition of necromancy was pretty bad for RS3. But it's a thing that levels up while you're fighting abyssal monsters. Okay, got it. I need to calculate how many stones I'm going to need. 100's probably enough for me to get started trying to make this happen. All right, let's do some mining for a second here. Abyssinium ore, okay. Ooh, and does my perfect swing potion not really work here? Ore nodes. I guess it doesn't count as that kind of node. All right, well, I'll swap in between the two options here, I suppose. Just to train mining, I guess. Nothing else really to do here. Okay, so since it's called an abyssal rock, it's not an ore node. Therefore, stuff like this doesn't work. No, that works. Plus 1 additional resource in mining will work. But mining gloves won't work. I could maybe get gem gloves. Looks like it might work. Only works for non-essence nodes, obviously, but... probably already have enough ore that I can start trying to smelt it a little bit here. I need like 300. I guess I'll wait a little bit because I'm thinking with preservation chance I probably have enough ore, but I'll wait. Okay, should have enough smithing here. So if we equip the peasant shirt and the crown of relics, I think the blacksmith tongs are still helpful here. Really nice having the superior maxscape, actually. That's a real treat. And I think that the vast majority of summoning synergies are not useful until I get the abyssal version of it. Some of these might actually work. Okay, so yeah, smithing interval for Melvor realm only. But I think the chance to preserve resources still will work. Crow plus salamander, that's still working. So 53%. That's still pretty good. Let's let that go. I should remember to use my cartography bonuses here because I have them, right? I think they're still going to work here. Yeah, it does still work. Cool. All right, well, we'll see what all I'm able to make with 53% preservation chance. Pretty cool. Some of these skills like harvesting are absolutely fucking brutal when it comes to mastery, but they've kept the relationship with smithing here, where smithing has 1,000,000 items you can make, so you get mastery really fast because the pool goes up so quickly. That's cool. So my number of abyssal stones wasn't quite there. I have 177 bars, which is about halfway there. So I'm going to go back to harvesting really quick. Went ahead and made 1 abyssium, what's the name? Made an abyssium dagger because I think it might be better than my starting sword. Let me check. A little bit. Faster attack interval. Oh yeah, actually a lot of it. It's really good. Okay, that was a good decision. Cool. And now I have 300 bars, which is what I came here for. Sweet. So we're in a candy loop. So we did mining, we did smithing. The purpose of doing all of that was to do this agility obstacle here. Great. I mean, at some point we want to run agility, but I mostly just wanted that bonus so I can AFK harvesting. Probably what I'm going to do during stream today is just let that run. But I want to kill something. I want to quickly try to gear up and fight the plant to get a little bit of abyssal potato seeds so that I can get farming going here soon. So let me try to gear up. I don't know what parts of my gear matter. I don't think my entire gear set matters. Some stats do. I think most of them don't. I try going in there with this gear setup. I honestly don't know how or what any of this stuff does. I need soul points. I think the regular prayers do nothing. Can't be used with abyssal damage. Can I use? I also can't use unholy prayers. I see. So we're gonna fight plant, and I think I'm completely safe. Its max hit is below my auto eat threshold, and corruption is a good thing. So it drops abyssal potatoes directly, and then less commonly drops abyssal potato seeds. Okay. And I think these weak souls are the equivalent of bones. I think I can plant those. I'm gonna have to clean up my bank soon. Release soul, 2 soul points each, which would let me do savagery. But I'm gonna like run out of points immediately. Because all of my chance to preserve prayer points, not soul points. But at some point, it might make sense to just AFK this guy. Tab bonus, slash bonus. Yeah, I think we try to focus on attack first, too. Okay, well, this is cool. I'll try to get, I don't know how many seeds I want, honestly. I need a lot of them. I don't think I've got compost anymore. I guess we'll see if it lets me do like normal compost. There's also abyssal compost, but that requires a bunch of items I don't easily have access to right away. Oh, I just realized this dagger has a special attack. That's kind of cool. So I think abyssal resistance is only, I think that this damage reduction does nothing for me. I can maybe pump my maximum hit, but I think everything else doesn't really matter. Could try wearing like the burning helmet because that gives me a higher chance to inflict burning. I assume that that still works in the abyssal realm. Apply burn when attacking. Okay. All right, I've been AFKing this for a minute. I have about 16 abyssal potato seeds. Tempted to wait just another 73 minutes and not destroy these star fruits, but I really just want to get planting up and running. So I think I will go through and destroy everything. So if we apply a weird gloop, that still works, right? And it's 3 seeds per plant. Oh, man. Brutal. Okay, well, I'm just going to try to make sure I can plant everything, I guess. We'll change our plant option to be abyssal potato. Yep. So we'll be doing some wiki research in cases where I think it might save me tons and tons of time. Abyssal potato seeds drop from this plant at a 1 in 10. Or from the farmer in thieving, but that requires abyssal thieving 13, which is a really long way away. Or from shadow raven nests, which I guess is a chance to get when woodcutting any abyssal tree. So maybe that's a better strategy. Maybe I do a little bit of woodcutting just to see if I can get some. Because right now this is pretty slow. I mean, I don't mind training combat, but I probably want to wait to do significant combat training until I have more abyssal gear from like smithing and crafting and the like. I'm going to chop this tree here and see if I even get a bird's nest in a reasonable amount of time because I have no idea what to expect in that regard. I think I can still get ash. See what else is optional here. Well, I got one bird nest really fast. And I dropped 1 abyssal potato seed. Okay. It has a 40% chance to drop 1 seed. So I guess it's either this or combat are probably a comparable overall speed at which I can get potato seeds. Combat's probably the better thing to do. I'm not really going to get any seed refunds this early, but I shouldn't count on that. Let me plant my last set of 3 that I have here. Eventually I want to fill out all these plots, but that's going to require a lot of AFK combat, and I probably want to do something else since I went to the trouble of getting the agility shortcut. Probably want to just AFK harvesting, so I think that's what I'm going to start by doing here. Although apparently fighting that plant got me a ton of AP. I really thought that I was going to need to do thieving for money, but I got well, maybe some of that is from selling stuff too. Guess the lesson is, let's see. What I didn't do Yeah, that's actually a decent amount of AP. I didn't equip this offhand thing that I got from thieving while I was fighting the plant. So maybe I want to fight the plant for a bit with that equipped to get as much AP as possible to make as many of these golem tablets as I possibly can. I mean, eventually, I need a bunch of abyssal stones to make the tablets to start with, so I'll let this AFK for a bit first, but I might try to do that before I AFK for streams. I guess the plan would be mostly doing harvesting for right now, but then trying to AFK the plant for a little while with this Crimson Lantern stick equipped. Okay, so township is advanced now, so I can start building stuff. I think we want... We need to get armor and weapons and all sorts of things. This is going to take me a while to kick off, it looks like. Taking a second to look through all the skills, I didn't actually stop to do that. So, like, there is there are abyssal constellations here. So at some point I probably want to do this. So it's going to take forever. It'd take forever. I guess I'll be able to do this harvesting plus corruption bonus pretty early on. And it's an 8% chance of getting Abyssal Stardust, which isn't too bad. Cool. It's good to be back to having things that I can just overnight and having a hard choice of what to overnight, right? I could try to go for this Abyssium Harvester. It only requires 1,000 Abyssium bars, which sounds like a lot, but with preservation, that should be pretty achievable. Especially if I'm going to be AFKing Abyssium, that seems like that's a good way to go. Okay, I think I'll try to do that. I already have enough stones, so we're going to go back to mining for a bit. Okay, let's make a bunch of these bars here. I got to get you. I'm going to have to like clean up my quick equip menu because most of this stuff is no longer relevant. It used to be super relevant, but definitely is not anymore. And then it's really bad at auto detecting because some of this stuff still matters. A lot of it doesn't. Some of it still matters. I'm able to get to 78% now, so that's good. This all looks fine. Let it go here. Run out of abyssal stones right before hitting my target here. That's okay. We can go back and do a little bit more harvesting. Okay, close to having 1,000 bars here. There we go. Nice skill upgrades. Abyssium Harvester. We get another one when I get Brumite, but that's a long ways down the road. Okay. Also tempting to try to get all of these Abyssium bar upgrades before I do any substantial skilling. I mean, these other ones are just XP increase, which isn't that big of a deal. But given I have no other sources of XP increase, it's actually kind of good. What does this mean to say 20% minimum harvesting intensity? Guess that means that I don't think it increases the amount of intensity I get per tick, maybe is how I'm supposed to interpret that. Okay. Honestly, I'm wanting to do this harvesting thing, but it feels really bad to not have all of my farming slots filled. So now I'm getting really crazy candy loop. I'm gonna go do this. Never mind. I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go do this. Haha. Right. It feels like a waste to have built one of these already if I'm just gonna swap back off of it. But I guess I ultimately need those resources for a bunch of other things. Do I get something interesting at Abyssal level 2? Probably. Like some armor, maybe? But I'm not even close. Wow. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to turn a bunch of these bars into throwing knives so that I have some way to train the range skill. Because I'm not gonna have access to a ranged weapon right away. So I'm probably gonna have to make those throwing knives at some point anyway, which is gonna require the abyssal stones. This is interesting because it's almost certainly the thing that I want to let run when I go AFK to go stream. But the fact the intensity decays over time is a little tricky. Oh, minimum intensity means just that. So it will stop decaying. So the minimum it will decay to is 20%, which is good that I went ahead and unlocked that because that means that now I don't have to worry about making sure that I spend as much time on this as possible. Okay. That makes sense then. That's cool. I won't lose any progress I've already made on it. And I had to do some dipping around into different skills there no matter what, right? All right, well, now that I have that secured, I really, 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 really badly want to try to get these potato seeds. Corrupted abyssal plant. Right, so like I have to spend resources to corrupt these things, which is how I get corruption XP. I spend soul points to corrupt them. I can either do that for prayer or for corruption, which is interesting because I guess they're trying to address some of the problems with vanilla, right? One of the problems with vanilla is that you just get infinite prayer points really quickly and never have to worry about it again. So now I have two things I have to spend soul points on. And that's because I checked this thing that says automatically corrupt monsters on spawn, which I guess is the only way that it's possible to corrupt them. I see, but corrupting them gives them some kind of cool bonus. And as I kill corrupted monsters, I get some kind of cool bonus as well. Okay, that's neat. Trying to train Slayer here too, so I'll maybe jump around and fight different enemies, but mainly here for the potato seeds. Need to try to understand how corruption level works. Like, how does it determine how many soul points to spend? Right now, it's only like 1 per battle. So as long as I'm not also trying to train prayer, I can do both. But at some point, I'm gonna have to pick to do one or the other because I can't really afford both. I don't think. Need to clean up my bank because I'm probably gonna have a different, like a completely separate section for abyssal gear. That's probably why they give you so many different slots. Hey, I just got Mark of the Imp. That's really good. That's probably gonna be the main way I actually level summoning. I need to make more of those. Need 250 fish. Wow, that's mean. All right. Well, at least the game is pointing me around the different kinds of content, right? 250 of this fish because this fish isn't worth anything is the idea. Okay. Well, I want to make sure I make at least one of those before I do too much more combat content, because I want to be leveling up the mark. So let me run away really quick and pop over to fishing and start trying to catch this guy here. Really got to clean up these quick equips. I'm going to start working on it now. Oh, I'm already getting some abyssal fishing chests. What are we getting here? Okay, it gets us access to some bars a little bit early. That's interesting because I think I need those bars to make this, for instance. Requires abyssal quartz. I have to figure out where to find that. This gives me 1% abyssal DR and okay stats. Okay. At least it's some of the stacking fishing buffs, like the superior fishing skill cape. You get a lot of fish. I think they've balanced this pretty well for someone coming from maxing vanilla AOD and this expansion. Oh, right. I have a cartography benefit. Interval down, chance to get a cooked fish. Yeah. All right. I'm just going to sit here for a little bit. Don't know exactly how many fish I want to get. I can get my summoning charge preservation chance to be pretty high. Can use these scrolls, and I set them over in here. These will be gear that I'm going to end up using even into the abyss. Like, these 4 items are pretty useless, but together they give me 30% chances to preserve summoning charges. So that's 40% with those 2 things, plus the summoning cape. Summoning cape is another 15. Okay. Maybe they're intending me to really stretch those initial tablets out for a long time. I'm certainly going to try. This is really interesting. I'm like, what can you actually get from the abyssal fishing chest? And you can get a lot of stuff. I don't know what any of this does, but I assume some of it's really good. And you get these chests pretty frequently. Luminous lure is kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna have this. This will be my abyssal items tab, and I'll maybe move stuff around later. Chance to get 1 random fish in the same area. More fishing abyssal XP. And I'm really going to have to AFK this later to get enough. I just need to make sure that I'm at least earning imp marks. It's a little painful. It's because I want to like get summoning up as high as possible, so I'm getting as many marks as I can. But this is going to be like the hardest skill to level up. So I should just accept that I'm not going to be leveling this up very much. It's just not going to happen. I'm going to pop over here to get a cooking interval boost. And then we're going to go do cooking, and we're going to cook all of this fish and hopefully get a decent amount of resource preservation chance, maybe. I already have a 100% success chance because of the cooking cape. Okay, let me clean up. Look at that. I got to get rid of all of these capes because none of them matter anymore. And get rid of the skilling outfit because it doesn't actually give me an XP boost. Anyway. Okay, I think I have enough of these now. Yeah. So summoning, imp, maximize preservation chance. 68% might be as good as I can get, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think I even want the summoning out because I just want to see if I can get it to trigger more than once, you know? It's possible. So please preserve at least one. Oh, now we're at 78%. God. So unlucky. Yeah, I can really stretch stuff out here. Like I've already gotten a bunch of these chickens killed. I'm just doing it because it's a Abyssal Slayer task. I may as well do them. I guess what I should do is because it's a woe task, I could just re-roll repeatedly until I get the plant. That's probably what I'll do in a moment. Uh, but you can see that this isn't even going down at all just because I have such a high summoning charge preservation chance. It's probably not worth it though, because I'm still going to need like thousands of these tablets to have a chance of actually getting any summoning XP. I'm getting like 60 summoning XP per tablet usage, and I need 1.3 million. Like, how many? I need to get to level 5 to even get another mark. Yeah, so I shouldn't even think about it right now. I should try to level up the marks, obviously, because I can, but I just should not imagine leveling summoning meaningfully right now. I don't think it's going to happen. I made some mistakes. I forgot that the seed bag lets me save seeds when planting. I probably could have stretched out the seeds that I already gathered a little bit more. I have to go back to regular realm to be able to make some more of those bags. I don't have a ton of them. But I think I should be able to make enough to last me for most of the expansion. So I'll do that soon, I guess. Yeah, let me just make a bunch of these really quick. Probably still need to try to maximize resource preservation, question mark. Yeah, probably also can cap this bag. I don't need tons of them, but a lot of them would be nice. I guess that's already like 1,500. That should last me a really long time. Okay, back to the Abyssal Realm we go. We got our first ever crops ready to harvest. I'm going to want to run away. I don't think I can use Bob's rake here. But I can probably use Bob's gloves. We equip this, equip this. Don't need the superior farming killer ape. I do want the signet ring. I probably want the wealth ring in my passive slot. I want to try to maximize gains here as much as possible. I can only do this so often. And the mastery increases might be good too, but let me just try to do harvest. Ooh, that is not a lot of XP. Ooh boy, this is gonna take a while. Okay. Oh man, that's awful. Because the amount of XP you get, I guess I am getting mastery levels. That helps. That will result in getting some refunds, I suppose. But still, like I got to replant one of them. So, oh, and I forgot to put compost. Damn it. Okay. I guess it still has a 100% chance to grow, so that's good. Okay, I'm starting to wind down and prep for stream here. This has been a great first couple hours with this expansion. I'm liking it a lot. My only concern is that the XP rates might be a little insane. They might really want to make sure that Melvor could be your forever game. I kind of liked that previously Melvor was, you know, a big grind but beatable. But I guess we'll see. I'm imagining as we get more and more power ups that things are going to speed up pretty substantially. And it feels like being back at the beginning, which is the whole objective. Like this is when the game feels the best, when you have these big candy loops to explore. So yeah, I think I'm just going to AFK this Abyssal Vein. I end up needing all of these items for every other skill anyway, so I may as well. and then I'll come back and check in and we'll see what we're doing next. I'm going to try to do as much farming as possible. It does look like the farming relationship to mastery is the same, even though there are fewer things to harvest. I should be able to pump things pretty easily is the point. And I have enough. Like right now, I went and got enough seeds to make sure I can do at least one more round of planting. I think it takes me 38 seeds to plant if I don't recover any of them, as long as I'm using the seed pouch. And I already have enough mastery that I should be getting about 1.5 seeds back on average. So it should only be a couple harvests before I'm infinite on potato seeds. And I could just do that forever if I need to build up the mastery pool. So it looks like, yeah, the mastery pool is exactly the same as the Melvor realm. We really want to get that as high as possible. Oh, hey, I guess I was really close to Abyssal level 2 before and didn't realize it. Right, so now I have a skill tree. And interesting that one costs 3 skill points. Really saying that double intensity is more valuable than interval? Because I feel like I take interval no matter what. I see. And then they become more expensive as you go down. Because I was going to say, is like, there's fewer nodes here than there are levels, but I guess eventually you get all of them. We're definitely gonna do interval first. All right, I let this run for about 3.5 hours. Got to level 5 harvesting. Still not level 10, so I can probably keep letting it go. It's still not at 40% intensity. I probably do want to stay on it for as long as possible now. Maybe even getting it to level 10 and using all the items that I get. 5,000 abyssal stones is kind of cool. Trying to decide if I want to let the mastery pool build up because it's really slow right now. I think I'd rather have more mastery for this vein, even if I'm dumping the pool, on the argument that if I can get it to 90, then it won't decay, and I could just try to let it run until then. I should be able to get more skill tree unlocks here so we can get the second interval boost. I'm probably going to want this second minimum harvesting intensity. Well, it'll be my second minimum harvesting intensity. I think we save a point here for this guy, and then I don't know how much this is going to cost, but probably at least 2, and then try to pick this up, because then I could let it at least sit at 40 for whatever the next one is. And that's a prerequisite to get more interval reduction, which is, what we're here for, interval reduction. Okay, I'm just going to let this keep running then. Sweet. Okay, I had to do some check-ins on mobile. I'm level 6 on harvesting now. I'm worried that if I overnight it, the XP rate's actually fast enough that I'm going to hit the level cap, which is something I don't want to do. The intensity is only just now hitting 40%, though. I think maybe it makes sense to just let it go until I get to 90 mastery. It's going to be a bit of a harsh grind, but once it's there, and it can't decay after that, and I don't have to worry about it. And this is going to be probably the unit item that I need the most of. I think I have a township task that I can do. Yeah. I need to do a bunch of Abyssal Township tasks to buy more stuff from the trader, which is kind of cool. Gets me Abyssal Bark and Abyssal Quartz, which is useful for something. I can make a ring with it with crafting, I think. Yeah, there's a very real risk that I'm going to overcap on XP if I overnight this, but I think I'm willing to take it because I would really like to just lock in the intensity value. So farming update too. Mastery is up to 81 in the potato already. That's just after a second harvest. So I think we're pretty fine when it comes to that. Yeah, I should be getting more than I put in on abyssal potato seeds. So what's interesting, I'm trying to understand this. The Where is it? It's the compost that you can get. This is gonna be it. Yeah. So the idea with this compost is that you get way more harvest quantity, but no seeds. So I guess what you do is that you keep farming allotments until you get 1,000,000 seeds, or you have more seeds and you know what to do with, and then you burn the seeds by using the abyssal compost to get more quantity. So I'm gonna continue to get seed quantity for now until I have plenty, and then I'll sub it out. It looks like a single harvest was enough to get me about halfway, so I'm not as worried about the XP rate as I was when I first did it. Okay, also checking in on township here. I think because I completed Throne of the Herald, I can technically switch worship to... I don't know where you go to switch worship. I'll have to find it. But I could switch worship to 2 new gods now. I'd have to see if it's worth it or not. It probably isn't. The Herald... Chance of a solar eclipse season, more building production. I think most of these things are actually better, but I'd have to double check if it's actually better because Eris is like so good, you know. Oh man, once you get to 40% intensity, the skill gets way better because you go from a 40% chance for something to happen to an 80% chance for something to happen. I think that means I'm actually going to overcap way too early because I was hoping that overnight. I think if I do my math right, it's going to take me like 50 hours to get to 90 mastery. This is like astrology on crack in terms of how hard it is to get high mastery just because of how few nodes there are, right? So maybe I just need to like abandon it, like go ahead and get to level 10. You may as well cap it, right? And I'm probably going to need the resources from it to do other skills like smithing and what have you to 10. I'm probably going to need to get smithing leveled up just to get melee gear to be able to progress further. I think I'm also going to end up needing it for crafting, question mark. Yeah. It uses stuff like abyssal quartz eventually and runecraft. I can make an abyssal staff right away. Could wizard gear until like level 9 runecraft. Oh man, leveling mage is gonna suck. But I have to get literally every combat skill to 10 to be able to raise the level cap, which is pretty tall order. But I don't want to let this decay. I calculated it and I think it decays by something like 0.7% per hour, which isn't too bad, right? I could calculate how long I can leave it alone for. And I don't think I'm going to get enough from the skill tree before the level cap to be able to increase the minimum harvesting intensity. I can't find how much these are going to cost, but I assume this will cost 3, and this will cost 3, and this will cost at least 3. So when I get to, what level am I now? 6. So when I get to 7, I can unlock this. Then at 10, I'll be able to unlock this, and then I won't have enough points to get the extra intensity. So at some point, I'm going to have to let the intensity drop. Just the question is when. But I think since I need these items for every other skill, it still makes sense to try to pursue this first. It's just kind of a tricky skill to plan around in the future. I'll try to be a little bit smarter about it because I am going to have to lose a bunch of intensity at some point. But I still think it makes sense to get a good supply of stones and bark early on to fuel some of these other skills. All right, time to go to bed. I'm going to go ahead and harvest these potatoes. Let me try to maximize returns if I can. Just confirming I cannot equip Bob's rake. I guess I can. Okay, well, that's good to know. I wonder why some other skill gave me shit for having a non-abyssal weapon equipped when I tried to do something. I think I'm fine with everything else I have equipped here. Let's go ahead and do harvest all. Weird gloop, plant all. Okay. Now we're at 88 mastery on the potato. I can actually probably get to 10% really trivially. Trying to decide if it's better to try to hold out for that. Get more yield if I can get to 99. Reduce grow time would be nice. The allotment seeds are kind of excessive at this point. If I can hold out on this, it gets me pretty far pretty fast. Reserve compost, who cares, right? Quantity resource gained is extra XP, so that's actually good. And the farming interval ends up potentially being huge, especially when I'm dealing with these fairly short intervals. So I think the only problem is that I'm likely to be I'm going to have to continue to plant potatoes for a really long time. So it's actually somewhat reasonable to try to pump these to 99, but they're going to get to 99 anyway without my intervention. Okay, well, that's the final thing I'll say is that I'm just going to let it sit and let the mastery pool build up. It should be pretty quick. All right, I got a couple things to update on. I'm at level 9 harvesting. It's actually going super fast now, so I really don't want to overnight it because then I'll definitely overcap. I got to come up with something else to do. Other updates, I'm now farming level 2. I probably should have looked further down the skill tree to try to make sure I get this farming interval increase, but I ended up getting primary resource gain, so it's like 1 skill point. It's not a big deal. But now that I'm level 2, I can plant these guys, the gloom sprout herbs, I think the enemy I have to fight to drop them is a little dangerous. I might have to do manual eating to make sure that I can get it, but it's a really common drop. And I already have so much mastery that I should be able to pump Bloom Sprout enough that I can go infinite if I can just get a handful of initial seeds. So I might try to do that here in a second. Also, Township, I now have a strong enough combat value to be able to handle a wave. RIP Citizen. Interesting. If you win, you sacrifice population, you get Bissell XP, I see, which isn't quite enough for a level up, but the next time it will be. That's pretty cool. I really like the way that this works. I'm actually not sacrificing population so much as I'm sacrificing weapons. Okay. So we want to do this frequently because otherwise this doesn't actually count against my storage limit. After I get these herb seeds and plant them, I'm probably gonna go to bed, either training combat because I have to get combat to 10 to raise all the other level caps, or I might train mining. My reason for training mining is to wake up with plenty of Abyssium ore that I can use to train smithing to hopefully get more melee armor to make it easier for me to idle some of the later monsters. It's this Crimson Viper that drops the thing I need here. I'm actually going to not corrupt it just to play it as safe as possible. And I can't do prayer here. Try to do food that I can eat quickly in case it starts to fuck me up pretty bad. Its max hit is 66k. Chance to hit's only 7% though, because my evasion value is pretty high. So you just have to kind of pay attention here, I guess. It's a good reason not to corrupt it, I suppose, if I'm just going on specific drops. All right, well, I'll babysit it for a little bit. I just want to get enough herb seeds that I can plant in all the slots, which should be doable. Oh, Abyssal attack level 2. That's pretty good. And he's down to 7% chance to hit, which is really, really low. Don't know if we get skill tree for attack, do we? Okay, we do, technically. Chance to apply laceration, melee accuracy rating. Probably save up for the laceration effect. This stuff is kind of boring. I mean, maybe it matters eventually, but obviously we want everything. We hold out for now. Yeah, these guys just absolutely shit out these Gloomsprout seeds. I looted some earlier, so I'm already at 16, which is a good chunk of the way there to be able to plant in all of the slots. I'm gonna have to figure out what the first tree seed is. I think that's a little ways down the line. Okay, I got like 27 herb seeds. I think it's gonna be more than enough. So we go back in here. Uh, need to babysit this too much, I don't think. But apply weird gloop to everything. Plant all selected crop. Still need to get a little bit more. But then I think I'll be able to go infinite after that. Okay. All right. I got these Gloomsprout seeds ready to go. And I should already be infinite, I think. I get 1.5 back on average, so I should probably pump the mastery up to 61 and maybe even 76 just to make sure that I get the full amount back so I don't have to do more farming. Could do 76. Probably worth it for hassle savings. Let's see how far I can get without losing my current tier. Yeah, I'd like to keep the current tier, I guess. But we're pretty close. One harvest should be enough to pump me up to 76, and then I should be completely good to go after that. I could get screwed by RNG and not get quite enough back. But then once those go, I'll be able, theoretically, to run Herblore, which would be nice. As far as what I'm going to overnight, it's between agility, thieving, and mining. I think it's going to be mining because I think I want to make better armor for melee. Oh, let me get my gear and situation together, and I'll just let this go overnight. I guess before I overnight mining, I should try to get these 5,000 Abyssium bars to turn in for this pickaxe coating. I might already have enough ore mined for that to be possible. It's only a small XP increase, but adds up, I guess. Second round of Abyssal Potato Harvest didn't put me quite at 99. I kind of just want to do it. Can I not afford to, really? Is it that expensive? I guess it is. All right, well, one or two more harvests should get there naturally then. Okay, that actually took a really long time. 5,000 bars is a lot of bars. It's gonna be annoying to do for every skill. Pickaxe coating, there we go. Important to get it so that we get this one later, but that's way down the line. But at least I have it. Now I'm gonna overnight this. Good night. Okay, I have a feeling 7 hours of mining is overkill, and I'll have hit the level cap here. Yeah. Let's see how badly I overdid it. I guess it's hard to tell. Definitely at the cap. Okay. So now we're going to smith. I'm going to try to get some more gear so I can do more PVM. Actually, this is kind of interesting. It says that I'm level 12 out of 10, so I wonder if it let me continue to gain the XP. I just can't get the effective levels. Ah, I can't get the benefit until I unlock the gap. If that's the way it works, I actually kind of like that. Checking on things from the overnight so we can fight a wave here. I'm actually really close to being able to fight 2 waves in a row. RIP citizen. Township is now Abyssal level 2, so I have a skill tree here. I can get Global Abyssal XP, Township Abyssal XP, or I can get Abyssal Money or Abyssal Slayer coins. I guess this is like the replacement for Town Hall. But I can't get any until like a couple more levels, so I that just yet. Then for farming, quickly see what we got here. Abyssal level 3 on farming is nice. Yeah, I'm gonna get levels here pretty quickly. Already past the 25% threshold. So be able to get, I'm just gonna try to get the 95% threshold as soon as I can. I guess I'll pump this to 99 because that is helpful since it gives me substantially more yield. I guess the reduced grow time is too late. I should have done that planting, but oh well. Okay, and so I looked this up. It's actually really cool. I like it that the way that this level cap thing works, this is adventure mode. I thought maybe this was just a feature of just Into the Abyss in general, but it's specifically the way adventure mode works. You have to go back to buying level cap increases. It's still based on combat, but not combat level anymore. It's based on doing all of combat. And I really like the idea that if you over level something, the XP isn't lost now. I think dividing it this way is a really neat way compared to just having to unlock the skill outright. Because you can kind of like dip into each skill, but you can't really use all of them immediately. So I think it's a nice touch that mining lets you keep going to 12. I probably could have overnighted harvesting then. I was just worried about wasting XP, but it isn't really a waste. Just kind of talking through my short-term plans here. I think what I'm going to do, I'm gonna let this run until I have enough mastery pool to pump the abyssal throwing knife to 70, and then I'm just going to make a ton of abyssal throwing knives. I do want to make melee gear, but I also want to make ranged gear because the combat triangle is reversed in the abyss, right? The melee enemies are actually weak to ranged, which is funny. Um, I want to try to get some more levels, try to get some more gear, and then I'll likely fight cows for a bit to get some leather to try to make leather armor because I think that the leather armor actually has some abyssal damage resistance on it. Yeah. Um, and then kind of the short-term goal is to get all the combat skills to level 10. That's a little bit lower priority now that I know that XP continues to accrue. It doesn't hit the cap, which is a really brilliant change. I love the way adventure mode works in this expansion. This expansion is one of the coolest things I've ever encountered. Just to be clear, it's so cool that if you play the game for 4,000 hours, you get to do a traditional cookie clicker style, like prestige ascension where all of your prior progress still matters. But it still feels like starting the game over again with a bunch of new ideas, and it works great for me. I don't think the XP curve is off. I mentioned earlier that I thought that maybe it's too much XP, but the rates are so high that it's pretty reasonable. I'm betting that this doesn't take anywhere near as long as the first 3 expansions. I'm trying to review some of the other stuff I unlocked here. Skill tree for mining. Gonna go ahead and try to focus on getting reduced node respawn interval. I imagine that's going to be good later since I don't have the perfect swing potion anymore. Cost 4. Okay. So that's mining. Township, I can't get yet. We already checked that. Farming, I might be able to get. I think I screwed up by taking primary resource instead of something more immediately useful like mastery. This gets me interval down here. But I guess interval is not that big of a deal because how often am I actually babying it enough to be able to catch it at the moment it becomes available? I suppose it helps the most for like trees. Um, but I should probably switch to going for interval. Yeah, and I'm gonna get more than enough XP. I feel like mastery is gonna be overkill at some point because I already have like a ridiculous amount of mastery. But if I need to do it to get the interval upgrade, let's go ahead and do it. And then for this guy, I get tree, an abyssal tree at level 5. So I need to research how do I get those seeds. It might only be combat. Maybe I probably can get them from woodcutting, but I would really like to make sure I can fill all of my tree slots by the time I hit level 5 farming. Okay, Abyss level 2 for smithing. Probably about time for me to switch to the throwing knives here. I got 70. Make a bunch of these. I'm also going to try to unlock the 5,000 bar unlocks here. It's a pretty substantial grind, but I guess it'll be helpful for when I get around doing fishing and woodcutting later. I think saving up for this resource preservation cap increase is honestly the way to go. Because even 1% extra resource preservation cap is huge in terms of how many resources you end up saving. So I think I'm going to hold out and take that eventually. Fortunately, you get nothing for unlocking level 3. I think the Abyssium sword is maybe better than the dagger. The helmet is the big one, the helmet and the boots. And I guess if I can make it all the way to 10, I'll get the plate legs also. But I won't be able to get the plate body because that's 12. Before I do too much additional smithing, there is a pair of gloves that I can pick up in the Throne of the Herald expansion that I sailed right past. That gives me, I think, interval. It's a 1 in 200 drop from the Infernal Golem. So I'd have to gear up for it, but probably worth doing. Trying to decide how I want to go about doing it. I want to leave right now and go get the drop. I probably should. Yeah, let me gear up and do it. It shouldn't take too long. All right, so I'm like absolutely annihilating this guy, so I should get the drop pretty fast. Yeah, that was pretty quick. Got the gloves. Gonna go ahead and take them back to the Melvor realm here. Let's see. Sure that they show up. There we go. Okay, that's pretty helpful. Now I'm gonna switch back. So I've got over 10,000 throwing knives, which should cover me for a minute. I'm gonna switch back to making bars just so that I can get these 2 skill unlocks out of the way. We'll be happy to never have to think about those again. Smithing Abyssal level 3. Smithing is pretty slow compared to the Melvor realm, and I'm assuming that's just because you don't have access to the crazy plus like 70% XP rate from the gloves. So hopefully we'll finish this at some point. Doable. Okay, so I just got farming Abyssal level 4. Means I probably need to make sure that I have access to plenty of those tree seeds. So I'm gonna look into how I get them. Make sure I have them ready to go by the time I hit level 5. And then from the skill tree here, I think we just try to get mastery, because I'm going to have to get everything here to get the interval reduction anyway. I think taking this probably makes sense. All right, I got to 5,000 bars. I guess I'll take woodcutting, and then we'll do fishing. Fishing seems like it's pretty decent because it gives you those chests that give you items for other things. It looks like pretty globally, the next tier gives you +1 quantity of primary resource, which is pretty good. I'm not going to be able to get that for like weeks. I think it's going to be actual weeks until I can raise the level cap in any of these skills, which is great. I really love this way of doing level cap raises. It's a really neat way to do adventure mode differently in this expansion. So that you like start out by going wide instead of deep, but you're really shallow in each of the skills you can actually pursue. It's incredible. Okay, so amusingly enough, the plan is actually going to be fire making. I guess they made it so that fire making gives you a small chance at seeds, which is a really cool way to get tree seeds, actually. I like that it makes fire making talk to farming. Uh, I think I end up needing withered ash to get compost anyway. So yeah, I think once I finish getting these 5,000 bars, I will buy the fishing rod upgrade, and then I'll be done with having to worry about saving bars for that kind of a thing. And then I'll do some wood cutting to get plenty of abyssian logs. And then I'll fire make until I have enough seeds to at least plant the first round of them. Okay, I got my 5,000 abyssium bars. Let's go ahead and buy this fishing rod coating, I guess we're calling it. And then let's go do wood cutting for a little bit just to get enough logs to be able to fire make to try to get seeds. A nice touch here is that the Crown of Madrimonte actually works in the Abyssal realm, so I'm getting a ton of logs. Let this run. I don't know how long I'm going to go for. Maybe I'll go until I get to Abyssal level 2 or something, and then I'll probably switch to fire making. Okay, got Abyssal level 2 wood cutting. As far as what to take, anything here interval driven? Probably not, right? I think Shadow Drake nests are probably pretty important. Increased chance to get the nest, more when getting a nest, because those give you tree seeds. Anything else is just XP or quantity. +1 tree cut limit. That's a pretty transformative skill tree upgrade. A lot of these upgrades are not that transformative. Okay. What do we take here? +1 base quantity whenever we get one seems pretty good, but I think just increasing the raw chance would be better to start with, especially since it's cheaper. So I'll just take that. And I said once I got to level 2, I would switch to fire making. So we're going to do that very thing. I might end up making some of this fire making oil as a new mechanic. It consumes abyssal bark, which I have a bunch of from harvesting, and withered ash, which I get from fire making itself. But I'm going to have to, damn, I really need to get the interval down because it's pretty brutally high to start there. I didn't realize it was going to be like 7 seconds. Let me dip around. I think there's probably an agility thing I can do to help with interval. Yeah, mastery is going to be a big pain in the ass here, just like it is with some of the other skills. I don't have very many actions available. I guess as soon as I have 10 withered ash, I'll get one of these going because it lasts for like 69 seconds. I'll try to keep it running. I need to hold on to withered ash for other reasons, like to get compost, but given that this is not even a 1% chance, it's like 1 in 1,000, this might not be the best way for me to get these seeds, but we'll see, I guess. Okay, so I'm thinking 1 in 1,000 is not going to be an adequate chance at this very slow interval, even if I get my mastery up here and can get it a little bit faster. My other option for getting the tree seeds is to continue to woodcut and hope I get shadow drake nests, which are a pretty rare drop until I level up woodcutting a lot. Or I can fight the abyssal scarecrow, which I think probably can still one-shot me since I don't really have any meaningful melee defensive upgrades, but I might give it a try. Like a 1 in 20 drop from the scarecrow, which is doable. I'll just have to pay really close attention to it. I just want to make sure that I have enough seeds. I'm going to need, at least for my first round, what, 6 seeds? And there's no seed preservation when it comes to tree seeds, so I probably also need to make 100% sure that I do abyssal compost. So if I'm understanding things correctly, and I think I am, it's impossible to ever get seeds back from tree seeds. So you should only ever use abyssal compost here, I think. Likely what I'll do. I can start to buy it now that I have some of this withered ash. It's probably still worth doing farm making for a while just to get access to the withered ash. Do this everywhere here. Yeah, how much do I need at a time? Is it really 10 per patch? That's pretty brutal. That's also pretty expensive. Holy moly. Okay. Well, I also might not use abyssal compost until way later in the expansion because it's pretty expensive. Especially if it's just giving me logs, right? If it's just more harvested logs, then I don't really care that much. All right, I got Abyssal Fire making a level 2. That's probably good enough for now. I got a handful of Withered Ash. Can make decisions now about whether I want to use it for compost. There might be some specific situations where I might want to use it, like to get extra allotments or herbs or something. I am going to try to gear up, though, to fight this Scarecrow to try to get a bunch of these seeds that I need. I got a couple from my bird nest earlier. I need at least 6. I'd like to have like 12 though, so that I'm ready to go for at least 2 harvests. So I'm going to try to make that happen here in a sec. All right, fighting the Scarecrow here. It seems to be going pretty well. My strategy is just hold down the eat button. The enemy accuracy is low enough that it seems like I'm still able to get plenty of regular attacks off. He also attacks pretty infrequently. There's probably a couple things I can do to make this work a little bit faster for myself. So I might like equip the elusive boots since they do work in the abyssal realm, for instance. But it looks like I already got a doubled tree seed drop. So I think staying here until I have at least 6, preferably 12, is pretty reasonable to go for. I have enough Abyssal Slayer coins now that I can afford to pick up one of these guys. I think we get the plate body here. As it probably has some resistance on it, which would be nice. Also, it'll help given the fact that I can't get a plate body. A 2% abyssal resistance is pretty good early on when I have like no resistance. It is substantially worse in terms of just the raw defense bonus, which is maybe not for the best. Let me see what it does to the guy's max hit, because maybe the max hit effect is, well, not. It's not super noticeable with just the one item, but probably still worth using, question mark. I guess his hit chance is only up by like 1% from losing the defense from what I had on earlier. Probably okay. Okay, I got enough seeds now. I'm gonna run away. Yeah, I've got 15 seeds, so that should help. I kind of want to get a improvement to my weapon if possible, and I think I can. These guys drop knives. These guys drop stones and bark and stuff. Javelins, don't care. Crimson Forest. Enemies have 15% laceration lifesteal. I would try to get this lacerating dagger shard, and I think because of the combat triangle, I should try fighting it with ranged. So I'm going to try using my new abyssal throwing daggers. Guess let me get a little bit of leather first. I think these guys are completely safe to fight, right? Yeah. You get some leather, because then I can use the leather in crafting to make boots. Although, I don't know. These are 1% abyssal resistance. I don't think it's going to be worth not having the elusive boots. So we're actually going to try to fight that leech, and I'll likely just have to hold down the eat button, but it should be enough to get me the upgrade, I hope. Yeah, this is pretty acceptable. I do have to hold down the eat button because he can hit me pretty hard, but I think if I stay here long enough, I should be able to get enough laceration pieces to upgrade my dagger, which would be great for doing other farming activities in the future. I'm probably going to have to come back to the Scarecrow before I'm able to completely safely AFK it without having to hold down the eat button like this. Oh, but that lacerate mechanic is really bad. I think it's an anti-hold down the eat button mechanic. It makes it so you're constantly taking damage every time you attempt to attack. So if I get lacerated, I basically just have to run away or let off the enter button. But it means I can't really do this completely inattentively. I don't think there's anything I can do to, yeah, here it is. It's happening right now. And let him get an attack off. Yeah, I don't know that lacerate ever wears off, actually. I just have to let off enter when it happens and then hope I can finish the fight after that or manually heal if I need to. Let's see. If I could increase my evasion, that would make a big difference here. That's really the problem is he only has a 19% chance to hit by default, which is low enough that I can usually kill him before it becomes a problem. Okay, I'll try to figure this out. I'm just not getting this lacerating fragment, and I guess it's like a 1 in 120 or something, and you have to get it to drop 6 times. I guess 3 times if I get lucky. What I should do, I should probably go ahead with the imp and make a bunch of imp tablets because I think I can now because I can use potatoes as a secondary, and I have no other use for potatoes. So I don't know that I'm going to continue on this Crimson Leech grind because it's going to take a really long time for me to get it, and it's a little bit too dangerous for me to want to do it now. I'll probably pick something else that I can just farm for a while and try to level up. So I'm going to finish this Slayer task out to get some more Slayer coins. Maybe I'll switch to like cows or something so I can start building up a supply of leather. But I did the grind when I did because I'm now farming level 5. Fantastic. Plant everything, and now I can set these guys to plant. Don't know what the base harvest time is here. Let me dump some mastery into it as well. Not starting it completely from scratch. Like 50 is probably fine. 60. What is the main effect? It's only giving you back seeds, and the only other thing that matters is 99, which I'll get eventually. So plant all selected crops. 689 minutes. That's pretty long. Okay. Okay, I've done everything in my power to maximize preservation chance here, and I've bought all of the red summoning shards I can afford, which is only 350. So I can't actually make terribly many of these, but I'm going to try to make as many as I possibly can here. Okay, now that I've stacked all of this preservation chance, this might actually be doable. I've got already over 6,000 imp tablets, so I might actually be able to train summoning, which would be great. I want to try to train it as soon as possible and as much as possible to make sure that I'm getting marks for other skills as I'm training them. It's going to take a long time, though. Like, the XP rate's still pretty bad, even when I'm making the tablets, and probably worse when I'm using them in combat. But hopefully I'm going to have enough that I can just, like, AFK ranged or something. Like, AFK ranged with corruption on cows for 5 hours and just see what I come out with on the other end, you know? Okay, I ended up with 12,000 imp tablets, which isn't as much as I would like. And it did use all of my abyssal money, but it's enough that I can at least get started. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go AFK the cow with the imp equipped and just corrupt it every single time. I am going to have to make 100% sure that I have enough soul points to auto corrupt, but it only costs me like 1 soul point per corruption, so it's not too bad. I'm going to finish this leech task. I guess while I'm able to pay attention to the game, I'm going to try to roll for a cow task whenever I can. But if I can't pay attention to the game, I'll AFK the cows. Okay, I think I got everything put together now that I want to do. I am safe from getting one shot, it looks like. And I have a decent amount of resource preservation chance. Well, summoning charge preservation chance. I tried using the full equipment, like I have that shade set that gives it to me, but it just makes me so much worse at DPS. I'd rather be getting more damage and other things than trying to preserve tablets. But I have a decent amount because this is 10%. That's 10%, so that's 20. And I have like 15 or something from agility. And I think there's probably like some floating pet bonuses that give me a little bit more on top of it too. So hopefully this lasts long enough for me to just let the cow run for a while. See what range level I end up getting to. Can probably afford to switch to this agility obstacle here for the extra corruption XP. I think that's fine. And I can swap back to that. I don't have the bars for it right now, but when I go back to harvesting, I'll just grab the bars really quick. It shouldn't take any time at all. Okay. Kind of the interesting thing about corruption, I was noticing this earlier. I was trying to corrupt some of the more difficult enemies I was fighting before, like the scarecrows and the leeches, and you're getting exactly the same amount of corruption abyssal XP because the XP you get is based on the corruption level of the enemy, which I think affects how hard it is to fight when it's corrupted. So you may as well, if you're gonna do it with a corruption level 1 enemy, it may as well be like a cow or a plant or something. Kind of a different XP curve from the way that Slayer works. I think it's pretty cool. I think this is going to go well. I'm going to let this run while I'm streaming. The problem is I'm getting like 500 something kills per hour. So I need to have enough soul points to cover all of that. I don't think I'm going to. Fortunately, each time I kill a cow, I get a weak soul, which pays for itself and one more kill. So I'm going to try to burn my weak souls the moment I have to sign off for stream. I have another like hour and a half before I have to go live. So hopefully I'll have enough at that point. We'll see. I don't think I'm going to be able to train prayer for a long time because right now the soul points seem really effective for training corruption. And prayer is just going to take me forever to be able to have enough soul points that I can just do it without thinking. Hit 50k Slayer coins again, so I'm going to buy more Slayer stuff. Let's get this leather body, sure. Range strength bonus on this is actually better than the Verloren 120 gear from the end of Throne of the Herald, which is pretty crazy. Okay, I think I can squeeze in another Abyssal Wave here, which I think will also be another township level of the RIP citizens. Okay, but it's still not enough points to get anything here. I need one more. I have to decide where I'm going to put points here. I've maxed out the Carpenter. Probably want to max out the Harvester. Then we can do weapons after that. Okay, cool. We just got range level 2. So skill trees, range. Oh, it's nice that it tells you when you got a point to spend here. Max hit or accuracy rating. I guess accuracy rating eventually gets me crit chance and gets me crit damage, which is kind of cool. I think the enemy having minus abyssal resistance, though, is probably the way to go. I think as far as I can tell, that's the strongest thing in the game. And it almost doesn't come close. But we'll take the max hit. You got hit points abyssal level 2. What, skill tree for hit points? Guess so. Okay. Combat abyssal XP up. Gives the enemy minus 1% max HP. More max HP when using abyssal damage. That is, that's tough. I obviously don't want hit points regen. Who cares? But max HP is potentially the ability to idle stuff that I otherwise wouldn't be able to idle. As much as I want the extra XP, I feel like I almost need to take this guy. Reduced enemy max HP is pretty good too. Yeah, I think I take the max HP and basically just go down this whole trek. Most of this other stuff isn't super necessary. I can completely skip this column. Probably can skip this column because I don't think I can die from status effects like this anyway. We take these and then we take these, I think. Although, because you could argue you could say take the XP first because right now you're farming stuff where the extra max health isn't helping you. And this is helping you right away. Okay, I think we take this. I think I'm going to try to go down this side and then switch to this. I mean, obviously I want this more in the long term. I think this is more ultimately important, but I have bigger problems with not being able to idle stuff that 1% max HP isn't going to solve. So I was running to go ahead and knock out this 200 Abyssal Chicken task. I do want to get 10 tasks eventually because there are some things from the trader that require 10 tasks. This harvesting scroll is probably pretty good. I want to have something that I can sink these extra abyssal stones into, otherwise I'm going to end up capping if I'm not careful. It means I can afford this Slayer cowl now. So I think what we do is we equip the cowl as my actual helmet and then put the Mask of Torment. Well, we probably want the Mask of Torment when I'm not doing a Slayer task. It's pretty good here. It helps a lot with chance to hit because of the debuff that the enemy gets to evasion. I guess I'm still dying equally fast, but probably when I go to AFK this during stream, since I won't be able to do a Slayer task during that, I'll switch this to the Torment Mask since it's not doing me any good if it's not on a Slayer monster. Crazy, I got range level 3 really fast. I guess you're not really seeing the time passage here, but went from, I must have gotten some kind of upgrade that's really sped things up, and I don't really know what it would have been. Maybe it's the Slayer gear? I mean, it does have a really high range strength bonus. I don't know. Not complaining, though. Skill trees, ranged. We probably honestly just save up for the next bit of range max hits so we can start getting the enemy abyssal resistance down. Okay, wrapping up to prepare for stream. I just hit the 95% threshold here in farming, which is great. Now I'm just going to focus on trying to top off. Yeah, so Bloom Sprout is at 99. I'll top off stuff that I'm currently working on and ingredients that I'm going to be unlocking soon. So I guess Abyssal Vein Pod is next. I'm going to want to level that up. And I have a bunch of seeds for Abyssal Pumpkins too. I'm just going to AFK the cow. All right, checking in on a stream's worth of killing cows here. It looks like I got a corruption level, several range levels, and a couple hit points levels. So that's cool. It's pretty cool. I think that's the max level for Mark of the Imp too. Worry about that anymore. Let's double check. Yeah, okay, cool. The actual amount of summoning XP I'm getting is homeopathic though, right? Yeah, no, I'm gonna get it from making tablets, not from using them. Maybe there'll be a tablet later that's worth a lot. I don't even think the harvesting tablet gave that much XP on use. Okay, so skill trees, right? We want to look at hit points. We want to do increased XP. Because I think my reason for doing this, normally I'm not a big plus XP guy. I mean, I am in other games, but with the way that Melvor typically works, I'd rather have something more interesting than just a flat XP bonus because they tend to be pretty small and the other stuff tends to have more of a knock-on effect. But here it's like I want to get the combat XP while it matters. I don't want to like take it at the end when everything's already close to maxed, right? So here we take the max hit and then the reduced enemy abyssal resistance, I think is the correct choice there. Saving the attack to get lacerate, and then corruption. I like the idea of less soul points to corrupt monsters. Right now, it only costs me 1, so that's not going to do anything, right? But it will do things later. Does that mean that I should not take the thing that's not helping me right now? Probably. I probably have to take the one that helps me right now and take this later once I'm actually fighting higher corruption monsters, which might be a ways off, so let's just take the extra XP for now. That's prudent. And then I'll take a look at my farming and township. Township's a bit of a tough call because it's like, do I take obsidian mines, right? Which I can't use obsidian for anything and probably won't be able to for a while. And it might risk me overcapping if I have too much of it. I think instead I just try to build all the walls. They're boring. They just get you more XP whenever you win a defense minigame, but well, I guess I have enough accrued planks that I can build a ton of them. Okay. I might need to start focusing on doing achievements sooner rather than later to make sure that I don't overcap in any of this stuff. That's a decent amount of additional fortification there. If I leave it alone and come back to it, probably when I come back, I'll be able to pick up some more stuff. How am I doing on storage? Fine, but maybe not fine for very long. I'm going to try to finish the walls before I do anything else. It's really nice that the Throne of the Herald effect that lets you overcap on mastery applies to the Abyss, because that's really convenient. Floating around 95 to 100% is the fucking worst. I hate it. I don't think it's great design. Okay, Abyssal level 7. I can pay to unlock this guy. But I think the Abyssal Vein Pod comes from harvesting. Yeah, Abyssal Vein Seed. So I will overcap if I do this, but it's okay because the XP carries over, which I didn't realize before when I bailed on this. So I think I am going to go ahead and just harvest to try to get that to make sure that I'm planting them as regularly as possible. Let me redo the weird gloop and replant stuff. And then I guess I'm going to harvest now. All right, just going to AFK harvesting. I'm probably going to let it go until it gets to 90 mastery, which might take a really long time, but I'd be happy to just not have to worry about it decaying, right? And then hopefully that'll get me enough Abyssal Vein seeds for a decent amount of time spent farming. Real quick before I overnight harvesting here, I'm going to try to make some of these harvester's potions. Pretty expensive, but I think I can get them to a point where they might be helpful. I can at least try to get it up to like the tier 3 potion. Oh boy, unfortunately, it looks like they balance the potion around being able to make tons of them because of the superior cape, because I already have like 76 potions here. Each one is 1 charge. I guess you get more charges if you level it up. But let me see if I can really pump the mastery here somehow. Ooh, they also have a very mean 95% plus 4 charges per potion threshold, which it seems like the potions are probably just balanced around in general. All right, well, if I can make a bajillion of them, I guess it won't really matter. It goes up to 2 charges if I get up to level 2, so that helps a little bit. All the way there. These, okay. XP rate for this actually is super good. If I were to AFK it, I could only get 3 hours of AFK based on my calculator with this amount of preservation, because the Abyssal Stones, I mean, it's 5 Abyssal Stones per potion, which is pretty nasty. I think I'm just going to take it to level 3 for now, and then I'll overnight harvesting, and then maybe I'll overnight this later to get a bunch of Herblore XP. I don't know how many of the potions are super impactful. I mean, this one obviously is, since it's the only thing that affects this skill. But it seems like a lot of the other skill potions just don't do anything in the Abyssal realm, even though the potion tooltip suggests that they should. All right, here should be 50 mastery. Got the tier 3 potion, so 3 charges, 6% interval downs, not too bad. I'm guessing the tier 4 must be 8% 4 charges. I have to calculate how long that's going to last. I don't think it's going to last very long. I'm going to let this run for a little bit just so that because I'm getting way more potions per tick when I don't have to combine them like that. So maybe I'll get up to like 2,000. Let's see. So if it's, I guess the interval is going to go down, isn't it? Go ahead and equip it. 2.25 seconds. Let me see how long that should last. Yeah, right now it's only going to last me a couple hours. So I want it to last me 10 hours. 10 times 60 times 60 divided by 2.25 seconds divided by 3 charges per potion. So I need like 5,333 potions, which is a lot, but it's ticking up really fast here, as you can see, because of all my stacking buffs. So I will try to get like 5,500 potions. That'll probably get me a Herblore level in the process too. There's Herblore Abyssal level 2. Chance to preserve potion charges. I think we take the mastery here. Nothing else on this list that's like insanely exciting, and it's really important that I get to the tier 4 potion as soon as possible. It's boring, but effective. Its XP rate's actually pretty fast. All right, I made like 5,500 potions. That should be enough. I'm just gonna go back and overnight harvesting. Hopefully that gets me to 100% and plenty of Abyssal Vein seeds. I'd really like to get to 90 mastery, but I think that might not be in the cards because it's like mastery gain is really slow with this particular skill. Okay, checking in on overnighting harvesting. In the middle of the night, I realized I probably should have made a bunch of golem tablets, so I did. I had the money to buy the summoning shards, the resources to put them together. So I made like 20k golem tabs to try to get much summoning XP as possible. Did get 1 summoning level as a result. It's about 100k an hour if you're doing harvesting, which still isn't incredible. Okay, so we're getting Abyssal Vein seeds now. We're getting harvesting chests, which I think is like a 1 in 1,000, and you can only get them when you're at max intensity. I had these Abyssal harvesting gloves too, just to try to get the intensity up as soon as possible. Summoning Abyssal level 2. Let's just review. Yeah, I was really thinking it's going to be impossible to get enough Golem and Imp tablets, but that's been running all night, and I still have 22,000 left, so pretty accessible, actually. As far as what's going on with harvesting, we're at 100% intensity, which is great, but have a long way to go to 90 mastery. I'm tempted to just stay on it to try to get to 90 mastery, honestly probably the right call. Like, I guess I did this long enough that I have the 10% checkpoint. Um, I'd rather sit on the checkpoint than try to dump my pool XP because I think even if I dump it, I'm gonna get like 2 more mastery levels. So as boring as it is, as much as I would like to do some other activity right now, I think letting this go to 90 mastery is the strat, even if it takes the rest of the day and maybe even overnight. So I guess from your perspective, you're just gonna see some jumping around. I might do some. Well, I will do some farming in township in the meantime. So let's do that. So let's repair everything. Let's get our health fixed. Take a look at the situation with buildings. I'm actually looking really great. I can fight a wave easily. I've built all of the walls available to me, so that should increase the XP that I get from the wave. Go ahead and do fight wave now. RIP citizens. Township level 5. Skill tree. I think, which of these do I want first, right? More Slayer coins, more money from Township would be cool. Uh, but also a global XP bonus would help with everything else. The problem is Townships end up capped. So, like, I'm not going to be able to get a lot of these bonuses. So I think what I'm going to try to do is just take the Slayer coins and then the Abyssal pieces, so I'm getting some kind of passive income in the background. The wave size of 50k now. Jeez. Okay. I guess at some point the wave size gets large enough that you don't have space for the items in your storage. Let's see about that. Um, I have nothing to build now other than the obsidian mine, so I'm just going to dump resources into that, and hopefully my accrued obsidian doesn't become too big of a problem down the line. I don't think that these casual tasks are ever going to generate anything associated with Into the Abyss, so I don't need to worry about that too much. But I do need to do 8 more Abyss tasks. I think the pumpkins are going to happen for sure. I'm going to have to AFK fishing for a while to be able to get Mist Jaws. I can probably handle Crimson Hounds. I'd have to do the manual eat thing. 5,000 Abyssal Stardust is a lot. I have to figure out whether it's possible for me to do 10 tasks and without needing to like raise any of my stats here. So farming, everything is available. And I think I have access to a new, can do night gleam herbs. So I'm going to try to do some research and figure out where you go to gather those. But let's go ahead and plant Thistle Vein Seed, which is a 12-hour grow time. Okay. And then I'm going to harvest everything else and spend Mastery Pool. Maxed out the Abyssal Vein Pod before having to plant it. The tree is really good, right? Like you do one harvest, 9 automatically jumps you like 20% mastery. So it's really nice to have that extra 50% mastery pool. Insanely convenient. Wish I could have gotten like a weaker version of that sooner, you know, because managing mastery is not a fun time in my opinion. Do each of these one at a time here. Hopefully I'll have the pumpkin mastered before I even get access to the seed at level 10. Third gloop, all crops. Oh, I need to get, apparently I need to get more tree seeds. Okay, well I can go farm the scarecrow and get those really quick. Getting these extra tree seeds, I have enough Slayer coins to get one more Slayer piece. I have 4 out of 6 now. That's going to be better. I'm going to want to put this guy in the passive slot, which means I want to actually equip the Crimson Lantern stick. Okay. I'm going to try to make sure I always have enough to plant my tree seeds right after I harvest. Oh, so this is wild. I was looking over here like, why is my auto eat threshold so high? It's high enough that I can just fight this thing without having any problems. I don't think I appreciated the way hit points works in the Abyssal Realm. Because I ended up getting like 3 hit points levels when I was AFKing ranged earlier, trying to get leather. But I guess it counts way more for health here than the hit points you bring from the normal realm. So now I don't have to. I've been sitting here holding down the enter button. I did not need to do that at all. Cool. Well, that's good. Lesson learned. I'm like, man, you really need to get a ton of abyssal resistance to be able to AFK some of these enemies. It turns out no, you need to get like 3 hit points levels. You make a decision on where to put my XP or my skill tree bonus from summoning, and I think it's going to be the same thing where I need to put it in summoning, like getting more XP from summoning. Like the cost reduction would be nice. I can overcome that though. I need to make sure that I get as much summoning XP as early as possible because otherwise it's going to be a really, really difficult time. We're eventually definitely going to want this -3 shard cost. That's going to be extremely important. But for now, I just need to make sure that I can actually get the levels right. I'm going to try opening these harvesting chests that I got here. I think it's mostly just these vein seeds and then a chance at part of Bob's Lost Rake. I think this corrupted ring fragment is this expansion's version of the signet ring, and there's 4 pieces now instead of 2. Bunch of seeds. Okay. Hopefully be able to plant all those eventually. I had to look this up. Each abyssal level of hit points adds 20,000 HP. So that's a lot. That means each level increases my auto eat threshold by 8,000, which is why my auto eat threshold is way higher now. I'm probably actually able to do more stuff now with combat. It's crazy I didn't realize that. I thought I was just going to have to get like a stack a ton of abyssal resistance or something to have any chance to fight anything other than the farm creatures. But I'm going to come back to combat. I'm going to want to do a lot of combat as soon as I finish getting this to 90 mastery, so I can just leave it alone and then come back to it later. I calculated it though, even with a ton of stacking mastery bonuses, I think this is going to take like 15 hours or something. I might have to bail to go to herb lore to make more of these potions at some point. I don't think I have enough resources to get to the tier 4 potion. But if I'm really going to be doing this for 15 hours, maybe it's worth trying to do that. I am going to give up having 100% intensity, but it doesn't take too long to rebuild. Yeah, honestly, I think I have enough of these stones from overnighting that I can get away with trying to get to the tier 4 potion, which would speed things up more in harvesting. So I think I'm going to try to do that. Let me gear up for it, though. Herb lore level 3. I think I need to save up. I'm just going to keep pumping mastery. I really think that's the strat here since it's so important to get that tier 4 potion as soon as possible, regardless of what kind of potion you're making. So this may have been a more extreme project than I thought it was going to be. I'm at 85 mastery. It's still going to take a couple more hours to be done, unfortunately. I do have the 10% threshold, which gives me a little bit more mastery, which is nice. But I don't think this is worth it. I mean, maybe it'll be worth it when I do lots and lots of harvesting later in the expansion, but seems like I don't know why it feels like getting to tier 90 in vanilla Melvor isn't so bad now, but this is like me trying to get to my first ever tier 90 potion back in vanilla. It's quite slow right now. Even with like, what is it, plus 80% mastery? Pretty wild. Other updates, I'm level 10 abyssal farming now, so I'm able to plant and did plant abyssal pumpkin seeds. I'm just going to keep farming. I'm probably going to end up getting to 60 from making low-level farming stuff. So that's kind of the situation there. And then it's unfortunately winter, which does negatively affect even Abyssal Township. So just kind of waiting it out until I get the proper wave size. And then I think the next one I'm going to get so much XP it might kick me across multiple levels. We'll see. Okay, just got Abyssal level 10 in Herb Lore. Was not expecting to cap the skill with this project, but sure. We got a long way to go, though. I need to end up getting these seeds. I think once I'm done with Herb Lore, once I finish getting this to a tier 4 potion, and then I finish getting that harvesting node to mastery 90, I'm just going to AFK thieving all the way to level 10 because I think thieving is where I'm going to get more herb seeds, and it's also should be pretty profitable to AFK. It's probably one of the first skills that I'm going to increase the cap on. Probably going to be thieving, township, farming. I have to decide what else, honestly. It's sort of hard to pick. At some point, I need to do astrology. Astrology's so fucking boring, though. Doesn't seem like Into the Abyss made it any better. If anything, it's maybe worse. So at some point with astrology, I'm just like if I like go on a trip or something, that's when I'll AFK astrology when I literally can't log into the game. Probably gonna be too busy to record at the moment I hit 90, so I'm just gonna convert my harvester potions to potion 4 and then just go back on harvesting, which I have to let run for like 12 plus hours anyway, even with this potion. This doesn't really help me with the mastery problem because mastery scales with interval, but I figured if I'm going to be doing a lot of harvesting, I may as well get as low interval as possible. All right, I'm back from not being able to be attentive to the game for a bit. I've been running this Abyssal Vein for a little while. I did end up getting that potion to tier 4. And I have like 25,000 of them after combining them, so that's pretty good. It's only 84 mastery, so I'm going to camp this until I get to 90, which is going to take a little while, but I'd really like to just not have to worry about it anymore. Already effectively level 18 harvesting, so if I raise the level cap on this, I'll immediately already be capped, I think, by the time I'm done. In Township, I am good to go ahead and do a wave, so let me do that really quick. Fight wave now, RIP citizens. Township Abyssal level 7, I think is actually enough to get another upgrade here. Yeah, I'm trying to decide, do I want Slayer coins? Do I want... I think I want to split between money and Slayer coins just so that I'm getting as much as I can early on. I guess the current township wave size isn't large enough for that to really give a significant amount of Slayer coins, but eventually it should. I think I'm only going to get to do that like one more time before I hit the level cap. I'm going to really try to focus on combat once I'm done with all this other stuff. All right, so like vanilla, trees fill my mastery really fast. So even with the 150%, I need to be careful to not overdo it here. Already at 125 just from harvesting 2 of them. So yeah, let's just try to max out this Night Gleam herb, if it lets me. Sweet. And I guess I'll just keep going down the list in terms of the order of unlock. So Blight Blossom is the next thing I'm going to unlock. I guess I started the Gloom Pepper, assuming that would be next, but... Blight Blossom herb, there it is. Okay. Much of that as I can, and this will be available in a couple minutes. And I should have plenty of logs from this. I shouldn't need to do much actual wood cutting of Abyssia logs. Another one of these tasks I can do from harvesting Abyssal Pumpkins. I need 7 more. Can almost, well, I'm going to be able to do the Night Opal if I do a little bit more mining. Anything that involves combat, though, is a little scary. I'm going to need to do some combat. Like, I can't even make Brumite throwing knives until I do enough combat to raise the level cap, so... I think it's going to be pretty tough to get to 10 tasks completed without really focusing on combat soon. Currently, the plan is harvesting, thieving, probably to the level cap, and then just go hard on combat until I can raise caps. All right, I probably overshot my goal here with harvesting after letting it run all night. Let's see where we got to. Summoning level 3, that's cool. Definitely going to pop over into the skill tree. Well, I guess we'll save up for this extra summoning Abyssal XP, just because that one I really need to level up faster. Yeah, I overshot it a little bit, but actually not too much, given that it ran for like 14 hours. Jeez. And I also have the 25% mastery threshold, which will be nice for getting intensity in the future. My virtual level is 22, so I'm going to have to raise the level cap on harvesting twice. I'm really glad they let you to continue getting XP like that and just have it not count until you raise the level cap. So I guess now that that's done, I'm just going to do thieving. So I'm going to try to gear up, get some abyssal resistance, reduce damage taken, and just try to AFK that to level 10. Apparently, I stopped thieving earlier just short of Abyssal level 2, which is kind of funny. Still not at 100% success rate. I feel like I'm missing something else. Oh, right. It's cartography works here. This should give me some more stealth, right? That's closer to what I remember it being. So, skill tree, what do we want? There's thieving stealth on the left side, so I think that's what we take. We start with mastery because that's helpful to get stealth in the short term, and then we'll take the abyssal XP into that one. Okay, I'm letting it run on thieving here. I just wanted to do stuff after the abyssal grind, or the harvesting grind. So let's open these harvesting chests. Didn't get anything interesting. And I guess these abyssal vein pods you also open. It's interesting. So you get a passive supply of all of the items that you could get from that node once you get the vein pod from farming. Kind of interesting. I had to maneuver a lot, but I finally got to 100% success rate on the turn man at 65 mastery. I built this really expensive rooftop climb. At some point, I really don't want to do any skill training back in the Melvor realm again if I can avoid it, but I might need to like gear up and overnight agility a couple times to get back up to 100% mastery. Because if I have to be shifting these obstacles around, I really need the cost to be quite a bit cheaper because it's pretty expensive to swap to. I don't want to have to go fishing for raw ghost fish ever again, right? Just got Abyssal level 4, but Abyssal level 4 is a little dangerous because her max hit is 75,000, which is slightly above my auto 8 threshold, unfortunately. Uh, really would like to pickpocket her. 90% pickpocket chance is pretty good. I guess you could do a calculation is how likely am I to just naturally regen health, you know? I'm gonna poke around and see if there's anything I can do to get my health up other than just AFK in combat for a little bit longer to get. I think one more HP level would be more than enough. Able to finagle a couple agility shortcuts or agility obstacles to get me up to 74,838. I'm going to take the risk. 90% success rate's pretty high. You'd have to successfully hit me like 3 times in a row for near max hit to kill me. And I guess if I die, I die. I can't use the protect item cheese here, and abyssal resistance doesn't reduce her damage dealt at all. Maybe I can pump up the success rate a little bit. Let me dump some mastery. Could help a little. That already gets us to 92.8%. Really, because she actually has some good items, I believe. She has a NPC unique that's probably good. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a shot, and hopefully I don't die. Even though, I mean, it's got to be like an astronomically low chance of death, right? Hopefully. Oh, this is interesting. I stepped away for a quick second, went back to the regular pickpocketing target, the turned man, just to try to build up some mastery to pump into the turned woman, and I got an abyssal hourglass. Got doubled even. This is interesting. Cost to produce realm items, quantity of primary resource gained, 6% global abyssal XP, mastery XP down, chance reserve resources down, and then we can flip it. Cost produced down, quantity down, XP down, mastery up. Okay. That's kind of cool. So you want to use one or the other, but not both is kind of the idea for skilling. Oh, and I can just have one of each of them, given that I got lucky enough for it to get doubled. Okay. I think we want that. I think we want the mastery XP bonus. I don't think I really need anything else that's listed there, right? Primary resource gained globally. Chance to preserve resources. Yeah, why don't we just use that? That seems cool. And then I should have enough mastery to pump into the woman here. Not quite to get to 50, but that's why I AFK'd it. So that's one of like the global rare drops that I think she also has. Sweet. Oh, hot damn, that abyssal hourglass is a 1 in 20,000 chance. That's one of the things you're expected to get very rarely from like one of the thieving NPCs, I guess is the idea. I want to see what the other item is now. Now I'm curious. Thieving rare drop. Okay, the silent top is a 1 in 50,000 drop. That would be much better to get earlier, but extra stealth when thieving from abyssal NPCs. Chance for NPCs to do no damage. Auto eat efficiency down. Great. So I would love to get that. So I went ahead and grabbed the Palladium Cerulean necklace. So what it does is it greatly reduces the HP regen interval. It also reduces the amount of HP you regen. But I think the idea is that it's going to make it more likely that I'll at least regen out some of the damage I take in case I get hit perfectly by her max hit to kill me. Because I think that the new regen interval is similar to the stun interval. So as long as I heal a teensy bit of HP when she hits me, it should put me out of range of getting one shot. I think I only literally need one HP regen tick to not die. Let me try to do the math. So suppose she manages to do damage to me in such a way that exactly hits me down to 74,839 HP. While I'm stunned, this 530 HP tick should happen, and I should survive. So I think that that's kind of a good solution. I'm not going to be able to pickpocket the level 8 NPC without getting more hit points levels, but I'm probably just going to stay on her until level 10 anyway. Once I get 10 thieving, I think I have to go. It needs to be combat time. I can't do the full combat training because I'm going to eventually have to go into runecraft and make runes so I can even level magic in the first place, but I will try to get ranged, probably in this order: range, attack, strength, defense, up to 10. And then I'll do magic last once I have all the resources from doing magic for that period of time. All right, I've been AFKing this lady long enough that I'm now thieving Abyssal level 10, which was when I said I was going to stop. But I still don't have her NPC unique drop. I looked it up, and I guess it gives you extra AP, so Abyss GP, which seems pretty important, especially if I'm about to do a ton of combat content, and I really need money for things like training summoning. So I might stay on her until it drops. I also might try to can I tab and spam eat here? Technically, yes, I can. Okay. I might spam eat the Blighted Dryad because she has seeds that I need. I'm not going to get her unique or anything, but I can probably pickpocket her enough that I can start planting those seeds instead of the ones I'm currently planting. All right, I'm just going to pickpocket the Dryad for a little bit and hold down the eat button. 89% success rate, still pretty good. I'm probably still not at a huge risk of dying, but it's much more likely to happen than it is with the turned woman. So I'm just going to hold down enter and see how many of these seeds I can get. I don't need to get too many of them, right? Because they'll go infinite pretty quickly, as we've experienced already with the Gloom Sprout seeds. So she actually has an item that gives plus 5% max health. It's an area unique, so it probably is going to drop pretty quickly. That would be really great here because it seems like percent max health is kind of busted. And my only other source of percent max health is the Superior God Sigil, but it really jumps you up a lot if you remember to equip it when doing something like thieving. So I might stick on her until that necklace drops and then switch back to the Turn Woman. Her rare drop is a magic staff that I'm probably going to want to go for before I meaningfully try to train magic, because it looks like it would be pretty good for leveling magic. But I don't know how long I want to be pickpocketing her when I haven't already done a decent amount of combat training. I guess my hope is that if I get to level 10 ranged, attack, strength, and defense, that my hit points will then be high enough that I won't have to worry about getting one shot by her and I won't have to hold this button down to heal. There we go. Just got the amulet to drop. Also got these toxic spores, and I guess that's used in crafting later. Yeah, plus 5% max hit points, evasion and accuracy down, and a benefit when the enemy is blighted, but I don't care about that part. So yeah, already that increases my health outside the range that I need to worry about the turned woman. I don't need to wear that regen necklace anymore. It's completely safe. So I'll probably return to her later just to try to get her staff, but mostly wanted to get that to make this completely safe. And maybe that might make it easier for me to AFK some of the monsters once I switch to combat. I'm trying to plan out my life here. I think before I do combat, okay, so here, let me walk you through the steps. We're gonna get this necklace that gives me extra AP. An NPC unique drop, don't know how long it's gonna take. Once it drops, I'm gonna switch to summoning, because I think I have enough money accrued from thieving and other sources maybe to get my summoning to level 5, because level 5 summoning is new marks, one of which is the Golden Thief that I can use in combat. And I want to be leveling that stuff as soon as possible. I'm probably going to have to AFK imp tablets for a really long time and just burn through all of my money, because I think spending 3 million, like, I'm going to burn through that so fast. I guess I've got 80% preservation chance with everything stacked, but it's going to be a little scary. Hopefully I can get level 5. I'm like halfway through level 3, so if I just sit and make a ton of imp tablets, maybe it'll be possible. There we go. Just got this necklace I was going for. 10% global AP and minimum AP up from thieving. Seems fantastic. Still kind of have a health issue if I swap to that, but just getting the minimum AP is kind of a big deal. Anyway, I got the thing that I was going for, so now it's time to switch to summoning. I'm going to try to get as many imps as I possibly can. Imps, because I probably have enough bark, too, to let that run for a really long time. Let me calculate how many I'm going to need based on this mastery level. How many charms I need, that is. I think it's more charms than I can afford. Yeah, it is. That's all I can afford, so I guess that's all I'm doing. I'm going to try to let this run. I'm going to try to max out my stats here. So I have this guy is giving me chance to preserve and reduce chance cost, which affects the shards, which is nice. Let's equip everything else, though, to get it down as much as possible. Okay, got it to 80% preservation chance. The doubling chance is pretty penalized right now by rooftop climb. God, it's so expensive to swap in and off that. I probably should level it up to 99 so that that penalty goes down, but I think what we do is I'm just going to take this 10% astrology interval, because it doesn't have any downsides, and I'm probably going to end up doing astrology at some point, and it looks like it should help with abyssal astrology, so we can take that. That's fine. Because if I do astrology right now, I already have a really short interval, so I'll maybe think about that at some point, because I'm going to need all that abyssal stardust. But let's focus on one thing at a time. Summoning. I want to do summoning so that I can get tablets so that I can continue to level it once I go into combat. So I think I've got everything here to make this as fast as it's going to get. Okay, I'm going to use my fancy spreadsheet calculator to see how long I can get away with this. I think it's actually very long, despite having a lot of inputs here. So it's 1.6 seconds. Input count I have to calculate. 2946. Well, let's just say it's 3,000. Preservation chance is 0.8. That gives me like 6 hours. So I'll let that run this afternoon. I don't know how much XP that's functionally going to get me, but the amount of XP per tablet's not too bad. It could be better. I think, yeah, minus 1% is probably worth it, because the mastery is going to save me down the line. Oh man, it would be great if I could let this run long enough to get this shard cost reduction, the 25% mastery threshold. I probably can't. It's probably way too many tablets, but that would save me so much money. So I might try to go for that. Okay, checking in here. This seems to suggest, so I got to Abyssal level 4. Did I run out of cards? I didn't let this run for that long. Wow, I did. I must have calculated something wrong. I don't know how long it ran for before I ran out. Really want to try to get to level 5 so that I can at least get the new tablets for woodcutting and for combat. I shouldn't stand here staring at the screen while I'm not actively training this skill, though. So I'm probably going to go do combat for a little bit just to get some more money so I can buy more summoning shards. I think that's probably the way to go here. I'm going to go ahead and try to fight this leech again. He drops a pretty decent amount of AP, actually. The lacerating dagger shards, I'm going to have to get a lot of kills to get enough to make the lacerating dagger, but now that I have more hit points levels, I don't have to worry about him one-shotting me. I don't have to hold down the eat button, so should be a little bit more doable. And then once I have enough money, I'll go back into summoning and try to clear this out, because I'm pretty close. Well, I guess I just barely hit level 4, so I probably need a comparable amount of money, like another 3 million or so coins to be able to afford the shards. Brutal skill to try to level early, I'll say that much. I guess I was really close to Slayer level 2. I should make sure that I'm fighting Slayer tasks here. I think the way that they handled Slayer gear. Okay, so this is interesting. I've already gotten, I think you had to do 50 woe tasks to be able to buy this thing, but then I think you use this for every Slayer upgrade after that. So you never need to do substantially more Slayer tasks after the initial woe set. But it's 500k to do even one, which is pretty brutal. Probably a better system though. I didn't really like the way Slayer gear worked in vanilla Melvor because it always felt like you were like one tier behind when the gear would be relevant. Until Throne of the Herald, I think Throne of the Herald handled it pretty decently. But I'm gonna try to re-roll until I get the leech here, as long as I'm kind of paying attention to it. Should mention, I think I made a big mistake earlier. When I took these township skill tree options up here in the corner, I think I understood the percentage of its size to be based on percentage of the XP gain, but it's the actual size of the wave, which, I mean, makes sense now that I read it, but I shouldn't have taken these because I don't think these are going to matter until I'm like 60 township. I really should have taken the global abyssal XP. It would have helped with everything else. It's too late now. I don't think there's any way to respec it, sadly. Okay, I now have half of the dagger shards I need, which wasn't too bad. It's going pretty quick, actually, but I have enough Slayer coins to buy the last Abyssal Slayer gear set. And I was like, I could save up for this, but I need to have Slayer level 10 and defense level 10 to upgrade any of this stuff, and that's going to take a really long time. So I'm just going to get the gear that I'll eventually be able to use as the Wizard Hat, Woeful, and the Wizard Boots. And then after that, I don't think I have anything really to spend these coins on, so I'm just going to accrue them. Eventually, I need to save up a bunch to get access to new Slayer areas, and eventually, I obviously need a ton to get these, but there's nothing else pressing since I have the gear sets now. I'm going to pop into complain here because I feel like complaining is what gets it to drop. I'm pretty dry on the 6th shard here. I got 5, and I've had 5 for a while. I think once it drops, I'm probably going to go kill the Scarecrow to just try to get as many tree seeds as I possibly can. It's also the only magic enemy that I can fight, so probably the main thing I'm going to have to train melee on. I really would like to do this dungeon as soon as possible, but I think I need to at least be level 10 hit points to have a chance to not get deleted. So we'll see. Maybe when I hit level 10, I'll give it a try. Finally got the last shard. I don't want to keep fighting this guy because I don't really need any of the other drops here. Upgrade item. Here we go. Lacerating dagger. I think that's quite a bit better than the earlier dagger. There's still a couple other things I can do with Slayer right now. I need to kill a bunch of Crimson Hounds for a township task anyway. 200 Crimson Hounds. And given that it's melee, I think I can just fight it with my current setup. I should go see if it has like really bad max hit or something. 73k. No. I think I'm completely safe to just AFK it. I'll get the 200 kills. I don't think he drops anything else. I guess, okay, no. The lacerating staff fragment is that we want that. I want to try to have that from before I start actively training magic. But then I can use the lacerating dagger later for training against the Scarecrow. I think for now it still makes sense to sit on the throwing knife. You could be like, well, why don't you get the lacerating short bow? The throwing knife is super fast and the short bow is slower. So I think that I have enough damage bonuses right now from like the eradicating gloves and the ring of malice that it wouldn't really matter if I had the extra effect of the lacerating short bow. Missed that I got level 3 Slayer, so which of these do I take is the question. I think the Slayer region effect negation is going to be the most important. I always try to take the thing that feels like it's going to be the most transformative, right? Rather than something that's just like a boring math increase. I expect there are going to be areas where I literally need the effect negation, whereas the other things on this list are less immediately impactful, like extra damage, okay. Player task extension costs, don't really care. Coins are good, but it's going to be a while until I can really benefit from coins. Global Slayer. Damage is helpful right now. The coins aren't helpful until I can increase my level cap and get Slayer to level 10 so I can buy the Slayer gear upgrade. I guess I take the damage increase here. I guess so. I'm not going to be fighting Slayer monsters that much, but we'll see. So I'm checking now if it's possible for me to start doing auto Slayer. I think it is with throwing daggers. It's cutting it a little close, and I might need to actually go and make sure I've got plenty of throwing daggers to overnight it. But this enemy, so long as I wear the amulet that gives me additional maximum hit points, can't quite kill me. It can kill me if I don't have this amulet on, and I really don't want to wear it because it gives me like penalties to accuracy and evasion that suck. I think if I get one more hit points level, I won't need to wear it though. So we tried the swooper. I think the abyssal bat is just easier than the swooper, so it shouldn't even be a problem. Yeah, not an issue. And then check the other guy. The last enemy that might be a problem is the abyssal scarecrow, since it has a type advantage against me in the abyss. But even that one is only 73k. So yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and turn on Auto Slayer since I'm not really particularly excited about any specific drops from any specific enemy. Obviously, I want to try to fight melee enemies if I can since I have a type advantage against them. But I think the benefit of being able to overnight and get Slayer XP is really good. I'm just going to let it run for now, but at some point I'm probably going to pop over to smithing just to make a bunch more bars and then make a bunch more throwing knives so I can let this AFK overnight with confidence. I think with the superior max cape and the what is it, the bandit center, I guess this doesn't actually give me any ammo savings, but I think my ammo savings is already like 90% or something really high. I just don't know that I can overnight it with only 6,300 daggers, so I probably will want to make, I don't know, 5,000 more or something. It probably would have been best for me to route this a little bit differently, since I think range is the only attack style that can safely fight everything in this Slayer tier. I think if I were on melee, even with this amulet equipped, I would get fucked up by the ranged enemies because of the combat triangle. So once I hit 10 range, I obviously don't want to keep training range. I'm probably going to switch to melee and just camp the scarecrow. The boring thing to fight, but I got to get to level 10 anyway to unlock everything else. I might try to do the dungeon once I get to 10 hit points. I think that's when it's going to be relatively safe. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Before I do any of that, though, I'm going to see if I can squeeze out. I really want to try to squeeze out this summoning level. If I can get summoning 5 and I can get the Abyssal Gulbin Thief, I just have to spend all of my money to do that, but I'm just going to see if it happens. All right, not quite going to make it here. I think I need like another 2-3 million AP to be able to get even close. So I'm likely just gonna end up overnighting attack, strength, or defense. Probably do defense actually, since that one's useful for all combat styles, and it's starting at level 1. Okay, outer resources. Need another 600k. Not happening. Gearing up and just gonna melee the um scarecrow. I can use my words. Okay, how did overnighting this scarecrow go? Well, it turns out defense level 9, hit points level 8, corruption level 4. Probably set on tree seeds for a while in case I have to plant the lowest level one. I'll stay here until defense level 10. Am I close? Oh, super close. Perfect timing. Calculated. I didn't set out to do that on purpose, but that's pretty swell. Summoning's actually pretty close now, just from the fiddling XP from doing combat. So that's nice to see that I actually got some XP from that. I think township is ready here. Tempting because I have another day of winter and I get a pretty significant building reduction. But I think I need to start building stuff as soon as possible because all this soul storage and I'm not using. I don't know. Just been repairing throughout winter without really worrying about it. I do fight wave now. I guess I can get the level up regardless, right? It doesn't hurt to just take the level up whether I build the new buildings right away or not. Township is now abyssal level 10. Look at the skill tree. These are the ones I really should have been taking this whole time. Defense is now abyssal level. We take the global abyssal XP. Should have taken those sooner, but it's fine. Here, I suppose I'll switch to attack because I think that this dagger is a little bit worse with strength. It's barely worse with strength. It's not that big of a deal. Probably want to do strength though, because that's where you get some bonuses that reduce enemy abyssal resistance. So maybe I'll just jump straight over to that. Not too far into level 3 attack anyway. As far as the defense skill tree, I'm just trying to go for global evasion. Nothing on here is particularly exciting because of the way defense works in Melvor. The one thing that does rock is 3% abyssal resistance, but it's like all the way at the bottom of the tree, so I'm not getting it anytime soon. And is this going to okay, I guess I can pick that up. That's pretty good. That's at least useful for every combat style. Um, let me see. I have almost 8 million abyssal pieces, so that's enough that I could go ahead and finish summoning. So I should do that. Need to do farming and then I'll do that. Should hit the level here pretty cleanly. There it is. Abyssal Golden Thief, Abyssal Ent. So the Golden Thief, I think, is attack, strength, or defense. Perfect. And then the Ent is woodcutting, of course. So I guess I can try to quickly, while I'm geared for gathering, switch to gathering for a second just to get the Ent one to drop, because that would be a really nice one. It's probably going to be good summoning XP per hour. So they'll just be able to equip it on a skill that I need to run anyway. I was reading that the way summoning XP works in this expansion is that, well, compared to vanilla, in vanilla, summoning XP scales with interval time. Here it doesn't. So if you can get the interval really, really short on something like mining, where I think is still the shortest interval that I can get, then you can really pound through levels. So I think getting to 5 and then 10 are going to be pretty big breakpoints for this skill. I was hoping to really quickly pick up the Ent mark here. I think it's like a 1 in 600 drop, so I should get it in 600 seconds, which is like 10 minutes, right? Haven't gotten it so far. I've got 1.3 million woodcutting XP, so maybe I'm just a little bit dry. The plan is to go back onto combat as soon as I get this mark drop, because I want to try to level up the Golden Thief as much as possible. And Golden Thief should help with getting money. Probably going to keep that equipped for a really long time, to be honest. To do Golden Thief, though, as soon as I get that mark, I have to go back into smithing, and because I think the secondary is Abyssium daggers, so I have to make a ton of those. I do enjoy that we're getting fun candy loops again in this expansion. All right, finally got this mark, so now I'm going to switch to go get the Golden Thief. Over here trying to get this Golden Thief mark, and it is crazy how much each hit points level increases your auto eat threshold. It's like wild. I think I started out with an auto eat threshold of like 45,000 or something, and I'm not even, what hit points level am I at? 8? Yeah. It adds up really fast. Really hard to justify using soul points to train prayer because it's really slow, especially at level 1 when all you have is this one prayer. But I think I have enough banked soul points that I can justify it now. I'm just waiting until the mark pops up. Something that's nice that I kind of didn't appreciate is that the combat stats are all completely uncapped, just like melee is at the beginning of vanilla. So I'm not gonna like have to worry about going over level 10 hit points. And in fact, it might still make sense for me to AFK ranged beyond level 10 just because it's really fast and I can use it to train Slayer. It's actually possible now, I guess once this Scarecrow task ends, I'm just gonna go try to fight all of the highest level monsters available to me just to see if melee can AFK them safely now that I have such a higher auto eat threshold. Because I'd rather be getting Slayer XP the whole time I'm doing this than just fighting the Scarecrow. Yeah, I think I'm safe to do auto Slayer now. Max hit 85k. My auto eat threshold is 107k, so I'm just gonna turn that on. Chance to hit kind of sucks, but what are you gonna do? All right, that also took a while, but there's the Mark of the Abyssal Golden Thief. I'm gonna try to make as many of those as I possibly can. Is gonna require me to make a bunch more daggers, so I'm gonna start by smithing bars, and then I'll make daggers, and then I'll make probably thousands of those tablets is the objective here. So previously, I was holding on to my point in smithing here to get the preservation cap increase, but now that I have the hourglass, I think the hourglass effect that gives me +1 additional quantity of resource gain is really good, and the 10% cost penalty is pretty bad. So I think I'd rather balance those out because I think I'm actually going to be running below preservation chance, at least in smithing. There are some other skills like summoning where I desperately need to be at the preservation chance no matter what. uh, preservation chance cap. But here it's like it's pretty easy to get a million ores, right? Have more than enough ores to do what you need to do. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and take this guy, and then once I get another level up, I'll take this guy, and that should help counteract this effect a little bit. All right, there's smithing level 4. Pump in that guy, so that will counteract the effect entirely of having the hourglass. I don't think the Abyssium Sword is better than the Laceration Dagger, but I'll go ahead and make one. Why not? Let me see if I can compare them really quick. So this guy has the Abyssal Double Strike, strength bonus of 261. Well, strength bonus is way higher, but the attack speed is also substantially slower. I guess I'd have to try it. Hoping maybe it would have a better slash bonus, but no, it's still stab related. Okay. It would definitely be better than the dagger, but the base dagger, but I don't know that it's better than the lacerating dagger. All right, I'm sitting on like 3,000 daggers. I might AFK this more later, but I think I have enough that I can at least get started with this Abyssal Golden Thief. So in this case, we want the thing that makes me more likely to preserve resources and minimizes costs. And I'm just going to gear up and try to make as many of these tablets as I can. All right, I was able to squeeze out about 20,000, 21,000 Golden Thief tablets. That should last me a while. I'm going to go ahead and make some Ent tablets as well because I think AFKing woodcutting is going to be very easy to do. And I like things that are easy. Just make as many as I can afford to, I guess. The big thing is shard costs. I just don't have the AP to pay for them. All right, got my 20k Ent tablets. I'm actually kind of curious to see how quickly the Ent tablets accrue XP here. So I'm going to woodcut very briefly. I just want to see like what the rate is like, given that my interval is pretty short. And then I'm going to take on the Golden Thief and just focus on combat until I can start raising level caps. Holy shit, the XP rate is way better. It's 368 per tablet consumed now instead of like 60 per tablet. And also it's happening every 1.3 seconds instead of when I was doing with harvesting, it was like every 2.4 seconds. So yeah, that's way better. I might actually be able to level summoning with this. Good to see. Yeah, so I'd let this run for a second. I'm now getting 1 million summoning Abyssal XP per hour from training woodcutting with the Abyssal Ent, which is really good. It was previously 17,000 per hour using the Imp and 100,000 per hour using the Golem and harvesting. So huge grinding breakpoint there. I think we're going to keep trying to get nests is the most interesting thing from woodcutting, or at least it affects other skills the most. So keep pumping in skill tree points to that. Current plan is to unlock the Mark level 2 for the Abyssal Ent, which lets it synergize with the harvesting familiar. It only helps me in harvesting, but I just want to have it ready for when we raise level caps later and I go back to harvesting in the future. And then I'll switch to the Golden Thief and probably just let that run until I run out of tablets and then spend the money on making more Golden Thieves. All right, there's Ent level 2. Gonna roll with that and go ahead and start doing combat with the Golden Thief. All right, I ended up doing, I know I said I was gonna do strength, but I got attack to level 4 so I could spend the skill points on this guy. Chance to apply laceration. And then I think after that I'm gonna switch to strength. Eventually I'll come back to attack. Okay, it took me a minute to get this level 2 for the Mark of the Golden Thief, but now I have a synergy finally active. 10 AP gain per enemy combat level on kill, which is pretty good. That's like 5,000 AP per kill if I'm killing a cow. Is that right? That's actually really good. That's a ton of money compared to what I was previously getting. These things drop like, yeah, like 1680 at best. So that's really substantially increasing my income. I'm probably going to need to keep this synergy up for a really long time, and I should keep it up because it's good for summoning XP. Another task completion here, killed these Crimson Hounds. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be possible for me to get 10 task completions until I raise the level cap on some of these. And there's something I could technically get this one, but I can't spend. Well, I guess if I save up 5,000 Abyssal Stardust, it refunds them to me. I could technically do that. This is from doing the next dungeon. Still going to wait until I get to 10 hit points before attempting it. Should be pretty doable as soon as I'm 10. Just hit Slayer level 5, which I can't do anything with right now because I have to complete the dungeon to be able to unlock that Slayer area. But let me check here. Do I have something unlocked from the skill tree now? Yeah, I think I'm going to try to keep pulling Slayer effect negation. I think that's the right thing to focus on because, like I said, it's the one that's the most transformative. All right, let this AFK during stream. I got corruption level, a summoning level, a slayer level, and 3 strength levels, which is pretty great. And a whole shitload of loot. And max level abyssal golden. All right, we got a lot of skill trees to take a look at here. So we definitely want the enemy abyssal resistance down. I think that's pretty good. Probably the best source of DPS I could get my hands on. I also got a corruption level, which I might just wait to get more XP, question mark. Because the other stuff for corruption's not super helpful at the moment. I think we save up for more abyssal combat XP. Don't think I can do anything with the Slayer level. No, I can't. Why it's in red. Okay. And then the summoning level, I think I also just kind of have to wait to get this guy, the additional cost reduction. It is nice that you get decent summoning XP from combat. Those first 5 levels are brutal, though. Like, one of the biggest, most insane breakpoint grinds I've seen in a game like this, where it's like if you can make it to level 5, it's smooth sailing, but getting to level 5 is a bitch. Good lord, getting prayer levels is brutal. And maybe it's like summoning and eventually it speeds up once you can like actually run a couple of them at the same time. There's no reason to run these two at the same time because it's like melee max hit and range max hit, but I think if I do it, I get more prayer per tick. I get more XP per tick. Yeah. But one of them is wasted. It's not actually giving me better stats since I can only be one combat style at a time. And I don't think I have the soul points to support this and auto-corrupting monsters, and I think auto-corrupting monsters is more important. So I'm just going to leave the one on for now. That seems like I'm somewhat able to keep pace with it. I do finally have enough lacerating shortbow fragments to make the lacerating shortbow, which I'll probably do. I don't need to fight the Crimson Viper or the Leech anymore. I only have 2 staff fragments, so I'm going to, so long as I'm able to pay attention to the game, I'm going to try to refresh Slayer task to get the dog that drops these staff fragments. And then I think I'll have everything that I can get from the Woe Slayer tasks. Okay, I just got hit points level 10. I am going to give the dungeon a try. I'm going to try to just pay really close attention to max hit and see if I need to bail at any point. I'm going to try to do it just with ranged. I think that's probably going to be okay. Let me move some gear around here. All right, Depths of Woe. I'm going to be ready to manual heal if I need to. At some point, I might need to come in here and try to specifically set this up with multiple gear sets to swap. But it would be great if I could just AFK it, so that's what I'm going to try to watch for. I think that most of the dungeon is just enemies you've already seen me fight a bunch of times, so I probably need to spend too much time on this here. Max hit points up, resistance up. Okay. Trying to eyeball, like, what bonuses does the computer get? Does it get anything that, like, reduces my abyssal resistance or increases my damage taken or whatever? Laceration's interesting because it keeps me from just holding down the heal button as a way to brute force the dungeon. All right, so this guy has a combat style advantage against me as magic, and he's fine. He's still underneath my auto-eat threshold. There's going to be some spider enemies later who I think are going to be slightly more dangerous. I have to pay a little bit more attention to. I am kind of deleting everything else, though. If I get... It's probably worth getting 10 clears here, because then I can get an unlock. It adds some of my max hit to my min hit or something like that. So that would be good if I'm going to be overnighting combat to try to level things up. So far, so good, it looks like. But I also haven't gotten any of the dangerous enemies yet. Worst case scenario, I could try to just like quickly swap to melee weapon if there's an enemy that looks like it's going to cause problems for me. This guy, 81k, that should be fine. I probably don't want to be corrupting these guys unnecessarily. To turn that off. Makes them more accurate, which is not that big of a deal, but guy hits for 82k, which isn't a big deal. Oh, I should go ahead and equip the... Yeah, that gives me a better... The God's Enhancement gives me a better auto-eat threshold. I had it unequipped because I don't really need it. And the evasion bonus is convenient for doing Slayer. Okay, so this guy hits for 95k, which is fine. But I do have attack advantage against him, so... The mage might be a problem because in the reverse combat triangle, the mage is going to have advantage against me. That guy does 101k as ranged. I'm really hoping we get lucky here and it pulls the mage and it's like just below my auto eat threshold. That would make me extremely happy. Select damage. 114k. That is completely fine. Fantastic. I would love to AFK this dungeon for a couple clears here. I guess I don't know that the final boss is safe. Yeah, it looks like the max hit changes a little bit, but doesn't really go above the threshold that's really dangerous for me. So that's fantastic. Laceration stacks suck, though. I'm not a fan. Okay, Tangled Weaver, 119k. Despite being ranged, is actually more dangerous. That's interesting. Toxin gives me slow. Trying to watch the damage numbers here. 123. That's cutting it close. The God enhancement is making a difference there. I don't know what it is exactly that's bringing the max hit up. It might be my Abyssal Barrage expiring or something, but I haven't seen it go above 123, so I think it's safe. Okay, and here's the actual boss. This is the moment of truth. 117k gives the enemy extra resistance. Gives me less max hit. Gives them extra attack interval and accuracy rating. Got a fucking shitload of health, though. Holy crap. Are they regenerating, too? Gives you minus 10% abyssal resistance. Okay, so, like, my gear doesn't really matter here. I don't think I can get over 10% abyssal resistance right now, anyway. Guy's gonna take a very long time to kill with my current setup, as we can see here. See if I can switch some gear sets out now that that effect is already gone, right? Just regioning a lot is the problem, and he's going to get his corruption here, which I think just gives him accuracy. I'm going to have to deal with having 25 stacks of laceration for the whole fight. Let me see if I can dig up any more damage while I'm fighting him here. Maybe this golden quiver, ancient quiver is better. I think that works here. Don't really need the Leviathan shield. Maybe the ranged power shield, isn't that what it's called? this thing. Ranged max hit and crit chance up. I don't think the Leviathan shield was doing me a lot of favors. I think if I take off the elusive boots, it's still fine. And I can see if there's a ring that really gives me meaningful damage here. He's kind of fucking me up right now, though. It's not great. I could maybe do the Ring of Barrage. Probably don't need the Fury of the Elemental Zodiacs. I could benefit from more crit chance. Ring of Power doesn't do me any good here. Time you successfully hit it, stacking up to 5 times. My hit chance, 40% with the Diamond Luck Potion. Probably not good enough. Does he have, what immunities does he have? Because his life steal is what's kicking my ass right now. Maybe the Deadly Toxins Potion is better. Counteracts his life steal a little bit. I also don't have protection prayers right now, so I can't really meaningfully reduce his chance to hit me. There's a couple things that might work for that though, because I think I have like the adaptive defense potion. Evasion ratings are multiplied. I can see how much that reduces his chance to hit me. The poison chance seems to be helping. But this is also an insanely long fight, so I'll report back when he's almost dead. Well, getting range level 10 during the fight maybe helps if I can pick up an upgrade with that. Can I get more? Oh, that costs 4. Could take the max hit. I think this is still going to be better DPS, and it's probably better for me to wait for that. What's tempting is to quickly swap to the lacerating dagger to get laceration stacks on the boss, because he's probably balanced around assuming that he's lacerating a little bit. That seems really dangerous since I already have 25 laceration stacks, right? That might have been acceptable if I had done it right when I came into the fight, but I didn't. I switch to it, I have to like switch back off of it really quickly before I risk dying. This will eventually beat him. The poison is slowly overtaking his damage. Something I could probably do is swap off this into something else. Like, it doesn't say that he's immune to stun or anything, so I can land like a stun. That might give me a second to catch up on DPS a little bit here. My attack speed is fast enough that I should be able to stun him quite regularly. Yeah, that seems to be helping a bit. Although he attacks so slowly that it takes him forever to get his attacks back up again. Tempting to take more sources of burn potentially as well. Getting 10 clears here is going to suck though. I don't want to be, because he's like just chunking through my food. We'll do the 1 clear for now. We'll see what we get. And then I'm going to have to come up with another plan to fight him. I have a feeling that if I'm able to get full laceration stacks on him and then just switch to my current combat style, that it's going to be gravy. And I think this is actually somewhat decent combat training because like he's never having to respawn and I'm almost always at my maximum interval bonus, right? So I could just sit here and hit him forever just to train ranged, but I'm going to burn through all of my resources in the process. Come on, any second now. I do like that they actually made this guy kind of dangerous compared to the rest of the dungeon. Apply laceration. I think if I had whatever the prayer equivalent of protect from melee is, then just him having a lower hit chance would reduce how much lifesteal he's doing, which would make my life quite a bit easier. I'm gonna have to review the VOD to see how much damage I took. Should see if I have a better ring, because the Ring of Malice is great on the way in, but sucks the instant I start actually DPSing him. I need a ring that's like actually going to do damage. Most of the stuff doesn't really affect damage in this world. Damage reduction, max hit added a min hit, maybe. Doing something, the Ring of Malice is doing nothing right now, so I may as well equip something. Bet if I come here with the lacerating short bow, we're completely good. Okay, that was a nightmare, but we did it. It was a big fucking mess, but we got one clear. Did I get something good for one of these chests? Okay, well, the fact that they dropped these summoning shards is actually really nice. I'm a little bit better off on money now. If I want to make the bow, right, it's a twisted short bow, which would require me to level fletching, which I haven't touched yet. That's level 2 fletching, though, so I could do that. So I'm going to try to make the twisted short bow and see if that makes enough of a difference. A very wise choice I see they've done here in fletching has gotten rid of the idea of having arrow shafts as a distinct thing you have to make, and you just use logs directly. Hope that's one of the things that carries over into Melvor too. There's a lot of stuff that's the way it is in Melvor because that's how it is in RuneScape, right? And it's frequently not for the best. Okay, so I don't think that this beaver familiar specifies Melvor realm only. 1.3 seconds. I can click that and get down to, oh, I guess it's implied that it's Melvor realm only. Oh, well, I was excited about that too. Let's go ahead and take this guy because I maxed everything eventually. And then we're going to move cartography to the place that gives me the fletching bonus, which is here. Yep. And then I'm also going to go ahead and equip the fletching gloves. I bought one of each type of glove. Switch this back to this guy for the extra mastery. And what else can I do to kind of maximize my gains here? I need to clean up all of these menus. Get the fletching interval, but almost nothing else. And I think we want the cost reduction, other savings here. Oh, the abyssal fletching gloves have to compete with the sharp fletcher gloves? Shit, man. Does that go in the passive slot? No, it can't. That's kind of a bummer. All right, well, let me go ahead and start fletching here. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Looks like I almost calculated the number of arrow tips I would need exactly correctly, but I got level 2. I can go ahead and make the one twisted short. Oh, no, I need twisted logs. Okay, I think that's wood cutting, so let me go wood cut for a bit. Okay, I ended up hitting level 5 and getting some twisted logs here. I don't need to spend too much time on this, although it is getting me more summoning XP, which is great. Can't complain about that. Let me go ahead and make this bow. Need the one. I like how it looks like the twisted bow in old school. It's cute. Upgrade item. There we go. And I've got a bunch of arrows. I'm going to sit here and woodcut for a little bit longer, but I'm going to try the dungeon again with this lacerating short bow and see if it helps make the boss a little bit less miserable. Let me AFK for a bit longer. I've been letting this run because I'm not able to play attentively at the moment, and holy crap, having 2 trees is extremely fast. I don't know if they remembered that you could do 2 trees, because it's like way faster than any other gathering skill right now, even mining, which is pretty quick. But I just got another unlock, so I'm going to get the base quantity increase, then save up for the Drake Nest base quantity increase. You guys are the closest thing to being transformative. I've barely been letting this run at all, and I'm already level 9 woodcutting. I need to go to bed. I was really hoping to get my 10 clears in, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. So I'm just going to AFK attack training, I guess. Because if I do strength, it'll be too much. And attack would be too much, too. I guess I could do runecraft, but... Holy shit. 6 essence? I guess it's making 6 runes at a time. No, let's not do runecraft. I would like to level summoning, so I can do that with my Golden Thief tablets. So I'll just AFK attack and try to get it to level 10 or higher when I check in the morning. All right, checking in on overnighting combat here. Always a treat. Okay, attacks level 10, hit points level 11, Slayer level 9. I will actually get that to 10. That's nice. Summoning level 10. That's unexpected, but very exciting. I really cannot get these lacerating staff shards to save my life. I have to try to focus on that. Oh, I got the Slayer pet. Oh, that's actually really funny. That's the normal Slayer pet that I never got all the way to Slayer 120. So I finally got it. All right, and yeah, the Abyssal Occultist, Abyssal Mole, that's extremely exciting. I guess I'll go ahead, since I'm close enough to level 11, I'll let level 11 happen, and then I'll switch to get Strength to 10, then I have to Runecraft to be able to take Magic from 1 to 10. Skill tree situation, chance to get more stacks of Laceration, or chance when you apply it to get an extra stack. I think we want to have higher chance to apply first. And then hit points, we want more Abyssal XP. Anything with these other guys. Slayer, I can probably take the flat Slayer area negation. Use my words. Okay. Corruption. We just save up for the additional Corruption Abyssal XP. And I think I need to wait a few minutes for Township to tick over. I've been waiting for winter to end so I can do all of the building with fortunately, I'm short of the soul storage cap. I've been waiting to do building until spring because that should make everything quite a bit less expensive, and I want to make sure I can make my resources stretch as far as possible. We have a township task for doing the dungeon 1 time, so that's 5 tasks complete. Okay. All right, I'm going to go back to the Depths of Woe dungeon here in a second. I'm going to bring the ranged prayer, and let's see if the lacerating short bow makes a difference now that I can actually pay attention to the game again. I might still have to bounce out if things go badly, but I think that it should be better if I can get 25 stacks of lacerate on the ball. The actual dungeon is pretty noticeably slower with this weapon compared to the throwing daggers. But what I might end up doing is just microing it a little bit, paying attention, using the daggers until the boss, swapping to it just to make sure that the boss can get the full lacerate stacks, and then swapping back to the daggers. We'll see once I get to the boss, though. It's only the regular fights that are kind of slow. All right, let's see how this actual boss goes here. Hopefully better. Just being able to apply lacerate stacks feels like it's kind of a big deal. Caps out at 25. So it's based on the attacker's max hit, which is interesting. I think that potentially gets pretty crazy after a while. I have to wait for the lacerate special attack and then it has to land, but I guess last time I was fighting it for so long that waiting didn't really matter. I have a few laceration potions that I got as drops, but there's only like 1 charge on each of them, so it's probably best to just wait it out here. Even with the lacerate stacks and manually swapping to the throwing knives, boss is still really nasty. He just has a ton of life steal. I don't know if there's anything else I can really do to make sure that I'm not sitting here fighting him for 10 minutes at a time, you know? Yeah, I got it clear, but it was ridiculously slow. I'm just gonna putz around and see if there's any other things I can do to make this more likely to end better, so I'm not sitting there fighting him for like 5-10 minutes. Tried some different things here. I tried doing the Pratt set to try to increase my range damage as much as possible, and I tried turning on the Voodoo Trinket, which I think was probably the most noticeable difference. Here, for some reason, I'm really struggling, despite having a decent chance to hit, to get my 25 stacks of Lacerate out. I don't know why. I might, next time I fight him, switch to melee just to see, because maybe now that I'm level 11 hit points, his max hit won't be high enough that he can kill me, because I should be able to get my 25 stacks up pretty fast with melee. I probably don't want this for the rest of the dungeon. Like, it's really a hard sell to switch off the max cape basically ever. But this took, half as long. Still a really long time, but not quite so bad. I'm just gonna try to get the 10 kills so I can get that that unlock. all should be fine. And after we kill him, we just switch everything back to the stuff that's good for the rest of the dungeon. No good drops from the chests yet, just summoning shards, which I guess are good, but less good now that I have 62 million abyssal pieces. There's a couple interesting things in the chest. I don't think they're going to make this dungeon any easier, but it would be nice to get some of the uniques. The pet's only a 1 in 20 drop chance, which is pretty nice, but I guess that's just because the final boss is so annoying. Okay, I got some drops here. The Abyssal Shield and the Woeful Gloves. The Abyssal Shield's deal is 5% Abyssal Resistance and decent stats elsewhere. That might get me to an idle threshold for something later. And then the gloves, give the enemy minus 5% max hit for the first 5 turns. So I imagine that does something, right? I guess it's 1% abyssal resistance in the glove slot, which is cool. It's decent strength bonus for range, although not as good as the eradicating gloves. I think there's another drop here because I was looking at the drop table. There's a thing that causes the enemy to build up stacks of negative max hit. So maybe the idea is that you equip this with that other item that gives them the max hit penalty stack so that they start out at the max stack and then they keep the max stack after you've hit them a few times. Because if you don't have this, then you could die in the first couple attacks against that enemy. Maybe. Nothing here insanely exciting. Like this would be interesting, but it's kind of hard to justify taking when I would be losing out on the shield of ranged power. Maybe if I can build up enough abyssal resistance, that will substantially reduce the amount of, because what's happening is I'm taking a bunch of lacerate damage unresisted, and the lacerate damage is healing the boss, which is why it's taking so long to kill it. Each one of these kills is a huge struggle, and it's absolutely chunking through my food reserves, but I want to get that passive unlock to increase my minimum hit, so I'm going to stick with it here. Guess this guy's combat level is technically high enough that it could trigger a bunch of the optional corruptions. This is a mechanic I haven't really been able to engage with yet, but my understanding is that you just have a small chance whenever you're fighting an enemy with a high combat level that they're like specially corrupted. And if you defeat them with the special corruption, you gain access to that corruption, which would be great to get literally any of those, honestly. Because the one I have right now, the plus 25% accuracy rating is pretty good, and I get it in every fight. But if I could get, I don't know what any of these are, but I'm sure there's some that are pretty powerful if you could just get them to unlock. Got another unique here, the Woeful Gem. Enemy loses 1% max hit per attack turn, stacking up to 10 times, but then it resets. I feel like that can't be good, right? It's not going to save you. It's not going to let you idle content, especially since it can reset. I mean, it's great if the enemy has minus 10% max hit, but as soon as they get to minus 10% max hit, it resets. I guess maybe it's arguably good, like with this specific boss, because this specific boss does laceration damage based on its max hit. So if I can reduce its max hit, maybe I can reduce how much healing it does and outwin the DPS healing race. I don't think it's so. I don't think make that big of a difference, but maybe I can try. I'll equip it for a second during the fight to see if it makes a noticeable difference. But I think 10% is not going to be enough to really overcome. It's going to be more important that I'm hitting more often with the agile gem, right? There's just 2 uniques that I need from this dungeon. There's the Abyssal Core, which you use to make the Abyss Ring, which seems pretty good. Abyssal Slayer Region Effect Negation. Chance to ignore fear doesn't really matter, but the Slayer negation is important. And 3% Abyssal Resistance on a ring. Pretty decent. That's a 1 in 20. Actually, everything here is a 1 in 20, which is kind of interesting. And then the Woeful Core lets me make the Woeful Plate Body, which is the thing, or it's an upgrade to a melee plate body, but it gives the enemy a minus 1% max hit penalty that stacks up to 5 times and lasts for the entire fight. So that's what you would use with the gloves. You would equip the gloves to make sure it has the full penalty at the start of the fight, and then eventually, once those 5 stacks wear off, you applied your own stacks with the plate body. I would prefer well, I guess I need both of those. Those are probably actually the 2 most important items to get from this dungeon, and I got the other 3, which are less useful. That's okay. We'll see if I get lucky. Completely spaced on checking in that it's springtime now. Okay, so let's repair everything while I'm doing this dungeon. We just want to build all the new stuff that I can build now. So I think that's the fire pit. Probably need to max out the Divine Sanctuary to get more storage, but it requires the ash from the fire pit to build. Okay. I can get more XP here. I want to do the armor last because I can get the XP, but I have to raise the level cap to do anything with it, right? Uh, Harvester. Probably do the harvester. Why we save all the items and wait until spring, because then I could just afford to buy everything immediately, it seems like. Max out all the buildings. It's pretty funny. Thank you, spring bonus. We'll get walls next time. I can't do the Divine Sanctuary until I get bonfire ticks. But it would be nice to get more supply cap. Okay, well, that's everything I can do. I just have to wait now. Get substantially more weapons and armor now per tick, so I should be able to do this victory, but it's going to take me way above level 10 township. Oh, at some point during that mess, I got a range level without realizing it. I must have clicked through it by mistake. So let me go ahead and apply that, because that might actually make this fight a bit faster. I can further debuff uh, the enemy's abyssal resistance. All right, on my last kill here, should be able to get out of here as soon as it dies, which should be any second now. There we go. So we're going to pick up this guy and then get back to training attack. All right, so my limitation now is on this Void Fire Ash. I can build about 7 sanctuaries per tick, but I should be able to cap that out. And then I really need to make sure I get this combat level up because I'm going to have problems. If I can't raise the level cap on townships soon, it's going to become problematic because there was really almost nothing to build at level 10. I need to make sure I finish up this project. I'm less than halfway to level 9 strength. And then I'm going to have to go mine for essence and then do rune crafting for a long time to make sure I have plenty of runes to level up magic. Hey, it's about damn time. I finally have enough lacerating staff fragments to make the lacerating staff. Is good. Oh, I forgot to open this. Anything good? I'll take 10,000 abyssal essence. That's a little bit of time saving. I'd rather have one of the uniques, but cool. I think I have to actually make an abyssal staff before I can use these guys, right? Yeah, I think you could just make it in Runecraft. It might even be like right at level 1, you can do it. Oh my god, that's expensive as fuck. Jeez, 3,000? Oh, I can make one. I just realized that clearing the depths of woe unlocks some regular combat areas for me. I didn't realize that. I don't know if I ought to fight any of them. Amulets are okay. They're like abyssal resistance and extra damage. Just see if these smog guys are worth fighting. Hold on. Well, there's a single enemy that might be worth killing. Start talking right when my alarms go off. This smog slime drops a brumite dagger, which I think is strictly better than my current dagger, and I should be able to equip it because it just requires stat levels that I have. But he's a little dangerous. You can maybe go into the fight and try to spam eat to defeat it because it's like a 1 in 100 drop, which is pretty doable. He's melee, so I probably want to fight him with range and the reverse combat triangle. Let me think about it. Yeah, let me give it a stab really quick. Smog slime. Right, here we go. I think my auto eat threshold might be a bit in danger. Yeah, he hits for 165k, which is not great. But I hit him pretty hard. He does do a frustrating thing where he increases his max health and can do that repeatedly. Or toxin and blight reduces my abyssal resistance. To apply slow kind of sucks. Okay, he's doable, but a little challenging. Fortunately, a really big chunk of my DPS seems to come in right when I load into the fight here. Um, Try to spam heal. It really is taking a long time now. He's hitting so hard that that's actually taking up a significant amount of my DPS time here. Let me try to make sure he always has the decay curse. That might make enough of a difference. I am going to run out of all of this pizza very soon. Like, I think I have a ton of food from getting cooking to 120, but I will 100% burn through all of it in the process of doing this. Come on, you got 1 hit point, dude. Seriously. All right. 1 in 100. I think if I get the dagger, it's going to be a pretty substantial upgrade. So I'm going to try to go for it. But if I like run out of food or something, I'll obviously have to do something else. Holy moly! I got the drop like immediately. That's remember that next time I complain about being dry on something. Yeah, I think this is a pretty substantial upgrade over what I was previously using. So if we check out the lacerating dagger compared to that, it's just strictly better. And I think the effect is really good because I think Toxin is incredible because it's damage based on base max hit points. So that might actually make I could try running the dungeon again using that and see if it like completely solves the Depths of Woe boss. I didn't consider that that might be the case, but it might honestly be the case. I'm gonna go back to doing Slayer for now. I just wanted to pick up something that might speed things up, and we got lucky. Actually, no, I misread it. Toxin is my base max hit points, which isn't as good, right? Because that's like doing like 35k damage over 10 seconds, which I don't think is enough compared to anything that's based on the enemy's max HP. So I don't think this would solve the Depths of Woe dungeon, but it is better than the Laceration Dagger. There is another Smog enemy that drops Brumite plate legs, which they're okay. I really like these Perfect Sight legs because of the global accuracy bonus, but maybe having the Brumite plate legs would be nice because I can't make those with smithing until level 22. I need to do 2 level cap increases, and it's like 5% abyssal resistance, which might matter. That one's only a 1 in 14 drop, so it's a little bit more accessible. All right, Slayer level 10, which is a big deal because now I can actually qualify for the Slayer gear upgrades. The question is, I need to spend 1 million Slayer coins on each combat styles gear upgrade, which is pretty expensive, right? Uh, or I could spend 2 million Slayer coins on unlocking something over here. Yeah, here. I could unlock the Tangled Grove. And the reason you might want the Tangled Grove is because, can I see them here? This guy drops the Thorn Defender, which is interval reduction, which obviously is always really, really good. But then these guys get added as Woe Slayer tasks, which kind of gets in the way of Auto Slayer. So as much as I think that interval bonus is probably worth it, I think I'd rather wait until I get magic to 10 to add more tasks into my Slayer task pool, because I'm guessing at that point my hit points will be higher and I'm not going to have any problem with getting one shot. So I'm close to being done with the melee grind. I'm more than halfway through level 9 strength, but I'm going to go ahead and get the upgrade for the melee gear. I'll probably wait to get the upgrade for the range gear until I have to do something with range, and I can't get the upgrade for the mage gear because I need to be level 10 magic to equip it. So all that said, Abyssal Slayer, get 2 of these guys. Run away so I can equip my shit here. Equip. Equip. Grade item. Can equip it because I have defense level 10. Upgrade item. Beautiful. Okay. Kind of a mild upgrade, but the effect to damage reduction or abyssal resistance is pretty good. Gives me more Slayer area effect negation, which is going to be important, I think. A total of 20% from gear. and a little bit more damage and a little bit more Slayer coins. Slayer's actually level capped after that. It doesn't count as a combat skill. You have to pay to raise the cap on it. So I'll continue to get XP, obviously, but I might end up wanting to spend the abyssal coins to increase that cap somewhat early, since the skill tree seems pretty important to level up as soon as possible. We'll see. All right, so I can do a wave, abyssal wave. I guess I may as well. Like, it'll get me XP that I can't spend, but I'll have the levels for later. 10 million township XP, which actually isn't enough to get to level 11. Huh, no kidding. Unless if it takes a second for that to populate, which is possible. This is probably one of the first things I spend when I get the opportunity to do a level up, increased level cap. It's probably going to be township, farming, thieving, harvesting. Oh, summoning for sure. I got to be careful because it gets more and more expensive the more things you raise the cap on. Slayer. It looks like the display just isn't updating. That should get me to like township level 13 once I'm able to increase the level cap later. There is strength abyssal level 10. All right, now I need to go get runecraft set up. So I'm going to start with the runes I already have, make all of those, and then I'll mine some more. There's a runecraft interval item I never got from Throne of the Herald, similar to the gloves I got for blacksmith. It's from the Frost Golem, so I'm going to gear up to get that really quick before I start runecrafting. It shouldn't take too long. Kind of interesting. I can still use my abyssal summons here because this enemy has a pretty high combat level. I get a decent amount of abyssal pieces per kill. Only like a 1 in 150 drop for these gloves, so I should be able to get it relatively quickly, I hope. There we go. Got it right around rate, so not too bad. I'm going to make sure that that shows up in the Runecraft tab. And then we'll go ahead and get set. Let's go back to the Abyssal Realm. Keep spacing on that I have all these Abyssal gloves, which compete for the same slot, and this can't go in the passive slot, so I go to all the trouble to get that. It wasn't that much trouble. It took me like 5 minutes. But I should probably just be using this one. Better interval reduction, better quantity. Yeah, let's just go ahead and take that. All right, let me see how long I can get away with letting this run. And make this abyssal staff really quick. I have a decent chance it won't actually consume my runes. Hey, nice. Okay, back to making the runes. I'm gonna upgrade that staff here into the lacerating staff, which is just strictly better. Fantastic. And we'll use this once I actually start training magic. But I have to get at least to runecraft abyssal level 2 to be able to make the other rune I need to cast spells to start with. So, okay, hit abyssal level 2 in runecraft. I'm gonna go ahead and take cost reduction. I think I'm getting both stacks of that's gonna be helpful. Let's make some ire runes. I already spent some mastery to get it up to 50 to start. And I need 3 of these per cast, so that's pretty brutal. I think my equipment is going to reduce the abyss rune cost to 1 per cast, so I need to make sure I have these in a 3-to-1 ratio. Okay, ended up getting abyssal level 3. Probably not going to bother making that wizard hat because I'm going to use the Slayer one. I'm going to stay on this. I don't know how long. I said I need to have a 3-to-1 ratio of ire runes to abyss runes, but I kind of want to just start doing magic combat to see how many I'm practically consuming with all of my rune preservation chants. But I'll let it run for a little bit longer first. All right, I've got like 45,000 of each kind of rune. I think I'm good to go ahead and start giving this a try here. Didn't have to mine for any essence. Looks like my preservation chance was just enough here. So I want to equip this lacerating staff. Oh, wait. Fragment? Shoot, where's my actual staff? There it is. Right, and then the Slayer gear that I got. And I think most of the rest of my gear I keep pretty much the same. I think we want the accuracy bonus, to be honest. Don't really need it. Then you kind of could save my summoning consumables for actually doing summoning. And Ring of Malice and the Eradicating Gloves. Where's my lacerating staff? Does this thing require more than... Oh, that's why. Why can't I find my staff? I was going crazy. Okay, I think I'm good to give this a shot. Sure, I have everything that I want to have equipped first. Where's my... I need to buy more bank tabs and start making sub tabs for the Abyss. I keep saying I'm going to do that, but it's getting to the point where it's kind of unwieldy now. All right, well, let's start by just doing Slayer. I have to pick a spell to cast here. Abyssal Blast, right? I think I still just use the same... That's a little concerning that you still use the same Auroras, because I might have to get more Melvor Realm runes. Air and light runes, probably fine. I don't have a magic prayer yet, so I guess I'm just gonna activate a prayer so that I can unlock the magic prayer. It's kind of a waste, but what are you gonna do? We don't want magic and defense XP. Eventually I might end up doing that, but I really need to get as much magic XP out of each rune as I possibly can get away with, so I think that's probably a smarter play there. And then after that, I just kind of have to wait it out, I suppose. Well, I got the Mark of the Occultist pretty much immediately. That's nice. What do I need to make that, though? I don't think I want to use the Mark of the Occultist, but I want to, like, continue discovering... Ooh, Petrified Eyes. Okay, let me figure out where I have to go to collect those. I'm just going to keep training while I research it. Damn, well, I guess I'm not making the Occultist for a really long time. It's in a level 30 Slayer area that requires me to purchase access and clear a dungeon, so... Yeah, not going to get that drop anytime soon. That's too bad. All right, so it's 1,800 runes per hour. I think that's fine, right? Because if I've got 45,000 runes, that's going to last me like 25 hours. That's much better. I guess I'm not using like, 12 runes with every spell cast like I am in the non-abyssal realm. So that's pretty tolerable. We also get a new spell at Abyssal level 3 that I'm just going to use because I think it's just going to be strictly better. It's the exact same cost, but it uses one extra Abyss rune, which is going to get nullified by the Superior Max Cape. It's probably still best to use the Skull Cape here, but it's so hard to not use the Superior Max Cape. It's been great to never have to like worry about having it equipped when I check in on farming or township or whatever. And the Superior Max Cape includes a Superior Runecraft Cape, which does have 10% rune preservation. So it's not the 20% of the Skull Cape, but 10% is still pretty solid. I don't know if this is an oversight, but the Valoran gear has substantially better stats in terms of DPS than the Abyssal Slayer gear does. And that's not true for the other items. So, like, these two guys have a better strength bonus than the equivalent items from the Valoran gear. But this is like way worse, like substantially lower attack bonus and damage bonus. So I wonder why that's the case. Killing things quite a bit faster with the full Valoran Devastator outfit, though. All right, magic level 2. I think the strat with magic here, it's boring. I mean, you'd want to come down over here and get the abyssal resistance down, but I think that rune preservation is so important to making magic not asked to train that I go down the rune preservation track. It'd take me a bit to even be able to unlock the first one. I'm guessing this isn't a cost like 3 skill points or something. But I really don't want to have to spend a ton of time rune crafting if I could avoid it. On the non-abyssal realm, I've already had to like overnight runecraft past 120 several times. Didn't even get an extra level out of it, right? Just to be able to sustain the skill. Not a fun time, in my opinion. Okay, I got Abyssal level 3, which will let me switch to a better spell. This is just strictly better because of the way everything works here. Pretty significantly better, too. I was hoping to also, before I go live with stream, get to level 3 prayer so I could get the magic prayer. I'm currently running the ranged and melee prayer just to get prayer XP. It's not doing me any good. It's going to overspend my soul points if I let that run indefinitely. So I'm just going to open it on another monitor without recording it and swap to the new magic prayer as soon as I get it and turn these guys off and just let this AFK for like 5 hours. We'll see what magic level that gets me to. Probably not quite to 10, but close, hopefully. All right, so I was able to pull up a browser tab and quickly switch to the magic prayer when I unlocked it, which was like 10 minutes into stream, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Hit points 13, magic 9. That was actually quite a bit faster than I was expecting. Corruption 7. A whole bunch of loot that doesn't matter. Do want to switch to one of these new spells that I just unlocked. I think Abyssal Eruption, right? Like, it's quite a bit more expensive, but way more damage. Okay, so we'll let that run. Skipped an entire spell in the process. Look at the skill tree here. Well, the game's like, I've never seen it lag like this before. It might actually be about to crash. I'm gonna be careful, like quickly opening up the skill tree, I think. Okay, let me come back. Okay, I think I got it where it's not crashing. So we want Rune Preservation is the name of the game. I will dump everything into Rune Preservation until I get to the bottom. It's probably not the optimal choice, but I really don't want to make more runes than I need to. It's not fun for me to do that. I also got some other skill tree things I can scope out here. Hit points. I need to save up another 2 points. Attack and strength. I'm having to save up points, I believe. Yeah. Corruption I might be able to get. Corruption Abyssal XP. I didn't get a prayer level again. I want to get this extra soul points when releasing souls. That seems really good. The sooner that we can get it, the better. And that's about it. So yeah, I just have to finish getting magic to 10, and then I'll be able to start raising some level caps, which I'm pretty pumped about. All right, there's big level 10 magic's coming up. There it is. Let's run away. So now I can start increasing level caps. So let's do that all over the place. Increase level cap, 25k AP. Township level 13. Increase level cap. I'm gonna go straight to 20, which is kind of funny. But after I finish harvesting this, I'll swap out for the new stuff. Double check what all I have access to. I'm already farming 20. Yeah. Thieving, we want to raise the level cap. Okay. Almost certainly, well, Slayer, I think I already mentioned. Interesting that sometimes these are cheaper than others. I don't know what governs that, to be honest. Other stuff that's capped. Woodcutting I never actually capped. I guess I could uncap mining, but it's not particularly pressing. Herblore is capped, but I don't... summoning. Yes, of course. That's what I should be doing. Okay, and I ended up getting summoning to 11 just from all of that combat, so I think it's pretty possible to go for 15 and then eventually 20. And then, of course, harvesting. I don't know, well, I'm already technically 22 harvesting, but I don't have anything to use the new tier on, so I want to wait until I'm exposed to something that's actually going to use that. I think I have enough that's been upgraded that I don't really need to upgrade everything. It might make sense to actually overnight astrology now. I've been trying to delay doing astrology because it sucks, but it sucks a little bit less, right? Because I can get harvesting to 15. I don't have to do everything. The problem with astrology by default in vanilla is that you're kind of encouraged to just do all of it immediately before you do anything else. And the way it's structured in this game, you can kind of do it in little chunks. So I feel like I may as well start going for little chunks. I can go ahead and hit study and try to get my gear together for it. And I think there's some agility things I can select too to help with that. Okay, like regular astrology, this is like painfully slow. So I'm probably going to go to bed and maybe I'll check on it on my phone and just try to speed up the initial mastery a little bit. The actual XP gain's relatively fast, but the mastery is the part that matters and it's really slow. So I guess I don't have to get any of them to 99 for quite a long time. It's not going to be until I get like, corruption to level 30, which is a long ways off. And that's nice because I think getting to like 50 mastery is actually pretty achievable. But I'll check it on my phone, and in the morning I'll summarize my progress here. All right, so as you can see, I checked in on astrology quite a bit as I was going to bed here. So I'll try to update you on what I did. I mean, it's astrology, so there aren't really interesting choices to make, right? Kind of my problem with it as a skill. Ended up getting to Abyssal level 20 overnight. Okay, that's as expected, I should say. What really matters is I want to know what my mastery situation is. Okay, not not as great as I was hoping. I feel like the Abyssal Stardust situation here, it's expensive enough that I can't just like willy-nilly spend it on things. I need to wait until I can get to the 50% threshold because it's to make everything a little bit cheaper. So I did get to 80 mastery after doing this all night. God, I really hate astrology. It's an awful, awful skill. It doesn't matter because I need to get to attack 30 to benefit from 80 astrology anyway. But what I can do, I think I'm just going to continue to level some of these and try to get up to probably. Okay, so this one needs fishing 15 and fire making 15, which I could get right now if I wanted. And this one is strength 15 and mining 15. I'm going to pump a couple of them because it's like essentially free to pump these at least to 40, I would say. Yeah, I'm going to try to not do anything else while I finish this grind. As you can see, I increased the level cap on this guy. I also did it on harvesting behind the scenes just because it unlocks another node that I can interact with, the harvesting interval one. Skill tree, I'm just trying to get intervals so I can get levels as fast as possible, and then I want to get as much stardust as possible. Everything else over here is starfall chance to witness, which is not as important to me as stardust, at least not right now. Although I guess you want to have the highest chance to see starfalls while you're still triggering starfalls. I think I'm going to take the mastery XP. That should help teensy bit. And I've got some other things to check in on here. This should be good. Fight a wave now. Let me make sure that I'm topped off. I think that's going to get me, okay, another 3 township levels. If I want to get more global XP, I guess I've gotten all the global XP I'm going to get. Okay. So I guess now we just try to take township XP bonuses to get down here. And then I have a Into the Abyss task that I can complete for the 6,000 Stardust. That's good. Done a total of 6 Abyss tasks. I might be able to do 10 now that I've raised the level cap. And then the other thing I did is I popped around and spent skill trees on stuff that I increased the level on. So let me try to review farming. I just tried to maximize interval reduction for now and resource gain. Summoning, I can't afford anything new. Harvesting, I'm just trying to get interval reduction. Slayer, I can't get anything new yet, and you already know what I'm working on in that regard. I think farming was the big one that I had a bunch of like outstanding levels in. Oh, and I picked up the stealth node for thieving because I'm probably going to end up doing more thieving here soon. Fortunately, I don't feel like I have to wait on thieving since the astrology constellation for thieving is significantly later on. Like, I have to raise the level cap a couple more times to be able to do it. But I do want to try to hit this 50% threshold before I do too much else in astrology. We got another extra special slot that I didn't know about here. So let's go ahead and harvest the Abyssal Vein Pod. And then I've got Twisted Vein Seeds from getting chests. It's kind of cool. Sure that I set those to auto plant. Rather do compost, whatever, it's fine. It'll be like 12 more hours until I get to the 50% mastery threshold. At that point, I'm just going to like unlock the stuff that I can get access to. I should have a decent amount of Stardust at that point. But I kind of don't like the existence of this checkpoint because it's sort of telling me don't spend your Stardust until you get that. Otherwise, some of the Stardust would be misspent, right? It's just, I feel like they can't get away from making astrology suck, even in the Abyssal realm where there's a bunch of other features to make it a little bit more tolerable, like level gating a lot of things. Already getting demotivated and discouraged by astrology. If I have to do this for 12 hours, I don't want to be doing it while I'm like actively playing the game. So let me pick another activity which is currently impossible to be affected by astrology. So basically, I can do anything that's not one of these skills, right? No harvesting, corruption, woodcut. I'm gonna end up doing farming no matter what. But no attack, smithing, fishing, fire making, strength, or mining. Won't be able to affect any of the other skills until I raise the level cap anyway. While I'm playing attentively, why don't I could also do agility. I think just seeing the later obstacles is probably worth seeing, and I think that the early levels will be relatively quick. Or I could do thieving. Thieving is exciting. I should do thieving because thieving is fun. I'll do thieving. I guess there's the staff upgrade from the Blighted Dryad. Why didn't I take that earlier? Why didn't I go for that immediately before doing the Magic 10 grind? Well, because it doesn't give any rune savings, and here I'm still trying to maximize rune savings. Yeah, we'll see if I can unlock a couple new NPCs here. Do I even get any between 13, 16, and 20? We get 3 new NPCs, so we'll see what their drops are. I'm going to track down other thieving boosts here because I'm pretty close to 100% success rate, and I guess there is one from agility. So I'm going to try to go for that. All right, just going to do enough agility here to unlock the thieving obstacle. Should be pretty quick. Maybe not. The XP per node is actually kind of terrible. Even with a ton of stacking full reduction. All right, let me see if I can adjust this somehow. If I had one thing to critique about Into the Abyss, I'm sure I'll run into other things to critique, but I think that they shipped it a little early because it's obvious that like the skill trees all have placeholder names like A1, B1, C1, D1. Agility already kind of felt like it had shit that was a placeholder, but these are just placeholders, right? There's a lot of little things like that all throughout the expansion where it's like there's certain things where there's plenty of art for all the enemies, right? And lots of neat art for all the items. But they just, yeah, it wouldn't take you that much work. Maybe you get the community's input to design agility obstacle names, right? It's fine. Its XP rate is like by far it's so slow. It might be a mistake. I'm wondering if they like left off a 0. Maybe what they did is they're assuming, well, once you have the second obstacle, then the XP rate gets way better. But the second obstacle is level 5. It's not like it's level 2. So I'm gonna be doing this probably as long as I would be doing astrology if I were AFKing it. But hey, I'm trying to get plus stealth so that I can do thieving more efficiently, and this is the best way to do that. Took a while, but just got agility level 2. So the question then is the skill tree. Wait, why that's showing me farming? The question then is, do we take agility XP or do we take mastery? And you think this would get you more levels faster, but I think we take mastery because mastery gets us more mastery tiers faster, and more mastery tiers is better interval, which is going to be probably more XP than I could get from just that basic bonus. I'm going to try to dump and get it to 80. I think you keep getting interval bonuses all the way to 90, but getting to 90 is going to be a bit of a challenge, to say the least. But I could at least, well, no, I think I should, if I'm going to take the mastery bonus, I should keep dumping until I get to 90, and then I can swap to XP boost instead. There's another township task here for 5,000 gloom peppers. Getting all sorts of new stuff from farming. Twisted veins. I guess technically I should be able to plant these blight blossoms, but I screwed up and accidentally auto-planted the night gleams and, yeah, gloom peppers. Okay, Abyssal level 3. Funny that I'm like, I'm going to go do something that's attentive this morning, and I'm just committing to letting agility run forever. I think here, since everything else costs 2 points, we just take this to take it to get a benefit right away. All right, agility level 4, and I will not be around when I hit agility level 5, so I'm probably just going to do it off recording again. My plan is the level 5 obstacles. There's one that gives you plus abyssal XP. That's also the best XP per second in terms of like dividing the XP per lap divided by the interval. The other one is the one that I'm actually going for, which is the thieving one, which unfortunately comes with a minus 10% mastery penalty, which is awful. And obviously, I'm going to want to like try to cut that in half by getting it to 99. So the question is, which of those obstacles do I pick? I probably just want to get as many agility levels as fast as possible right now. So I think I'm going to take the one that gives global XP, and we can do the thieving one some other time. So I'll just pick that and then continue running the laps, and hopefully that should significantly increase the XP per hour because it's still pretty terrible right now, even with the interval down to 0.85 seconds. All right, checking in. I didn't flip over the second obstacle right on time while I was streaming. I just caught it. But I'm level 9 now. How close am I? I think the XP rate is like very substantially better. I have a ways to go. So I'll check back in like an hour or so and see if I can pump it a bit more. I don't really need any of the other agility checkpoints. Like I will eventually to get the item cost reduction, but it's not as impactful as some of the other checkpoints. So I'm just gonna pump mastery to try to get reduced interval as soon as possible. Technically can do a township wave here, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I really need to get to level 20 as soon as I can. 19, quite. Keep taking the XP increases and we can get more mastery in all skills would be really nice. I wish I hadn't taken these, but I can't turn back time. Well, I ended up spending a whole day training agility, which was the original point was that I wanted to do something a little bit more attentive than that, but that's okay. I'm level 10 now, which was the objective. Let's see. I need to see which of these three gives the best XP per hour. Plus one abyssal resistance is pretty good. Um, this is gonna be good when I do more summoning training later, although that cost is pretty expensive. It's like 500k. I can absorb it now. I've got plenty of money. I think this one is the best XP per second. 3-3, yeah, this guy. Okay. We'll run that. It's more XP. I'm not going to overnight agility. I did go ahead and raise the level cap in advance because I have enough points here. Oh shit, I should have been spending these points. I completely spaced on that. Fuck. Well, let's get both of these. Global Abyssal XP. Okay. I would have needed to wait 3 levels to pick that up anyway. That was worth doing because then I at least get this, and that's going to affect the astrology grind. I'm going to overnight astrology, and hopefully that leaves me in a good spot in the morning. I'm already effectively level 20 here, and I've spent all of the points that I can spend. I think the one to do here, I think Iridan has the most useful 99 mastery unlock. The other ones, it's more important that I either get to 40 or 80 mastery for the stuff that actually practically matters. So I think that there is an astrology interval obstacle. So let me just make sure that it doesn't trigger before level 20. Do that real quick. No, it would require level 25 agility and level 25 astrology, which is above my level cap right now. But it's not astrology interval, it's extra quantity when gaining abyssal stardust, which would honestly be probably worth it. But I obviously have to wait until I get my combat level high enough to get there to 25, which is something that's good about Into the Abyss. So there's not really any other obstacles that are going to meaningfully affect my astrology grind. I guess there's theoretically one more that might give me a little bit more global abyssal XP. Requires items that I don't have access to yet. So I think we call it on agility now. This was worth it. I'll be able to do thieving attentively tomorrow, and then hopefully astrology will get to that stupid 50% breakpoint overnight so that I can actually start spending this dust and not feel like it's a waste. All right, here's our boring overnight astrology check. It means nothing to me. I guess I'm technically level 27 astrology. But we're at 90 mastery, which still isn't enough for any unlocks. 16,000 stardust. And I'm really close to that 50% checkpoint. Yeah, I'm slept in for like 40 minutes. All right, well, I'll keep letting this run until I get to the checkpoint. Okay, just hit 50%. It's such a minor discount. I guess it becomes a more significant discount as you put the points in. So I've been trying to research, like, what should I do here? Because you actually need a ton of Abyssal Stardust. I guess there's a crafting recipe you can make that gives you a consumable that gives you more Stardust per gain in theory. Um, but you need to like have maxed out preservation chance for it to be economical, which I probably do for crafting, but I haven't really touched Abyssal crafting yet. So I still also need to get every one of these to mastery 80, which unfortunately is an overnight project, and I don't think there's really too much I can do to increase my mastery gain other than raising the level cap and spending more skill points on mastery specifically. Um, but what I can do is I can go ahead and pick up all the cheap upgrades, right? Because you may as well. So I will get everything that only costs 50 to 100. I don't think I can buy these until I have the stat requirement. Yeah. Checking on this anytime I get a relevant stat to like 15. I can afford to do that. And then this cost doubles every time. So tough situation. I'm just gonna get, let's see, I have like 15k Stardust. Probably afford to get the first 4 upgrades in each of these without it really costing me too much. After that, it gets 380 damn expensive. Likely going to be the ones that give me bonuses to combat XP that I'm really going to have to go harder on, and I'll get the higher harvesting interval. There's one of these I want to max out. It's the harvesting interval one. I think that's the most impactful of the nodes that I have unlocked. That's already using almost all of the Stardust I've collected. Guess I'm gonna sit on the rest of my Stardust until I unlock some more nodes, and then maybe I'll make some hard decisions about where to spend the rest of it. And I'll probably end up touching crafting before we come back to this, so I can make that consumable. I think now it's time to go ahead and do thieving, like I was originally planning to do, or I could try to finish agility. Maybe we'll do agility. Reason for doing agility is that I have the level cap increased, and the extra 2 obstacles would still be helpful. Um, and it should be way faster now, so I don't have to like let it run all morning just to get to level 5 like last time. The XP rate's up to like 4 million XP per hour now, which is way better. I was getting just a horrible, it was like sub 1 million, which is bad for the End of the Abyss expansion if you haven't been noticing XP rates. So even just having the second obstacle was a big deal, and I'm guessing that rate will speed up pretty substantially once I can get this mastery level pumped. Because these two are at their highest mastery for now in terms of the effect on interval. All right, this abyssal wave, I'll finally have a kind of close. Finally gonna have a level 20 township, and I'll be able to spend all of my accrued resources for many hours. So that's pretty exciting. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna hit the resource cap though long before I can raise the level cap up to 30. So maybe that'll inspire me to focus more. I do have a pretty substantial soul storage, but probably not enough to get every single one of these combat skills to 20. Go ahead and fight the wave. This a level 20. And let's build everything. I guess we want to build walls pretty early because that's what's going to govern whether I do more waves. I guess I can also just sit on the waves until all the walls are built. It's probably the better strategy. Powered altar also gives defense. Okay, this gives more resources for building. I'm just trying to see what all my options are before I start clicking to build here. I need rune stones. It's a new kind of material that I want to start getting as many as possible in between ticks here. So I'll just max that out. That was easy enough. Quarry produces even more obsidian. And build the new storage until I get a bunch of rune stone. can't. Okay, I need Runestone to get this Abyssal Enhancer. That's going to be good because that's a bonus to global Abyssal XP, 1/5% per tick. But I have to get all the other upgrades. All right, let me just try to pick up what I can here. I guess I'm going to do the Weaponsmith last because I can't actually use the XP until I raise the level cap. But I'll try to max everything else I can. Apparently, I had enough resources to build literally everything other than the walls, which is kind of funny. So walls time? I don't know if I'll be able to afford to build all of them. They are pretty expensive. They use a lot of planks. I still have to do walls in both of these zones. I think I'm going to run out before I finish here. All right, well, halfway to these walls. I need to build all of these walls, and then I have to build the sanctuaries, and I think my main objective is going to be the Abyssal Enhancer, since that's extra XP. Ah, I thought I hit start recording a second ago. It doesn't matter. I just got to level 15 agility a while ago and built obstacle 4, which has more agility interval reduction. My XP rate has gone up from, it started at like 400k. It's now like 7.5 million or something with the extra agility interval reduction and XP here. So pretty good, all said. All right, I'm going to have to leave this up. I think I'm going to overshoot 20 agility by a little bit, but I don't think that's a big deal because the 20 agility obstacles aren't particularly amazing. I actually can't do any of the 20 agility obstacles. One of them requires 20 prayer that I don't have. One of them requires 20 runecraft, which I don't have. And one of them requires 20 crafting. But I'd like to have it unlocked and then not have to think about it so that I can more easily swap between these other obstacles. What's probably going to happen is I'm going to destroy this obstacle because of the global abyssal XP penalty. I think my other options are not very good. This would be good if Slayer becomes a problem, but I have to get to Slayer 15 first. And this is probably good, but I have to get both woodcutting and mining to 15 in addition to be able to get these items. Because that probably would be my next objective after this. I'll try to get woodcutting and mining to 15 so I can unlock this plus global abyssal XP option. And then my plan is still to just do astrology whenever I'm like doing really, really long periods of AFK. I think short-term objective is to get every constellation to 80 mastery. 99 mastery, I'm probably not going to bother with anymore until I get skills to level 30. The main reason I stayed on this guy was just to get more mastery per tick so I could just barely knock out this 50% threshold. And now I'm just more concerned with getting access to more options. All right, checking in after stream here. Should have level 20 agility. Yep. Don't think I super overshot. Oh, I overshot it a little bit. I got to 22, but that's probably fine. Like I said, I can't build any of these obstacles anyway. So now that that's done, I think we just destroy this obstacle until I'm able to get these levels to pick this other one. And I will do something else to overnight. I guess we're going to overnight astrology again and try to get some of these other constellations up. Maybe this one next since it's farming, which I already have leveled. More boring astrology overnights here. What do we really have to report? Did I get to... Okay, I got to 80, which is what I went for. So I'm going to go ahead and spend this up to 5 for now. I think I can keep overnighting this until everything is at 80. I think that's a reasonable objective. I do have 80% on this guy. Normally what I would say screw this 95% threshold. I don't really care that much about these starfalls, but I'll let it go because I have the thing that lets me go above 95% or 99% that I can get up to 150%. That's really, really helpful. I wasted so much mastery pool on Melvor Realm Astrology to things overcapping. So I think I'll go ahead and get that 95% threshold and then use mastery after that point to try to pump stuff as best as I can. But now I get to play attentively, so I'm going to do something more fun than that. I kept saying I was going to do thieving, and then I got distracted on this deep candy loop with agility. We can actually do thieving this morning. Let me check in on my township and my farming first. Township should be much faster now, in theory. Fight wave. Bunch of XP that I can't use. Cool. Dump some resources. Buy a bunch more of these enhancers. It's going to take a while for me to be able to max that out, though. And I should have finished building walls before I fought the wave. Whatever, it was a very small difference in total XP gain. The walls are all completely built. I pretty much just have this ethereal sanctuary and the abyssal enhancer to finish building. So I'm going to keep dumping into that until it's max, and then we can do the extra space. Okay, officially started thieving. Hopefully I get the silent top and the staff here. We'll see when I get level ups, because I'll swap between different NPCs, of course. Okay, I just got abyss level 13, which is the turned farmer, but I still haven't gotten the staff from this dryad, so I'm going to stay on the dryad for a bit. It's tempting to just try to pump each new NPC, but I think I'm going to try to save mastery as much as possible, at least to get to the 10% threshold. 50% threshold seems really important. So is the 95. So I kind of just have to have some temperance and not click on that spend mastery pool. I'll probably still, when I switch to the farmer, pump it to level 50 to get the interval boost, but other than that, I mean, that's pretty cheap anyway. So at 15 abyssal thieving, I still don't have this unique. Oh, I guess I'm just going to stay on the dryad until I get it. With that level up, I can pick up another one of these guys. I think we just keep taking thieving mastery for now. Holy crap, I had given up on it, but I finally got the staff to drop. Jeez. Okay. Let me move off this NPC and we'll pickpocket this farmer. I guess I'm going to try to pump it to 50 really quick. Turned farmer. Nastier max hit. Obviously, worse success rate, but as a scythe drop that I probably am just going to blow past if I unlock the next NPC and don't get it, because not super important. It's extra like farming yield, but I think I'm going to be fine on farming. I'm probably going to end up being 60 before I even get to like the level cap to 30 or 40. Well, that's really funny. I said that, literally hit stop recording, and then the scythe dropped. So I guess that makes up for me being, I think I was pretty dry on the dryad. I still need the silent top, but it's like a 1 in 50k. So earlier I get that, the better, because it's like plus 60 stealth or something. It's pretty impactful. I will go ahead and put that in the farming tab. Maybe I'll equip it sometimes when I'm harvesting. It's honestly super annoying to change equipment when farming. I try to not do it just because it sucks to do. But I guess, I don't know, 10% resource quantity, 5% extra XP. I've got way more XP than I need. I'm actually almost already done mastering everything, right? Like these are all the mastered nodes in farming. Soon I won't even have to think about this anymore, which is going to be great. So I'm thieving abyssal level 16, and I've been trying to plan ahead on like, what am I going to be doing here? This dark shade, this isn't great. He has a NPC unique, so 1 in 10,000 chance to drop a key, which opens a chest from the area unique. So I'm going to have way more area uniques than I'll ever be able to open with the keys, right? But the idea is that chest mostly contains gems. It's mostly garbage. It doesn't matter. But it has a 1 in 50 chance of dropping an abyssal skilling gem, which is like insane, best in slot, goes in the AOD gem slot and is amazing for all skilling. But that means I have to get, on average, 51 in 10,000 drops. So what I might end up doing is I might just pickpocket the dark shade. Just that might be my new overnight thing. Like I obviously still want to do more astrology overnight, but I really want to get that gem before I do substantially more skilling because it's so powerful. And I guess I get the level ups regardless. So I'm going to go ahead and pump this guy to 50 to get started here. And then I think he's going to be my exclusive pickpocketing target for some time. Probably at least justify taking him to 99 mastery and taking my mastery pool to 95% before swapping to anything else, just because that drop would be so incredible. And obviously, hopefully when the key drops, it gets doubled, right? That would be nice. Yeah, so this is the locked maze chest that drops. It drops like more than 10 times more frequently than the actual key to open it. So we'll see if I get lucky and get the key. I really hope it gets doubled whenever it drops. Hey, I just got the silent top. That's actually really great because it gets us almost to 100% success rate on this thing. Really, really, really cool. Very happy to have that. And so it's plus 60 stealth, which is huge. Chance for NPCs to deal no damage and auto eat efficiency down, but whatever. I'm just gonna be burning through all my food anyway. Yes, I think that means I will. Yeah, if you compare perception to stealth, I will eventually get enough mastery on this thing to have actual 100% success rate, which is great if I'm going to be pickpocketing it all the way to 99 mastery. All right, I just got my first shade key drop. It did get doubled, which is really nice. But this is a 1 in 50 chance, right? Like I don't want any of those gems. I want that, but 1 in 50 is so low. Oh my god. Literally on the first drop. Wow. Gonna take a screenshot of that. Okay, I am not allowed to complain. You're gonna hear me complain about going dry and stuff in the future. I am not allowed to complain about anything after that. Good God. Look how amazing that is. Plus 6% global abyssal XP, mastery in all skills, cost to produce items down, additional quantity of primary resource up. Absolutely busted. And it was from the first chest. Holy shit. Okay. I I'm gonna end up complaining, but if I complain, go in the comments and say, "You remember when you got that skilling gem on the first drop?" I was really expecting to have to pickpocket this guy for like all the way to 99 mastery. After getting that drop, and that was the main thing drawing me to thieving right now, because the next NPC I unlock at level 20 doesn't really have any interesting drops. It has a seed that I can plant as the NPC unique, the only source of it for farming. But I don't actually need to plant that until much further along in Herblore. So given that I got the thing I really wanted with thieving basically immediately and can never complain ever again about being dry on stuff, I think the next most pressing thing to level is summoning, so that I can get the new familiars at 15 and 20. I think the best way to do that is probably either going to be mining or uh, wood cutting. So now I had 25% cost reduction. It's so noticeable here. It's really, really good. Let's try doing mining because I think my mining interval is so low that if I do mining, I'll get really fast summoning XP. I have to discover the mark first, but hopefully it'll pop up pretty quickly. All right, working on mining means I've got one more unlock here. So I need to do one more task. I could probably force the Tangled Weaver task if I needed to. Likely going to make sense for me to switch to doing fishing soon, just because one of the things you can get from fishing is the equivalent of the Melvor Realm 8% XP ring, which I probably should do before doing a substantial amount of skilling. But honestly, I think the Abyssal XP rate is fine. Really, if there was a way for me to get more mastery, I would go for that much earlier. But I'm probably going to do is I'm going to take mining to 15 and woodcutting to 15 so that I can unlock new Melvor or Abyssal Realm agility stuff. Haven't gotten the mole mark to drop yet, but it could just be because my interval is so short. It's going to take a while to see it spawn. I always get nervous when the mark doesn't drop. Like I forgot to talk to Oziak or something, or there's something I need to do to make sure that the mark can drop, you know? There we go. Mark of the Abyssal Mole. Let me make a bunch of those really quick here. Let's see. I'm going to have to buy a bunch of summoning shards, but that's probably fine. Got a decent amount of money now. I think we just do Abyssium or... Well, I guess I have no choice. We're going to do Abyssium or... Okay. Cost reduction is really incredible, especially from that Abyssal Skilling gem, right? Because now that it's at 25% cost reduction, it's only 6 shards per cast now. They definitely balanced all of this, assuming that you have things like cost reduction, because it's so brutal to get those initial levels in summoning, even with 80% preservation, just because of how crazy expensive these are. Now it's quite a bit more tolerable. So there's further cost reduction coming down the pike here. If I can make it to this node, -3 shard cost sounds outstanding. I probably don't actually want to make too many tablets until I unlock that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to equip this Abyssal Mold tablet and just see how much XP I get from mining. I expect it's actually going to be kind of like ridiculously fast. At least I hope it will be, since it doesn't scale with action time like everything else does. Yeah, it's like 824 per action, and I can get my action time down to 0.5 seconds. That's going to be nuts. Let me actually see what the XP per hour is. I think it's going to be really good. Yeah, it looks like Melvor says the XP rate for summoning on mining is like 6 million per hour. So pretty solid given what we started with. Just going to try to get as many upgrades as I can and minimize actual usage of the tablets if I can get away with it. All right, just hit level 15 mining, which is my soft objective. I now have access to brumite ore, but more crucially, I need to get woodcutting to 15 to get more stuff unlocked. So let me increase this level cap. Still a pretty reasonable cost. And we're going to do woodcutting for a bit here. Get a little careful because now I'm using both kinds of tablets. And I think using both tablets doesn't get me any extra XP, right? Oh, no, it is actually getting me XP for both, isn't it? Let me quit woodcutting it really quick. I just want to see how much XP it is. 1600 per tick. That's not too bad. All right, let me get some other gear equipped here. All right, just hit level 10 woodcutting, so now I can switch to this Brumia tree. I think we still do these two together, right? Sense to me. Trying to decide what to AFK when I have to leave for stream here, and I think I'm actually going to do fire making because the skill tree has a bunch of nodes for global abyssal XP, so probably want to do those sooner rather than later. And also global mastery XP. Yeah. And I've got 475,000 Abyssia logs, so I can let that run indefinitely, basically. That'll be my plan. Okay, I let fire making run for 6 hours. It might actually be above level 10. Didn't actually raise the level cap. Yeah, it's level 15 already. Damn. Okay. That went better than I was anticipating. So let's look at the skill tree. So we want global abyssal XP wherever I can get it. Okay, mastery XP for all skills, right? I don't think I really care about the left side here. I think I'm just gonna let this keep running to get to level 20. I mean, why not? I have so many Abyssia logs, I may as well. I could like switch to these other log tiers, but I don't have as many of those. Probably want to go ahead and use Brumia logs though for the bonfire. I'll just let this keep running. That's great though. Right, ended up training astrology all night. Just trying to get all of the different constellations to mastery tier 80. Be way overkill on astrology levels. Yeah, I'm already interesting. I'm 35 astrology and 35 farming. Time. Got to 80. Looks like every time I overnight a single constellation, it gets me to 80. I still have 2 more I have to do for overnighting. Here, I guess we go ahead and spend, I'm getting to level 5 and everything. I think that's pretty affordable. I think finishing off getting to level 8 in each star is a bit of a taller order. But now that I've accomplished that, decide what I'm going to go work on next. I might just go back to fire making and finish getting to 20. Reviewing the numbers here, and I'm not sure that taking fire making to 20 is worth it at the moment. The only thing that would really do for me would be get me closer to this mastery in all skills, but this is 5 skill tree points. So I need to get a level cap increase to be able to hit that node anyway. Rather than do something that's not going to help me with the rest of my grind right now, I'll work on something else, like how I left thieving after I got that drop. Because I can finish getting wood cutting to 15. I still need to do all that to get summoning to 15 into 20 because there's more familiars to pick up. So let's go ahead and chop these guys and regear for this. Okay, so I just hit 15 wood cutting. So I'm going to switch to this new tree. this guy, the plague root tree. And now I can do an astrology. We leveled this one up enough? Yes. Chance again a shadow raven nest in woodcutting. Okay. Again, just spend the first 5 points. And then I think now I'll be able to do, yes, I need 1500 brumite ore, 1500 plague root logs. This is probably the best one to camp on anyway because it's global abyssal XP. So I'll let that build up really quick. I'll go mine the ore. And I think my next project is probably going to be smithing. The reason for that is that I want to buy these skill upgrades that require brumite bars. And I think it's going to be pretty slow because I think early smithing kind of sucks, but maybe I can get it to a level where it's a little bit faster. And I missed when I logged in today that I had gotten above the 95% threshold, which is nice. And it's so nice to be able to go up to 150% because I don't think if I overnight this, even at a very high mastery level, that I risk like fully capping if I can get to 150%. So I can really start trying to pump. I used the excess mastery to pump these two guys to 64. And if I can now reliably actually use my mastery pool, then I think getting these guys to 99 should be way more reasonable than it was in the Melvor realm. There's summoning level 15. Now get the Abyssal Wolf and Octopus. Octopus I'm definitely going to be using, but I need to do a lot of fishing, I think. I barely touched fishing so far. Probably for the best. It's probably best to wait until I'm able to get that that unlock. I have enough plague root logs now. Let me go ahead and swap over to mining to get these brumite ores, and then with the brumite ores, I'll unlock that agility obstacle. Use that summoning level and pick up this -3 shard cost when creating Abyssal Realm Familiars is going to be gigantic. It's going to save me so much money in the long term. I think I really did a good job of minimizing shard cost, but yeah, that gets the shard cost down pretty low once I have everything equipped. I have to also equip this guy. Like now it's down to like 3 instead of like it starts like 12 or something ridiculous, like 11. Insane. Okay, got enough ore to unlock this guy, so let's go ahead and take it. And then if I want to do the next obstacle, I have to either get Runecraft 20, Crafting 20, or Prayer 20. So Prayer 20 is not happening for a really long time. Runecraft 20 might happen. I guess which of these would I take? This only affects crafting interval. I guess each of these only affects the skill directly associated with it. It doesn't really matter unless if I'm already training one of these 3 skills, right? It's not like this one that's giving me global abyssal XP where it's actually helpful for other reasons. Yeah, I think next objective is get smithing to 15. So that's what I'm working on now. All right, checking in on this off and on. I'm at smithing level 10. Need to get to like 13 to make the stuff I need to upgrade all my skills. But I'm making Abyssium two-handed swords now because they're much better XP per hour. I camped that for a while. I'm high enough level I can upgrade some of these pieces. So I made Abyssium plate legs U, which just cost, well, I'll show you. I can do the helmet as well. Just costs like 1,000 abyssal stones, which is basically free. But it's nice because it's some more abyssal resistance just in case. May as well upgrade all of it so I have a full set. All right, level 12, I can do Azurian bars. The Abyssium plate body is probably going to be pretty fast, though. We do that just to get as much money as possible. Let me pump some mastery into it, though, so that I don't burn through all of my bars instantly. That is probably enough. Pumping it to 60 gets me some more preservation. I feel like I probably also need to go ahead and take this to increase the preservation cap just to save as many bars as possible, but it's still a lot of XP. All right, I let Azurian bar making run for a couple levels and got to Abyssal level 14, which is high enough to make Brumite bars, which are the ones that I actually need here. They require Twisted Thorns, which I haven't done any harvesting of. The reason I have so many of them is because these Abyssal Vein Seeds produce probably enough harvesting resources that I'll ever need. I don't know if I really like that mechanic, because it means I never actually have to harvest. But that's okay. I'll pump some mastery into this real quick. Stick to the same number here, sort of like 50 or so. All right. All right, well, I'm gonna have to mine significantly more brumite ore, although mining it's kind of annoying because it has a really long respawn time. So I want to buy all of the upgrades here. I think I can actually only technically pick up the pickaxe coating, the harvester, and the axe coating because I have to level up fishing to get the rod coating. But I'd like to have enough bars to afford all of them. So that's going to be 20K. That's my current project. All right, I got up to like 10,000 of these bars here. Let's go ahead and get the pickaxe first and the axe. I'll get the harvester next and then save up the 5,000 bars. I don't have to go back into mining because I'm almost out of ores here. Oh man, that upgrade's really good. I just kind of grabbed it without looking at the text, but just +1 extra quantity of resource on every tick is kind of a big deal. It seems like this expansion has a lot of buffs like that. Like they added these special new sections for it where you can see extra primary resource gain in addition to the cost reduction. And yeah, it's a pretty big deal. It really makes getting the resources feel way faster, which is nice because you need a lot of them, right? Okay, got enough bars for the harvester, and I'm just gonna save up 5,000 and then probably move on to something else. I guess I should stay on this until I hit 15 because that will unlock something new in astrology. Yeah, this guy, actually, what I'm staring at right now, which I'll already be able to take advantage of. And then agility, it doesn't really matter. I would need crafting. I already did this analysis. Yeah, I would need one of these three, but the effects only affect those skills, so I don't need to do them urgently. All right, momentous occasion here. I have now mastered everything in farming. That was really fast. I'm not even level 37 abyssal level yet. Much easier to do with the 150% mastery threshold. So that's nice. Now I don't have to care about managing mastery anymore because there's nothing else to spend it on. All right, I got my 5,000 bars. I'll just save those for later for when I get fishing up to that level. Let me go ahead and try to finish getting to 15 for the astrology constellation, and I'm probably going to overnight another constellation. There we go. Smithing 15. I'll come back to it later, probably when I raise the level cap in the future. So now I can pick up cost to produce items is really good. That's really tempting to pump that up to 8%. Oh, geez, does that go all the way up to 10%? Ooh, that's really expensive, though. I think if I go up to 10%, I'm going to use literally all of my Abyssal Stardust. Okay, I'm going to continue to just do 5% for now. We're going to call that the, like, partway objective, just so I don't go crazy trying to focus on astrology. But that's really good. Because even with that, now I'm already at 30% cost reduction. And I'm coming up pretty soon. There's more cost reduction here, so I'll be able to get it to, like, 40%. That seems really good. All right, well, I got that unlocked. So now I have to choose. I said I might overnight something in astrology. I might also overnight fishing. Obviously, you want to switch to new fish when you unlock them, but I think I need tons of raw crimson biters to be able to level cooking, even with resource preservation, because I'm not going to have any other recipes here for a minute, right? Like, yeah, even like the level 3 recipe still uses biters. I guess I eventually get breams at level 5. Uh, Let me think about it. Yeah, I mean, I guess I do. I'm doing enough like mining and strength and stuff. I'll overnight this guy. That should get me to 80 mastery. Maybe it'll get me enough mastery pool now that I can spend it to get Dorn close to 80 mastery. And then once everything's 80, I can move on to other activities. Probably getting close to time that I have to switch back to combat so I can raise level caps again. But I'm still kind of just jumping around to the activities that talk to each other, and there's still a decent amount of the activities talking to each other, which is nice. I checked in on my phone several times, just kind of move things around here. My overnight astrology goal was a success, just barely. Everything is now at least level 80. So I can't do anything with Dorn because I don't have corruption to 15 yet. I've already spent everything with Deidre for now. Irdan, I have to get attack to 15. Maria, I have to get fishing to 15. This one, here we go. Additional percent chance to get an abyssal gem. All right, so I think the project now is to do fishing to 15, and then I'm probably going to go back to combat. If there's anything else super pressing before that. Unless if I guess I could try to take summoning the rest of the way to 20, because that's pretty doable. I am high enough level that a fishing mark should drop eventually, although I think fishing might be the first tier 2 mark, so it might be a bit rarer, but that should speed things up quite a bit once I get it. Oh, looks like Mark of the Abyssal Octopus is tier 1. It's the level 20 stuff that's tier 2. That should be a bit slower. But yeah, one of the combinations I can make is really good. It's -1 second fishing interval for Abyssal Realm, so I really want to get that octopus drop sooner rather than later. Here we go. It was like 40 minutes or something to get that. 30 minutes. All right, let me make a bunch of those really quick before we continue here. I need to try to maximize resource saving before I go too hard on this. We're going to have a bad time, I think. Try to pump it to level 50 to start. And let's see. This gives me better resource savings. Yeah, 125 Crimson Biters is an absorbable cost. Hold on. The combo I'm going to want is going to be octopus plus golem, so I have to make a ton of golem tablets. I'll do that. I'll probably get like 20k of each. That seems to have been enough for other skills so far. Summoning's really interesting because like the amount of XP you get per tablet usage goes up so much. Like it's like 1500 XP for every tablet usage with this this octopus familiar. Hopefully I get level 2. I think I need level 2 to be able to get the interval reduction, but the interval reduction should bring the minimum interval here down to the bare minimum of 0.25, I think. There's octopus level 2, which should now, yeah, really speed things up because now my base interval is 0.25 seconds and max interval is 2.35 seconds. Pretty useful. Probably won't ever be able to swap off of that. Should also be really good for summoning XP, I assume. Man, you get so many abyssal fishing shots. You just saw me get a +8 drop. I think that's just consequence of having both the hourglass and the skilling gem. I'm really glad I got that skilling gem so early. Probably could have gotten it a little earlier, but still getting it on the like. But by that I mean I could have done thieving sooner. Not that I could have gotten the drop sooner because I got it literally on my first key. But yeah, you get a ton of these. I'm trying to go for the +8% abyssal XP ring. That would be pretty convenient for some skills. I think I generally like having the mastery ring since mastery is kind of annoying to train when the interval's so short. But yeah, 8% XP is a big deal. So hopefully we get it soon. All right, finally hit level 5. Try this raw crimson bream instead. I think the XP rate's going to be better. Given that I'm already going under the minimum interval here with the biter. Okay, we are now fishing level 10. Got a new fish I'm going to go switch to. I assume each... Okay, this one's pretty fast. Almost as fast as the Crimson Biter. It seems like that's great. Let me pump a little bit of mastery into it here. At some point I'll do a tour of all of my skill tree selections. Most of them haven't been super interesting. It's like I tend to not take the boring mastery and XP nodes. I just take whatever's mechanical. Here, more chances to get extra cooked versions of fish seem pretty solid, as is getting the additional quantity of primary resource once I get another 4 skill points. You like some of the quality of life improvements here, like making sure every special item in fishing drops as an abyssal fishing chest. It's more exciting to open a ton of those all at once and see if you got, you know, the rare drop you're going for than it is to just have it fill up your bank. I do get these really quickly. Like you saw, I just got 12 from when I started talking. Really hope I get the ring soon. It's like a 1 in 3,600-ish, which isn't too bad. Like, I probably already opened. I guess I can see exactly how many I've gotten, right? That's in the completion log. Items. Just look at Into the Abyss only. Somewhere on this list. Here. Oh, I'm at drop rate. Almost slightly over drop rate by like 200. Okay. I'm not allowed to complain about drop rates though, remember, because of this thing. So if I have to go quadruple dry on it, that's fine. Well, I got a drop. It's not very useful. It's the tentacle hat, right? makes it so that the Abyssal Octopus tablet doesn't use any tablets, but also makes it impossible to preserve your other tablet. I guess that could be useful if I didn't already have essentially an unlimited number of octopus tablets. Kind of a cool drop, though. All right, so I ended up getting to 12 fishing and swapped it over to the Mist Jaw. Also ended up hitting summoning 20, so more XP is nice here. I'm going to have to level up cooking a bit to get a mark, and attack, range, or strength to get the other 2 marks that I'm missing, so I'll probably go for that once this grind wraps up and I get fishing to 15 is my soft goal right now. I have enough of these Mist Jaws to turn in this task, which gets me to 10 Abyssal tasks completed, which was the objective. So now, if I start to risk capping on resources, I can at least pick up some of these guys. Actually curious, we get like a couple of them now. How much money are they worth? Probably don't want to spend the weapons and armor because that's potential township XP. If I were to just sell this, that's not bad, given that it's passive. But I'll hold on to it because I'll actually end up using it in harvesting. I have to step away soon, and I might not be able to... What I'm probably going to do is just AFK cooking. So I'm going to start actively cooking really quick here, just to try to get the mark that I just unlocked for summoning 20, Mark of the Pig. Well, I got it instantly, so no complaining there. Mark of the Abyssal Pig, no problem. Let me make a bunch of these tablets, or probably need to pump up the level again. All right, I made like 20,000 pigs. That should carry me over once I have to go AFK here, but I'm going to try to finish getting 15 fishing since that was my objective. Okay, I hit level 15 fishing. I don't have any pressing reasons to continue for now until I further raise the level cap. I will pop over to astrology, and now I can get... have to like leave and go back for that to update. There it is. 5% chance to get an extra resource in fishing. Can it be doubled? Okay, great. Let's do cooking. I'm just going to let this go for a while. Got Mark of the Pig level 2, so I have to pick my synergy here. I don't want cooking success rate as capped because coal is useless. It's actually really weird that even exists. Gain a cooked version of a fish when fishing. Okay, doesn't matter. Get an extra resource. What does it mean to get an extra fish in cooking? Does that mean it like refunds a fish back to me? Is that misstated? Maybe it's like it gives you 1 extra cooked fish, but you have to be cooking fish specifically. Oh, really weird. An additional fish in cooking realm versus 1 additional resource in cooking. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I have an equal amount of like logs and harvesting materials. It doesn't matter which one of these I pick. Let me swap though, just to confirm that it works the way I expect. I guess we take this one just because it's 10% higher, but still really weird. Well, at level 3, I can at least make baked biter pies. I'm not going to bother with passive cooking since it doesn't give any XP or mastery. It's a little bit better XP per hour. Like the XP per craft is worse, but the interval is much better. Pretty amusing. I had forgot to loot my last batch of fishing chests, and I was like, I should check it really quick, just in case it has the Lost Ring of the Abyss, and it does. I went a bit dry on that, but I'll just go ahead and equip it now. Can't complain about being dry ever again. Actually, let me make sure this is visible in like every tab, because I'm going to use it on basically every skill. Unless if I really need mastery, like I do with like astrology. Okay, I let this run for a few hours. I got to level 10 cooking. Maxed out the pig familiar. And got a bunch of new recipes. So I guess I can just keep letting cooking run until 20. Let's go ahead and raise the skill cap. This'll pumpkin pie. That might actually be what I want to make here. Let's see. Yeah, it uses the pumpkins, which I otherwise have no use for, and the cook time's pretty fast, and the XP per pie is pretty high, so I'm just going to let that run for a while. All right, well, I got to pick something to do overnight. I won't be doing astrology until I raise the level cap again, because I can't benefit from anything until I get things up to level 30 anyway. And I'm pretty happy with where everything else is. I am going to have to do runecraft eventually, but to do that, I'm going to need a ton of abyssal essence. So I'll wait until I can mine some more of that. I think I'm just going to do melee combat. I'll just do attack, and we'll see what level attack I am in the morning. So I think in doing overnight combat, I can unlock this Tangled Grove now. It does cost a ton of these Slayer coins, but I think I'm safe to idle it. I'll jump over and just fight one manually to make sure that I'm completely safe. But I think it'll be all right. And there's some important drops that I need here anyway. This guy should have an advantage against me. Yes, his max hit is 117k, and my auto eat threshold is 149k. So this is the worst possible thing I could fight such. All right, I probably got the most important item here, the Thorn Defender, attack interval down. I think I'm just going to equip that. Have enough money now that I don't really need that, this guy, as impactful as the Defender is going to be. Hey, I got the Mark of the Minotaur, which is what I wanted to get really quick before swapping to attack. I need to get the Wolf Mark. And then once I get a Wolf Mark, I can craft one really quick to make sure that more can drop. Ah, geez, I'm not going to complain about going dry, but it took me a really long time to get this Mark of the Abyssal Wolf before going to bed here. The idea is I want to swap some of my agility obstacles to make summoning marks, to make enough of these to use for my next big grind, and then swap back to my combat stuff. So I wanted to be able to get both of them, even though I'm not going to use both of them. So I should be good on Minotaur secondaries. That's the Abyssium two-handed sword, no problem. The Wolf, I might also be okay on. I can use these cooked Crimson Biters. So let me dump some mastery into them and make like 25k of each. Fortunately, made a ton of two-handed abyssal swords, which you use instead of battle axes here in the abyss. So I should be able to make a lot more Minotaur tablets, which means I'll probably AFK strength overnight rather than attack. I'm pretty close on skill trees here. If I can get a single attack level, I can equip this guy, which is more laceration stacks. And if I get a single strength level, I can get this guy, which is more enemy abyssal resistance down. So what I might do is monitor on my phone until I get one attack level, running the wolf tablet, and then hot swap to strength and use the Minotaur tablet for the rest of the night. All right, I was able to squeeze out like 31,000 tablets. That's historically been more than enough to overnight it. So I'll do that, and I'll see you in a few seconds when I report on my progress. All right, checking in on overnighting strength here. I did pop around like I was saying and switched a couple skills just to make sure I had good levels. Okay, so strength is 18, hit point 16, prayer 5, slayer 17, corruption 9. Looking pretty good. It took, for some reason, those Minotaur marks were just not dropping. I was trying to wait until I got the mark level 2 to get the synergy here with the Golden Thief. Hopefully it still counts as me having unlocked the synergy overnight. It's hard for me to tell if that actually worked that way. But that means I have a bunch of skill trees to manage here. So strength, I've got 7 points to spend. Let's obviously get the one for the minus 5% abyssal resistance. I think after that, chance to stun. They'll all require two-handed weapons. I think we can start going for a chance to stun. Hit points. Now that I've taken all of the XP bonuses, I don't really care about damage from specific debuffs. I do care about maximum HP. Choices. 5 Slayer points. Okay, so yeah, definitely area negation, right? And then I did pick up one of these soul points when releasing souls, but I need to save up for the next one, which is 4. Jeez, that's and corruption, I guess if I'm going to continue, I'd save up for XP. I should now that I'm above level 15 Slayer, I think there's a ability shortcut I can swap to. This guy. I have the Mistjaws for it. And I think that's fine so long as I'm not doing anything about combat. Yeah, I think I just stand this. This is kind of interesting because percent of damage dealt gained is AP. You have to like compare their combat level because the other option I have is, their combat level times 10 gained as AP. Is their health high enough that this gives more AP? Probably. I don't know. In terms of the loot that I got overnight, most of this I've already seen. Let me just grab it. We can look at the stuff that's amulets of power eventually combine into a elite amulet of power. It's very similar to the Fez. It's like called Exodius or something. It's a super amulet that you can make eventually. Amulet of corruption, good points level, has basically no stats on it and just gives me corruption XP, which is maybe worth equipping, honestly. Well, this is part of the Exodia amulet. Okay. Chance to apply slow. Chance to apply toxin when hit. Stats in it are kind of good. Amulet of distances. This is the ranged thing. Okay, so those are all kind of straightforward. These are ranged pants that give you a kind of a weak thorns effect. This is the magic amulet that's part of the new Fez. A magic shield and everything else you already talked about. Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep AFKing combat here. I need to get everything to level 20, so that's kind of my objective. Sounds like I unlocked a new prayer at level 5. Is this finally, that's finally a second prayer I can use. Holy shit. Where it's like actually going to stack and do more damage and get me more prayer points. That took so long to get to level 5 prayer, but hopefully my XP rate will speed up a little bit now that I finally have that. Okay, I just hit strength 20. Gonna switch to attack now. Right. I think I'm gonna try to get defense 20 by just leveling it simultaneously with magic. I don't know how brutal that's gonna be. It's gonna cost me a lot of runes, but it feels pretty slow to just switch straight up to defense. It's like gonna require an entire additional overnight if I do it that way. But we'll see how many attack levels I can get here. I'm just kind of sticking to this one enemy, just re-rolling Slayer tasks until I get it, because he's got a lot of health, and he's one of the few magic tasks under the woe category. I think there's only like two. It's this guy and the scarecrow. But yeah, I just every time the task ends, I just keep manually re-rolling until I get him again. And I guess it's ultimately worth it because if I can get 100 of these amulets of enchantment, I can combine them. Knew I was forgetting something. I unlocked this melee strength bonus from equipment. Should have taken it a minute ago. It probably would have sped some things up. Also, this melee accuracy rating, I just went ahead and filled out. I don't think I have any other combat ones for now. Okay. I just should have hit that much sooner because it probably would have made me kill this guy way faster. We're going to go ahead and max out this melee strength bonus, even though it's like insanely expensive in Stardust, just because I think it's going to be pretty substantial for speeding things up. I'm not going to max out the accuracy rating though, because I don't really need that yet. With the waterfall crossing double attack thing, I'm already doing fine on chance to hit. Curious to see if my upgrades make the initial dungeon any faster now, because there's still a couple items I need to get. I need to get the Woeful Core and the Abyssal Core still. So I might just pop over there and do like a clear just to see if the boss dies really fast or if it still is like, 5-10 minutes. Reason to run this too is the rare chance that the final boss rolls with a new corruption modifier, but it's like a 1 in 500 and there's like 29 enemies in this dungeon, so actively farming that is probably not in the cards right now. All right, so I'm at the boss. She can't kill me, which is good. She does reduce my abyssal resistance, but I think I have enough resistance that her lacerate stacks won't be as nasty as they would otherwise be. It's tempting to swap to the lacerating dagger just to try to get her stacks maxed out. And then once she's maxed out on stacks, switch back to toxin. But I'm definitely not like annihilating her. This is still a really, really long fight, it looks like. I think something that might actually make a difference here, that I probably mentioned this earlier, but the skill tree for hit points, if I had this 20% reduced damage from laceration, that doesn't seem very good. Since anything that just reduces damage, like who cares, right? It's just, healing and damage reduction that doesn't get you in auto eat thresholds basically doesn't matter in this game. But if it makes her heal significantly less, then maybe it speeds up this fight. I'm probably still not going to put points into that until way later. I'm probably still just going to come down the max hit point side now that I have all the combat XP bonuses. But maybe I'll go down it next because I probably value this more than I value like regeneration. Who cares about that? Yeah, that was not worth it in the slightest, and I had to switch to rain just to have a chance to finish here. What a mess. Let's not do that for now. Let's go just fight some regular guy. Hey, Slayer level 20. That's as high I'll be able to take that until I can increase the level cap. The region it unlocked, I think, is really expensive to go to. The Blighted Reach Pass costs like 10 million Slayer coins. Jeez, that's not viable. What I'll probably be doing instead is buying the next tier of upgrade to the Slayer equipment, but I need 20 defense to be able to equip it. So maybe what I'll do is when I go AFK for stream, I'll switch over to defense just to try to get it to 20. I know I said I was going to do magic defense, but I think I really just need to conserve runes, even if it means I have to camp melee for an extra couple hours. Okay, I let this run during stream. Got 5 defense levels, a prayer level, corruption level. That's it for now. I guess I'll just keep letting it run on defense at the moment. This is probably worth celebrating. The Abyssal Enhancer, I finally have the 10% global bonus, which took forever, like 4 days or something to get enough resources to build that. So now I can just dump in the Ethereal Sanctuary. I'll definitely overshoot if I overnight defense here. But if I want to do range or magic, I need to spend more time rune crafting or smithing. I have to make new throwing daggers. So I think I'm just going to overnight defense. I don't think that's a terrible choice because even if I overshoot 20, I mean, it's levels I'm going to need to get eventually anyway for the next tier. And there is actually an interesting thing. I probably should have gone for this in the defense skill tree. It works the way I think it does. I was favoring getting global evasion. This cost me 4 points. Maybe I should have instead gone for this node to unlock chance to ignore debuffs, because that doesn't sound very good. But if it works the way chance to ignore bleed worked in Throne of the Herald, then that means that if you have a debuff, and there's a 5% chance every tick for the debuff to be completely cleared, which is way stronger than just a chance to not get it, right? And because the boss of the first dungeon puts like max stacks of laceration on you, if this is a 5% chance to delete all your laceration stacks, that would make killing her way faster, because she wouldn't lifesteal off max stacks constantly like she currently does. So getting this, let's see, this is going to cost 2 points. This will probably cost 3 or 4 points. This will probably be like 5 points. So maybe if I overnight, I'll have enough to pick this up. I think that's the last node that I really care about before. Obviously, Abyssal Resistance is really good, but we're not going to be getting that until defense is nearly maxed. I'm just going to let this overnight. I guess I'll go ahead and increase my prayer level cap. May as well. I'll probably get past level 10 here. I did pull up my phone in the middle of the night and swapped off of defense training, seeing that I had hit 20. Switched to attack, which I overshot a little bit, got to 22. That's okay. And eventually, anyway. And a whole bunch of other crap. Okay. Ravage is actually, I think, a pretty good prayer. So that essentially right away, I probably don't need these accuracy prayer. So it's percentage of your max hit points is dealt as damage, and the enemy has minus 5% abyssal resistance. That should be quite a bit better than the accuracy prayer. Optimally, I'd probably want to use this one and this one just to get more XP per attack. But this one actually affects my max hit. Let's see. Obviously, though, I need to swap off of melee because my melee stats are all max. The other thing I did, the reason I checked in was because at 20 defense, I was able to upgrade the Slayer gear. So that cost, I can show you what it cost. Yeah, 4 million coins because I had to buy 8 of them, 4 for each item. So I really need to start saving my Slayer coins again because there's a Slayer region that I actually already technically have access to at Abyssal level 20 that requires 10 million coins to get to from the shop, which is really expensive. But I'm probably going to spend the coins I have now on putting together a ranged gear. But before I can level ranged, I have to make Brumite throwing daggers. So I'm going to try to swap over and do that here in a sec. Okay, so I really got to hurry up. Clock is ticking now to get the level cap increase because I just finished maxing all buildings at 20 for township. Technically township 34. Actually, I'll be higher when I get this wave here. So as soon as I raise the cap, I'll immediately be level 30. Okay, I made 20,000 throwing knives, which would probably get me far enough with the way that preservation chance works. I'm going to make some regular daggers so that I can re-up my Golden Thief. I think I'm going to have to run the Golden Thief for a really long time. It was pretty terrible in the Melvor realm, but in the Abyss, that synergy that gives you AP based on the enemy combat level is like really good. Why I have so much AP right now. So yeah, I think I basically just have to run it for a really long time until I find some kind of other source of money. But thieving doesn't really produce anywhere near as much money, neither does agility. So I'll just make a bunch of daggers and then craft them into tablets, and then we'll get on this ranged grind. And then I'm probably going to have to swap to runecraft to prepare for the magic grind. We're in the depths of woe again, and it's actually going quite a bit better with this new range setup. I'm probably just going to run this until I get the pet to drop because it's only a 1 in 20 drop chance, so pretty likely to be able to get it. There's still a couple of uniques that I need to. Oh, like that one, for instance. Yeah, I can use that right now. Woeful Plate Body. Not a particularly amazing effect, but I guess it's better in some handful of melee situations. Yeah, check this out. I'm doing way faster damage now with this kind of setup here. The Ring of Barrage, I think, is actually decent enough once I can get my chance to hit higher on this thing. It's pretty good. It still takes like a couple minutes to kill the boss, but maybe I'll get lucky while I'm going for the pet here and get one of the extra corruption since the combat level is high enough that that's physically possible. It's pretty crazy though. I'm getting like a million ranged XP every time I kill her. That went much better. Last thing I need here is the Abyssal Core, which lets me make a ring that helps with Slayer area effect negation, which maybe I'll need at some point. Not super important if I don't get it. And the pet is like some extra reflect damage. Isn't super necessary, but I mean, I can go for it. Now's probably the time to do it, and it's pretty good range training anyway. Hey, there's the pet. That wasn't too bad. That was like an under rate. Yeah, 15 clears. Keep running it for a bit to see if I can get that Abyssal Essence. Because it's pretty good like range training. It's just not giving me Slayer XP also. Pause actually isn't, this is ridiculous, but it's not a terrible way to get Abyssal Essence. I've gotten that 5,000 drop like 4 times now. Obviously, ring crafting is probably better overall, but kind of nice. You finally have the prayer level to pick this guy up, which is pretty amazing. So now those regular souls give +4 soul points, which is a lot, actually. Probably not going to get another one of those unlocks for a while, so I'm going to feel okay just using them right now. Yeah, that's fantastic. 6 soul points each instead of 2 soul points each. 72k soul points. I should be fine to just use whatever prayers I want from now on without worrying about running out. Recording this on November 11th when I have a really serious internet outage. We keep having these in the town that I live in where like the backbone to the town gets completely cut. So we have no cell service and no internet. So I just had to like drive to a different town to get internet. But fortunately, since Melvor is already connected, I was able to let it keep running. So it was on this boss, so maybe that's not actually for the best. New prayer. Well, I got range to 20, so maybe a little bit of overkill there. Even load up here. Max hit crit chance. I actually think I probably need the accuracy more for this particular enemy. Maybe. Oh, I got a lot of clears, didn't I? All right. Well, now I have all the drops from this place and 35,000 essence. So I think I will leave and find another activity. Maybe I'll go ahead and do runecraft now that I have all that essence. We have every possible drop. I need 10 of these Azurian Void Heart rings. Go Abyss ring. It looks like all the graphics are screwy right now, probably because of the internet issue. I'm not gonna be able to force save until internet comes back, which is a little bit scary. It was nice to get my level objective done there. Let's check this tree ranged. Ooh, that would have been really nice to have this. That probably would have made killing the boss way faster. Bummer, bummer, bummer. Um, yes, I have 4 more points to spend. Accuracy rating, but the crit chance seems pretty good. Okay. I got 2 prayer levels. I guess I'm just going to save up for the more soul points when releasing souls. And hit points, I need to save up for more max HP. And those are the only levels I have right now. Okay, I'm going to runecraft. I'm going to let runecrafting run for a bit so that I can level magic, and then I should be able to raise level caps. Runecraft is honestly shockingly slow. I didn't realize how bad this was going to be, even with all my upgrades, because I don't get another rune until level 13. Currently level 3. But hopefully I have a lifetime supply of Ire and Abyss runes by the time I finally get there, because that is a long ways off. I went ahead. I guess I will go ahead and increase the level cap. I may as well. Um, yeah, that sucks. Like I don't think you could meaningfully train on staves or wizard hats because the rune cost is just too extreme. But yeah, that's with like plus 54% XP from all of this other stuff that I have. So it would be even slower if I hadn't gotten all that. And that's the best I can do as far as I know for interval as well. Kind of sucks to do it now. Like it might honestly be better to just try to get magic to 20 so that I can raise level caps elsewhere because I can get the Abyssal Crow familiar, I want to say is level 25. Yeah. And if I'm going to be doing this much runecraft, it's probably good to also be getting like actual summoning XP in the process. Not sure. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it because I think if I can get crow tablets, then I don't have the internet right now, so I can't look on the wiki to see what all the synergies are for crow, but it would be nice if I have to be running this action 100,000 times or whatever to get the level up. So instead, I'm gonna redo all of my agility obstacles again and gear up and go do uh magic training to try to get it to 20 so I can raise the level cap. I'll have to deal with not being able to update uh my spell. I think I get a spell that uses new runes at 11. I'll just have to deal with Abyssal Eruption, but maybe that's fine. I guess we'll find out. Checking in with a quick update here. I'm up to 17 magic, 18 prayer, 24 slayer, 14 corruption, 24 hit points. Uh, been doing what I've already been talking about doing. So I finally got all of the rune preservation upgrades, which is probably not worth it. I probably can just make plenty of runes and not have to worry about it. But I don't want to spend unnecessary time rune crafting if I can avoid it. Prayer, I'm saving up for this guy plus 3 soul points when releasing souls. It seems really, really good, although it does cost 7 points, which is crazy expensive. And with hit points, I am grabbing more max HP. I still have no internet, so I can't like save and close the game and reopen it so you can see the nice summary, which is why you haven't been seeing that when I come back. Um, and you'll notice that some graphics are broken because I guess it must fetch them from the internet. Hopefully I can like refresh those once I get internet back. But it's working. We'll get there. Well, as soon as I get to 20 magic, it's a huge break point. I'm going to be able to raise all these level caps. I'm probably going to end up spending all of my money because the cost of raising one cap is like 500K right now. And I have 300 million, but it's all going to go. I'm almost certainly just going to raise the level cap on virtually everything. And then what I'm likely going to do is overnight runecraft. I'll try to get runecraft to level 20, maybe. Well, we'll see. I'll just overnight it and see what level that gets me, I guess. And then I'm going to raise the cap on astrology. And after getting a bunch of runes from Runecraft, I'll probably move on to overnighting astrology to get all of the things I'm going to need to get from that. Have to wait for a bit. This is probably really good. Piercer, I think it's yeah, attack interval down. That's pretty great. And it's percentage attack interval down, which is amazing for magic. Just been doing auto slayer and manually adjusting the woe task whenever possible to be fighting a ranged enemy to try to get more magic XP. But I'm like just clicking around some of the other enemies. Not too many drops that are super interesting, at least not that I can get with magic. But I've decided I'm going to go try to fight this Smog Virefang because he drops Glumia tree seeds, which once I raise the level cap for farming, I'll be able to plant. And right now I'm only basically planting Abyssia logs because that's the only tree seed I have a ton of. So I guess after this Tangled Serpent task is done, I'll go do that. Probably not going to bother getting a Slayer task for it because the next tier is really expensive to reroll. Probably have to pay really close attention to that if I ever get around to doing it. This is depressing. I really want my internet to come back right now. I don't even get the enemy graphic. Ugh. There's like one dungeon not in the Abyssal Realm that the graphic never loads for, and I'm worried now that like it tries to download it once, and then after that it just remains cached that it's not visible. So hopefully when my internet comes back, I will get visuals back. But I am fighting the Smog Virefang. I'm trying to get these Brumia seeds here. Excuse me, Glumia seeds. Really been trying to maximize Slayer XP as much as possible, so it kind of sucks to not be getting Slayer XP for killing this thing. But it dies pretty fast and it has a lot of hit points, so probably pretty effective for gaining magic XP. And I just really want to get this level. It's going to be a huge break point. I have a bunch of skills that are just going to jump to level 30 immediately as I raise the cap. So I'm just going to have so much to do. Then I can go to bed. Okay, I got like 13 of these. This will be enough for planting twice. I'm probably going to swap off him though, because he's got 17% abyssal resistance and obviously isn't a Slayer monster. So not getting Slayer coins and not getting Slayer damage bonus. I'm just going to switch back to this Tangled Serpent. Just got Prayer 20, which is important because it unlocks an agility obstacle. But the problem is it requires potent souls. And I don't have access to potent souls yet at all. I was trying because I can't research. So I still don't have internet. I think the earliest opportunity I'm going to get is, and it's not these guys. Not even these guys. These guys are potent. Fractured Beast. There might be a Slayer region as well. Okay, yeah. Wailing Ambushers at Slayer 25, which I'll probably be around the time I get to Magic 20. But I'll have to do the Depths of Decay dungeon, which there's some things I have to do before that's going to be possible, I think. It's pretty good agility obstacle, like chance preserve, soul points, chance to double soul drops is really good, and soul point cost down. Probably gonna end up using this one, but I have to get Runecraft at 20, which is a pretty substantial grind actually. I guess I'm gonna need to do this so that I can even access obstacle 6. So kind of too bad that is unlocked at prayer 20, but you probably aren't gonna have the right souls for it just yet. All right, this is about to be one of the biggest one-time grinding breakpoints I've ever encountered in a video game, RuneScape, Melvor, or otherwise. Magic 20, I can now raise other level caps, which is awesome. So let me do that. So let's do Township to 30. It's going to let me build a whole bunch of stuff. So we want to focus on buildings that give me things, right? These are interesting, like damage dealt is kind of cool. Slayer coins from tasks, mastery XP, but I can't get those until 40, 50, and so on. So I can't do anything with that yet. This is XP, so I'm not as concerned. More rune stones would be good. I'm just going to dump into that here. Very pleased I just had enough points to be able to max that immediately. The Void Fire Ash is probably worth doing too, because I think I have less of that than I have of everything else. Pretty much. Not by a lot, but... Well, this is costing me a lot of money. Hopefully that doesn't get in the way of me upgrading stuff. And I'm out. I guess the armorer doesn't care about rune stones, so it's just XP, which I don't particularly care about, but cool. I have to wait to be able to turn in the next wave anyway. That's totally fine. That is jumping straight to level 30, which gave me a bunch of points to spend. So we got to take that one. Mastery and all yeah, mastery and all skills. That seems like the right play. And I won't get to spend points again until I raise the level cap again. But that was fun for a quick second. Raise the farming cap here. This is a whole bunch of great new stuff. Skill tree. I've got 10 points to spend. I don't need mastery. I actually need to actively avoid that. I'm going to have to take it to get the interval reduction, unfortunately. So I think instead we take chance to double. I don't really care about abyssal XP, honestly. Primary resource gain. And I'm out of points. I guess I could take this just to have something. Okay, well, that's farming. I won't be able to plant anything for a minute. Wood cutting I didn't get. I'll level these once I actually get to the level cap. So I'm just kind of focusing on the stuff that I already have capped. Agility is one of those. Increase cap. Already 22. That gets me mastery XP and all skills. Fantastic. Summoning's a big one. Increase level cap. Starting to get pretty expensive. Centaur and Crow unlocked. And then in the skill tree, we want extra quantity. Yes. I want to get this shard cost reduction. I can only afford one of these two, so let's take the... Well, you could argue maybe for the familiar attack interval. Well, no, because I think summoning familiars suck. The reason to take this is to get a little bit more summoning XP per hour when training combat, but I feel like I'm going to end up maxing summoning not from combat XP. It's going to be from skilling. I don't really care about mastery XP, and the summoning max hit, I don't even know why this is on here, honestly, because the summoning max hit is like 1,000 HP. It's homeopathic. It basically doesn't exist. So I think we just take that, and then when I get another summoning level later, I can take this guy. We are going to try to get these marks. Going to be Centaur and the Crow. I'll eventually be able to get the Witch and the Leprechaun once I get more levels here. Astrology is going to be a big jump. All right, and I already used Mastery to advance both Veil and Cilia. So we can go ahead, hit points, XP, let's do the 5. Base food healing value I actually do not care about, so I'm not going to spend resources on it right now. I'm going to have to overnight this a bit to get more dust, honestly. Pretty expensive just to do those initial 5 level ups. I guess I'll do this. It's something. We'll train that a bit later. And then we can do harvesting too. Oh, and let's of course take skill tree here. Trying to go for interval. I was doing mastery as well, although I think that's less important. This is all just mastery. There is an interval down here, but it's really deep. So I think it's probably more important to get these starfalls, maybe. And that gets me more chances for stardust too. So starfall, starfall, starfall. And then I won't get the dust increase until I get another level cap increase, but that's still pretty cool. I guess I may as well, maybe it would have been better to not take these mastery increases so that I could have picked this up now. But it's probably fine. I'll just take the... Oh, I'll save it until I get a level cap increase. That's fine. I don't screw that up. We can increase the harvesting level, which I'm probably not actually going to use, but that lets me access this gloom vein. Honestly, I feel like the problem is this is kind of a bummer because I like the idea of harvesting, but like just by doing one overnight on this regular abyssal vein, I got enough chests that I'll be able to get all of the harvesting materials I need from this. Oh, that's right. I can unlock this guy now. Let's go ahead and plant a gloom vein pod. Yeah. Oh, I need weird gloop. What a weird. Plant that guy. Sure. All right. That was incredible. Just got so many skill level ups. I'm not done yet. We can do Slayer, right? Comes me straight to 26, which technically means that once I do this dungeon, I can go do this Paranoia Pit. Yep. And then I can fight this guy and get his Potent Soul so I can get that agility shortcut. So that's something I'll do later. I don't need to do it right now. I guess I'll go ahead and increase the prayer level cap, although I can't use it right now because I haven't gotten to 21 yet. And is that everybody? I think it is. Cool. All right. Well, that's done. I think that I'm just gonna babysit rune crafting for a bit until I get a crow mark to drop. I'm a little worried that the crow mark is gonna require combo runes to make because I think that's how it worked in vanilla Melvor, and I can't Google it because I don't have internet. But at least I can discover it and then make an overnight decision before I go to bed. So let me do that. I was apparently clicking and accidentally dismissed the pop-up, but I got it. It does in fact use combo runes. At least that's what I assume those are, since there's 4 of them. So I'm not gonna overnight runecraft. Actually, I'm gonna do something else. Let's just do something that I don't have to worry about making sure I unlock the mark for it first. That gives me some options. Let me think about it. Actually, I think the call here is to do fire making. I don't want to do agility yet until I have obstacle 5, which is going to require me to get runecraft at 20 or crafting to 20 or whatever. Well, okay. Actually, let me back this up. It's impossible for me to have crow tablets. So, like, what am I delaying for, right? I can't make crow tablets until I get runecraft high enough to make combo runes. And granted, that's like level 20, which that fucking sucks. But I think I just have to do this. I think this actually does need to be what I overnight. It sucks, but I don't think I have another choice. I mean, I could still do fire making just to get the additional or what is it, 6% mastery XP in all skills, but I think it's fine. Let's just try to get this out of the way because this part really sucks. I think it's going to speed up once I get even one additional rune to make, to be honest. Okay, I finally have internet back, so I just got to give you this kind of an update. It looks like I got to like 13. Okay, that was not as many levels as you'd think from overnighting a skill at this point, but gotta make these broom runes, so that now it's a little bit late, because now I'm gonna need the next rune, so I'm probably gonna raise the level cap and go up to 30 at some point. The cost to produce, additional quantity, base primary resource. And then we're gonna do this once I have the points for it. XP on the broom rune is like literally twice as good. Close to twice as good, I should say. And I guess I'm only barely 13, so I didn't waste too much. I probably should have bought more glove charges. I realized that when I went to bed. Let me hit a force save here. Okay, cloud save successful after 20 hours. That was a little stressful. And I'm going to turn my auto force save back. I went ahead and closed the game and reopened it. Looks like I got all of the images that I was missing, like these prayer icons and stuff. Glad to have internet back. Got a couple more runecraft levels here. It didn't even realize that like getting to runecraft, what was it, 13, wasn't even sufficient to cast the new broom spells. I also needed fury runes. Runecraft, you really have to be far ahead of your magic stat. I think like your fletching can be behind or close to ranged, and that's good enough to train ranged, but you really have to stay as far ahead as you can with Runecraft. It's kind of mean. Okay, that took forever, but I'm now Runecraft 20, and I can make combo runes. So I'm going to start that process. I need to make a bunch of these in order to make crow tablets. Let's go into agility and get this obstacle real quick. Good. I just need to make a single crow tablet to start here. Make sure I can discover more of them. Okay. And I'm just going to let this go for a minute so I can make a bunch of crow tablets, and then we're probably just going to camp umbral runes for a while. Let me maximize my preservation chance. Yeah. Okay, I think I have enough of these umbral runes to make a whole bunch of abyssal crow familiars, so I'm going to try to gear up for that. Okay, I got my tablets made. I think I'm eventually going to want this octopus synergy once I unlock it. So I'm just going to get back and make a bunch of these combo runes here. All right, I got crow level 2. I'm going to have to go mine for more abyssal essence, so I'm hoping I can get the mole synergy, which I have. Great. I didn't want to really mine for essence until I had this, since it doubles the amount of essence you get. It looks like you burn through essence way faster making combo runes because they use the runes you've already made plus rune essence. So I'm going to let this run for a little bit longer, and then I'm probably going to switch to mining and AFK that during stream. Okay, I let this run for 5.5 hours. Let's see where we're at. Mole is maxed out. Mining 18. Summoning 30. Fantastic. Get the witch and the leprechaun. And I have 324,000 abyssal essence, which hopefully should last me a very long time. And almost ran out of abyssal moles. I have to make more of those soon. Let me get back on Runecraft, though. Maybe I'll make some more crow tablets first. Man, they really went out to make summoning not suck in Into the Abyss. So the first 5 levels are horrible, but if you can get past the first 5, I got to level 34 from running mining for like 5 hours. I think it's just because of the way they didn't make the XP when you use the tablets scale with action time like they do in Melvor Realm. It probably works out in Melvor Realm because it means that like if you use summoning with every skill, you'll get to level 120. But it was a slog compared to I'm almost at the same level as my township. It's crazy. Not complaining. All right, so after going to bed, I hopped on my phone and swapped to making gloom runes, which did not get me level 30. But I'm close. I'm kind of close. I'm gonna switch to making wrath and runes now because I think those are the ones I need to make the next spell that I'm going to be casting. Can't see it yet, but when I level up magic, I think it's a combination of Abyss and Wrath runes. Should have sat and made a ton of Abyss runes. Instead, I made a ton of Ire runes, which I think is a complete waste of time, but what are you going to do? I did break the 95% threshold, so that's cool. I can just start dumping excess mastery now. Oh, there's a township task to turn in gloom runes. That's cool. I might be able to get more township tasks now that I'm able to get to level 30 on stuff. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually just try to hit 30 with a bunch of these. There's definitely some that I don't need to get the level on. Because there aren't any like meaningful unlocks. Like thieving, I really want to level up. I guess I'm gonna want to get the leprechaun if synergy. But there's no interesting pickpockets between here and level 30. So not really a ton of reason to spend too much time on thieving. We'll probably do it after this, after I hit 30 runecraft, just to try to get that leprechaun. All right, so I kind of have a deep nested candy loop. Let me try to explain it. I don't really want to do any more astrology until I can truly maximize the amount of stardust that I get. So, because I'm going to need a ton of it to unlock everything. Um, so, in order to maximize stardust, there's a couple things I can do. I can train agility, which is something I want to do anyway. I think it's the level 25 obstacle gives me a thing that gives me more stardust. Not very useful to you, but there is an obstacle at 25 is my point. So that's easily obtainable. The one that's less easily obtainable is that in crafting, at level 8 crafting, I get the corrupted light consumable. So the way this works is the consumable 1 gives me +1 stardust on consumption, and it costs stardust to make. So you want to make sure that you're getting as many of these as possible so that it's actually like revenue neutral on stardust. Otherwise, it's not going to give you more than it costs to make the thing. Now, your resource preservation helps with that, but it doesn't get you all the way there. The way that you get all the way there, I think, is going to be through herb lore. Really mean that they did this, but unfortunately, this abyssal consumable potion gives you way more abyssal consumables if you can get it up to level 4, but it's level 31 instead of 30. So I'd have to raise the level cap at least one more time to be able to make that. That's probably the most important. It might be the most important next potion aside from like the Silent Thief potion. The Abyssal Consumable Potion also requires a type of herb that I can only get access to from thieving, and the thieving NPC is level 34. So the kind of short version that I'm getting at here is I want to do more astrology because astrology obviously is really good and affects everything else, but I want to wait to do it until I can get substantially more stardust, and doing that is going to require me to raise the level cap again, even though I just raised it. So I think even though last round I focused entirely on skilling until skilling was basically done and then raised the level cap, here I think I'm gonna pivot to just doing skilling that affects combat. So one of the things I'm gonna do is level up smithing so that I can make the next tier of throwing knife because that'll make me level ranged faster. That's gonna require me to level mining to get the gloomite ore to make the throwing daggers under smithing, right? I probably can dodge fletching still because the throwing daggers are good enough for range training. And I'll maybe look around for a couple other upgrades. But runecraft has been a good start to this journey because I'm going to need all of these runes to level magic faster. Magic was by far the slowest of the 3 that I trained last time. And kind of my long-term objective is to get everything up to 30 so I can raise the caps. Okay, runecraft 30. I probably need to take it to 30, but I just wanted to have a lot of runes stocked. That's probably going to be enough to get me levels with rune preservation, I hope. I might have to come back and make more wrath runes later. We will see. Um, the next project is let's get. I think we have to mine so that I can smith. I guess I could start by smithing, but I don't have a lot of stored resources. So yeah, I guess we have to start mining. And mining is good because I can do it attentively. I can swap off ores while they're respawning. All right, I'm on this mining project. I'm probably going to try to go to. We need to get 22 for Mysticite. That's one of the things we need to make more abyssal consumables. We need 25 for gloomite is really the big objective. All right, just got a pretty important breakpoint here. 22 unlocks Mysticite, which lets me upgrade crafting consumables to level 2. I like what they've done with crafting in this expansion because it's one of a couple skills from RuneScape that kind of struggles to have an identity in a game like this. I don't know that they've really done it with fletching. Fletching still kind of sucks as a skill. But crafting being focused on consumables and those consumables being upgradable with these special starfall rocks that you get from astrology is a pretty cool content web, I think. But the reason this is an important checkpoint is I can get this 30% mining node interval down, which is going to be huge for me AFKing this. I need to figure out how long I can let this sit. I guess there's no preserving node chance, so I might just have to Google. Well, let me just pull up a calculator and figure it out. It's only going to last me an hour and a half, so I can't AFK that. Let me see what the 30% respawn reduction does, though, if I can camp on brumite ore or not. All right, I let mining run for like 5 hours and got to 26, which should unlock gloomite now, which we really want to do as soon as possible. Probably would have preferred to have done it one level sooner. The reason we want gloomite is we can make bars to make throwing knives, which is why I'm doing this, but also I'll be able to get these extra skill upgrades. 10,000 bars for each. I guess the effect for mining is not that big of a deal, so I missed out on some Bissell gem veins. It's fine. But definitely need to make sure that I buff this up a bit, though. Okay, I'm at 28 mining. Ways to go to 30. I don't know, do I need to go to 30? Yeah, I don't. 30 is an obsidian outcrop, which I don't think I really need. The point was that I wanted to have an endless supply of glumite ore, which I'm sure I have. Yeah, 118,000, I think, with preservation. Now I have to level up smithing to be able to use the glumite, and that's going to take a while. I do think I have enough brumite to overnight it pretty safely. That's probably what I'll just do. I'll just make enough brumite. Maybe I'll try to make a bunch of brumite and then overnight something else. 'Cause it's better XP. All right, I'm out of time to babysit this, so I'm gonna let it run overnight on brumite arrow tips. Let me dump a bunch of mastery into it really quick, just to make sure that I'm at the cap. Yeah, okay. We'll see how it is in a few seconds from your perspective. Okay, 9 hours of overnighting smithing got me to 20. Very far. Everything's pretty slow in Into the Abyss because they don't give you the gloves that like give you 80% extra XP. Why it felt reasonable, I think. So extra quantity of bolts, cost to produce. Let's stacking that. I'm a dumbass. I forgot to increase the level cap. I'm like, really? I only got to level 20? No, I got to level 23. I had to raise the cap to see that. So that should speed things up a little bit if I switch to the white plate legs instead. Whoops. Probably won't end up using these. I'm going to go ahead and make the U version of the brumite gear here. Pretty cheap to make and get plenty of Azurian and Twisted Thorns. I already talked about this, but I'm kind of disappointed that like farming completely undercuts harvesting. It gives you all of the resources. You basically never have to do harvesting as long as you've maxed out this first node. Just realized there's a task to turn in 100 of each brumite item: helmet, plate body, plate legs, and boots. So I'm going to do that really quick because it gives you like 4,000 brumite bars back, which would be great. Turning in that task I was talking about for 4,000 brumite bars, and I do want to try to focus on more tasks. I don't think I can unlock until 35, but I think generally I'm going to need to raise the level cap one more time to be able to get 35 tasks completed. Hey, there's 25 smithing. I can now make glumite bars. I'm going to jump right over to that here. XP is bad compared to those plate bodies, but I don't need it for the XP. I'm just going to make many thousands of these bars. I want to make enough so that I can afford to buy all of these skill upgrades. So that's 40,000. Okay. And my first 10,000 bars, I'll go ahead and get the pickaxe coating. This one's pretty useful. This one's very useful. This one's going to be very useful if I ever do harvesting again. We'll see if I ever need to. Okay, I let smithing run for like an hour. That got me another 30,000 bars. So that's going to cover this guy, and this guy. So we're good now. I'm going to keep making bars because I need them to make other glumite stuff. Like I'm going to make a whole bunch of throwing knives for training ranged, but I'm all set on the upgrades that I need. Okay, I think I probably have enough throwing knives now to meaningfully train ranged later. Don't really need to take smithing the rest of the way to 30. Yeah, because there's glumite sword, glumite helmet, obsidian bars. Who cares? So I've achieved my objective. I have all the bars I need. I have all the throwing knives I need. I can't play attentively right now, and I'd like to do the beginning of my combat training attentively. I'm going to clear the next dungeon, for example, before I do too much else. So I think what I'll do, a thing that I still need to do is agility training. I'm just going to AFK agility during stream and then possibly overnight. And then the next time I can play attentively in the morning, I'm going to do that dungeon and then start getting everything up one more set of 10 levels. I think this next level cap increase is going to be huge in terms of the content that it's going to unlock. All right, checking in on agility. I got to 26 here, unlocking the next obstacle. I think I can probably do one here. Yeah, so I can definitely do this one. This is going to be really good for when I do combat. I probably am not going to want to do astrology until I get one more level cap increase for the reason I mentioned earlier of wanting to get as many Stardust bonuses as possible. So I don't think I want to swap to this now. I think we take this one, but it requires Shade Essence, which I think I have to pickpocket. Let me check that. Yeah, this guy drops between like 1 and 10 of them about 1/5 of the time. So I really don't want to do too much combat training here, but I want to get that obstacle. So I'll gear up really quick and try to get that Shade Essence. Probably faster than pickpocketing, which is like a 1 in 500. I ended up pivoting to fire making training just because I didn't want to overtrain on agility. Pretty close to getting to 30 here. And I need fire making levels anyway, so we'll see what I end up getting to here. 30, probably over 30 actually. Ended up overtraining something. It looks like I just hit 30. It's not bad. So let's get this mastery in all skills. Really what we were going for. I've got 4 more points to spend. Everything over here doesn't really matter. Probably more important to get more ash and the like. Cool. That's a pretty big. It's like plus 6% mastery in all skills. Now I'll finish up agility. I only need a couple more levels. I keep having to leave the agility grind to make more stamina pouches as you burn through these really fast. And I just realized that the crafting skill tree has chance to preserve consumable slot charges. I should have noticed that sooner. That's pretty useful because I don't have anything that does that, and I have to use a lot of consumables. So I'm tempting to do a bit of a crafting grind before I go hard into finishing up combat and raising level caps, just because it would save me a decent number of these stamina pouches, even if I can only get it up to like 12 or 18%. I guess I'll check, because I haven't really attempted to craft it all yet. I just want to see how fast it is in the Abyssal Realm. If it's like really slow, then I'll come back to it after the level cap increase. Excuse me, I just barely missed catching a sneeze there. It's pretty fast right now. I don't know that it's fast enough, but maybe I'll get 1 level and then see what new recipe I unlock, and then that's faster. Well, I got to level 3. Trying to pick a thing to make here that's decent XP. I can make an infinite number of these. I have so much leather. Trying to get, okay, 2010. Quite a bit better. They really start throwing the high level harvesting materials at you fast. That's crazy, actually. Same ingredients over here. Okay, well, I have more of this, so let's. Oh, I don't think I saw this amulet. I should have made this sooner. Attack interval when corrupted. Okay. I feel like most of this jewelry kind of sucks ass, especially in comparison to the jewelry you can bring in from the vanilla expansions, but that one's actually kind of good. All right, level 4 gets me the first consumable preservation unlock. I might hang out until I get the second one, but after that, it's going to be a pretty significant grind to get to the. There's a third one that's deep in here. 10% chance, though, it'd still be pretty noticeable. That's more XP. Could make this guy, but the XP on it is bad, and we want to wait to make consumables until I have all of the associated buffs. I have shadow scales. Okay, it didn't take terribly long, but I got to crafting level 8, which lets me get the second chance to preserve consumables. And then, like I said, the third one is really deep down the tree, so I'm on from this for now. I did get to crafting level 8, though. Let me gear back up and finish up agility 30. And then I'm probably going to do combat, because I want to get that level cap up. All right, probably let this run a little bit too long, but 30 agility, which I can't actually do anything with. Probably didn't actually need to go this far with it, because the next obstacle can't qualify for and is mostly a downside if I'm transitioning to combat here. So I'm going to pick some other activity to work on. I can't really attentively do combat right now. I guess fishing is probably still good. Do that for a bit. All right, let fishing run for a few hours here. Level 18 now. Let me see if I want to switch to one of these later fish. I think I need some of these for like agility obstacles or something, so I may as well swap to them just to unlock those, if nothing else. Got like 3,000 of these abyssal fishing chests. Do we get anything good from it? Another tentacle hat. Still a couple really rare things that I have to get, so that run. Unlock the raw toxic pufferfish, which does go down to 0.25 seconds. I should try to putz around with that and see if it goes significantly above that. I generally don't want to be doing any fishing where I'm like my combined interval bonus is bringing me way below the minimum interval, right? because then I'm not getting the full benefit of the interval reduction is my point. All right, got a bunch of fishing levels. Oh, I guess this did I never have the fishing pet? I didn't. Wow, that's crazy. Raw toxic crab. I think I'll go ahead and switch to fishing that. Ended up getting to 25 fishing. I think I'm going to let this run overnight. I'm probably going to overshoot 30 by a little bit, but that's okay. I'm just making all kinds of catching all kinds of different fish here for later. Let me check these chests again just to see if I get anything good. Nothing amazing. Yeah, I think I really need to pay a little bit of attention to combat before I can overnight it, because I do need to overnight soon, but I want to try to get some of the gear upgrades that are floating around, and I just don't have the attention to give to the game at the moment. So fish are going to be useful eventually. It seems like, especially like the raw toxic crab, if I can cook some of those into perfect toxic crabs, I guess I should see what level that requires. So I think the perfect one makes you take way less damage from toxin, which is helpful for the dungeon that I have to do. So let me see if instead I want to overnight cooking maybe. I need to get cooking to like level 22. So I think overnighting it is actually the way to go. So I'm going to transition into doing that here. Don't think I want to passive cook anything. I don't think that that's super worth it. Fine to not do that. Checking in on this cooking grind. I did a couple adjustments during it, like switching to these toxic crab perfects. That's what I need. Overshot my objective a little bit, like one level. It's not too bad. I do have the 95% checkpoint now, which is really nice. Oh, geez, my mastery is capped. Gotta pump it into something and do stone skin peppers just to make sure that it's not capped here. Yeah, because the perfect version gives abyssal resistance, which might be necessary for me to AFK stuff. Did I burn through all of my? No, I still have a few tablets. Summonings up to 42, which is cool. It's finally not winter, so I can repair all my shit. I do it this way as I wait until winter. Main thing. Repair all. Where to buy all this stuff now? Okay. Probably not gonna be able to raise the level cap before spring ends. It would be really nice if I could, because then you get a huge building discount for all the buildings. I have to build at level 40, but I don't think that's happening. I can fight these waves a few times. That township XP. And I think I'm going to gear up and try to do combat content now. First thing I got to do is get a toxin protection mask. So I'm going to fight these toxic swarms for a bit. I think I can probably clear through them pretty quickly. I don't need to worry too much about getting player area effect negation. They do get some lifesteal, but having that toxin protection mask should help substantially as soon as it drops. Hey, look at that. Perfect timing. Got Prayer 21 and got the mask to drop right at that moment. Prayer 21 is exciting because now, oops, I can pick up this guy. Soul points when releasing souls, and I don't have to like save my souls to release them anymore. How do I have 9 points here? So I've gotten a bunch of Slayer levels and then quit doing Slayer and not updated it, but or Slayer area effect negation would be good. That's probably the way to go. And probably damage after that. Okay. Cool. I got this helmet, so I think now I can do the dungeon, but let me just check if there's anything else I need to bring in there first. Okay, I think I'm sufficiently geared up. I think range is still going to be the fastest here, even though the final boss is range themselves, just because I can get my attack interval down to be so fast. So I got this crab, which makes me take less damage from toxin. This, which gives me a chance to ignore toxin, and a bunch of other things that should be helpful. Go ahead and turn on the Torment Curse, because I'm going to need the enemy evasion down. And we're going to give this a shot. I think this is mostly enemies I've fought, other zones, so I'll just come back and report when I get to the boss, because it's nothing particularly interesting here. This moth was one of the enemies I was slightly concerned about, because it does have a pretty high max hit, but it looks like I have enough HP and auto-eat threshold that I'm okay. if there's any other enemies that are comparably problematic. Okay, so the actual dungeon so far seems like it's no problem. Obviously, I'm using a ton of resources to get through it, but I'm not going to get one shot by anything. So the thing to be worried about now is the final boss. We'll see. Probably going to get better after a single clear because I can swap to Gloom knives and just Gloom in general, which I can't use until getting one clear in this dungeon. Really glad they added that mechanic. It's something it seems like they discovered after Impending Darkness. Like, hey, we can, require this dungeon to equip gear, and just forcing that on the progression. I'm sure Melvor 2 is just going to have that throughout the whole game. Max hit 300. Oh, it's not good. Me try to just spam eat. I can probably get away with spam eating with how fast my attack speed is and uh the fact that I have toxin removal from the helmet that I'm wearing. But also overcoming this guy's damage reduction seems awful. Really awful. I might be sitting here for a minute. I just want to get one clear though, so as long as I can do it, albeit extremely slowly, that'll be fine by me. So you don't need to watch this. I'll report back when he's a little bit lower than 1 million HP down. Goddamn. Oh, never mind. We're fine. This attack is 30,000 damage, not 300,000. Okay. I don't have to hold the food button down. Okay, that should help with my DPS a little bit. Ends up getting a huge abyssal resistance buff. Okay. I'm going to see if I can swap some weapons around to try to get some stacks of shit on him. Does he have like total toxin immunity? 80% chance to ignore toxin. Okay. I really got to try to land toxin on him a bunch of times. I might try to change out my familiars too. Main thing I changed here was swapping to lightning and siren, just because it throws a huge. Well, I'm very likely to stun him anytime he's able to be stunned, right? And when he's able to be stunned, that significantly slows down how much he's able to heal himself and how much DPS I'm able to do. So it's still like really slow. It'll take a really long time for me to get a clear. But it's manageable now. His health is slowly going down. I think they did a really incredible job with making these bosses in the Abyss expansion feel brutal. Like the bosses are pretty trivial. It's pretty much just get in there and make sure you have sufficient DR for them to not one-shot you in all of the other expansions, but in this one it's like, no, this is a boss. Maybe you'll get to the point where you can really overcome its HP, but it's really more about DPS than DR, which I think is really cool. This is with the item that negates toxin and food that makes toxin do less damage. So if I was actually taking toxin damage, I would be here. I mean, I think it would be impossible. I think I wouldn't be able to do enough damage to overcome the healing. So cool to have soft gear gates like that. This is actually reminding me more of the way old school RuneScape is structured, where you have a lot of content gates. Like, you essentially need the toxic protection mask to beat this guy. There's kind of content dependency network building, which is really nice. Absolutely brutal boss fight. Almost got him dead here. I don't think he quite has the problem. I guess I probably could have swapped off the eradicating gloves, because after the first few turns it no longer does anything. But there's not really any gloves I would swap to that would be substantially better here. Got it. God damn. Got a double chest job, so that's cool. Anything good? Actually, the toxicity consumables are good. Like I can make those later. And I have these mysticite fragments from mining, so I can already upgrade them. And to apply toxin back to the business. Yeah, okay. Just upgrade all those. Did not have that much mysticite. I guess I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna have to mine a lot of mysticite later. How much do I have? Okay, I need to be careful using mysticite to upgrade consumables because there's not as much as I thought there is to be. God damn. That's from all of my astrology so far. Okay, I'm going to be way more careful with that next time. I think it's okay that I did this because I'm probably going to run this dungeon more, but yikes. I'm going to switch to these because I can equip them now, and that's the main new gear thing that was locked behind. Do I have like a decay? I guess not. I was wondering if there would be like a thing. So I think the new weapon and the consumable might be enough to get me through the dungeon a few more times. I would like to clear it a couple more times in order to get there's like a shop unlock again for getting 10 clears. Mostly a harvesting bonus. The farming bonus is kind of nice. And I could try to get the pet, which is 1 in 20 again. So I'm just going to let this run and see if we get lucky. All right, second clear is going way faster due to a combination of the toxicity consumable and especially the gloomite throwing knife, because landing fear and sleep at the same time is amazing because fear doubles the attack interval and sleep or stun, makes them so they take extra damage so long as they're stunned. So if both are up, it takes them like 6 seconds to get out of stun, and I do a ton of damage during which he's not really healing. Cool boss. I really like this one. Only real problem is that I use like 1,500 of these on every clear. So I was going to say I might just not equip it until I get to the boss, but most of them get used on the boss anyway, because this is where I'm getting the majority of my attacks off, right? So I don't think doing that is really going to make any difference. I feel a little bad about blowing through all of my previously mined Mysticite, but it was an important lesson to learn. I don't think I strictly need this to be able to win. I think giving him stacks of Blight does help. It probably isn't mandatory to being able to kill him relatively quickly. Okay, we're just gotta get 8 more clears. Let me see if this drop is anything good. Not really. Stepped away for a second, came back. I like that they throw a lot of summoning shards here from these dungeons. So the Blighted Core upgrades the Blighting Plate Legs, which is a melee item, but it has a really minor attack penalty for range. So maybe I just go ahead and use those for the associated effect. I can apply Blight to stuff in here, and it's more abyssal resistance than what I was previously wearing. Pretty significant problem I'm running here. I am going to run out of prayer points before I can get all 10 clears because I use so much on every boss fight. So I'm probably going to have to bounce out of here before I get all my clears and go do something else for a bit just to try to build up soul points. I can build them up pretty fast now. What I'll probably do, let's see. So Depths of Decay cleared, unlocked a few new things. I could try to do, one of these guys had like, thought maybe one of them had Potent Souls. The Slayer enemy that does that. These guys have Potent Souls. I might do that because there's a agility obstacle that requires Potent Souls that I was talking about that would be pretty helpful. But I have to figure out whether it's safe for me to fight them or if they're going to really fuck me up really bad. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to run out of soul points after this kill. So this is my 5th kill. After I kill it, I'm going to go find something else to work on. I don't think I can do these guys just yet. I think I need to get a few more hit points levels or gear upgrades. Let me find there's other things to work on here. I think this hook sword is immediately outclassed by something else, unfortunately. Wanted to say that, yeah, this Blighted Claw from the Blighted Mantis, I think, is a pretty good melee upgrade. Shadow Dagger, I don't think I'm going to be able to use right away, unfortunately. I'll look it up, but I think that requires the next dungeon cleared. Shade Frond seeds would be good. I need those. Right now I'm not planting my highest tier herb seed. Yeah, I guess there's not too much in the way of upgrades outside of this Blighted Claw, and I guess I think there was another enemy. Is it the Toxic Wastes? The Toxic Blast crossbow and the Toxic Fumes wand is almost certainly worth building. So I'll try to work on getting some of that. I gotta start building out my next tier. I really like that Into the Abyss has you going through things in tiers like this, where you like do all of the level 10 content, and then you do all the level 20 content, and all the level 30 content. It feels really good. All right, I'm gonna farm this Blighted Mantis for a bit. I guess I should see how many prayer points I'm using per kill and make sure that I'm breaking even. I get 66 per kill. Well, I'll watch it and check. Okay, I got the Blighted Claw. I'm going to switch to melee for a bit just because it's a little bit less soul point intensive since I'm not doing quite as many attacks. Does this guy require... I guess it doesn't require the dungeon. Oh, no kidding. All right, well, I'll equip it and just fight some magic monster that has a drop that I'm interested in. I'm going to do the Toxic Bloom to try to get this Toxic Fumes Wand Fragment. I might start doing the next tier of Slayer tasks. I guess I have to look up what all their max hits are to see if I could just auto Slayer it, because I feel like I have to auto Slayer for it to be worth doing, because it's so expensive to pick one of these decay tasks. All right, I'm catching back up on soul points here. I haven't gotten any of these drops yet. I think I'm going to pop out really quick to kill this Dreadwalker Revenant, assuming it can't one-shot me. I have to check. I'm not sure if it can or not. But it drops Shade Frond seeds, and I only need to get a few of those to be able to go infinite on them in farming. So let me check just to make sure its max hit doesn't exceed my max health. It sure does. Never mind. I'll figure out a way to fight him later. Maybe I need to get substantially better gear. I can probably dig up the abyssal resistance to make that doable, but let me go back to the thing I was just fighting. So it looks like the worst max hit I have to deal with in the Decay Slayer tier is 29k. As long as I have 19% abyssal resistance, that should be fine, because my auto eat threshold is 257k. Or, well, 290k. It's always hard to keep track on the wiki. I have to remember to multiply everything by 10 because of adventure mode. Yeah, so 29, 209 times 0.81, I guess it would be 23k, which is, or sorry, just remember that I'd need to sometimes multiply by 10. It would be fine, is the short version. I don't think there's anything that could kill me, question mark. Let me make sure, because I think there's a couple of ranged monsters that I could fight. The style I'm weak against with melee. 8 times point. Yeah, I guess I could just check. Oh, I was really hoping this is my second wand fragment. I was hoping it was get doubled so that I would be done. I still need to get a third one. I'll get a third one and then I'll start doing Slayer tasks after I confirm that it's completely safe to do so. All right, before I do Slayer, I'm going to see if I can get this guy to drop his Soul Harvester gloves. It's like a 1 in 100 chance. Pretty hard to kill right now, honestly. It takes a really long time. He's got a lot of health. Don't do a lot of damage. He fears me a lot. But the Soul Harvester gloves give you soul points every time you kill a monster, which would be convenient. And they have some other fairly decent stats, so I'll see if it drops. I mean, I have to use these peppers to have enough abyssal resistance to not get one shot by it. Which is maybe not the best. But I'm going to make more of these peppers in the future. These are some that I got from a township task a while ago. So I also need like 2,500 potent souls to be able to get that really good agility obstacle. But I don't think I'm going to be getting that right now because of how long it takes to kill these guys. I'm just going to see if I can get those gloves to drop. Sometimes I just forget the reverse combat triangle, right? I'm weak to this thing with melee. I should not be fighting it with melee. Whoops. It is, I mean, its max hit is achievable though. I don't know. I could try to fight the other two. They also drop potent souls, but the potent souls are going to take forever to get anyway. That's not really the main reason I would fight them. It would mostly be for the gloves. So I'll still see if I can get it early. This is likely my best loadout for abyssal resistance right now is melee. I don't really have a lot of great magic gear yet for AR, so this is probably still the best way to kill him. The problem is, though, if I stay on this guy, I can't use any of the souls he drops because I have to save them for that agility obstacle, so I'm going to run out of prayer points. I know I got to keep, like, jumping around to do different things here, but it can be hard when you first get into combat and there's this complex web to pick something to stick with. Maybe the thing to do is to just do auto Slayer Decay. Try to get a bunch of Slayer coins and Slayer XP, make some progress. That'll also expose me to a bunch of different drops from all the different enemies in that tier. That's probably what I'll do instead. Building up toxic blooms now. I did another one of these tasks. I could probably do a bunch of these tasks. Oh, I should have turned this in when I got the toxicity consumable drop earlier. That's okay. I didn't see it drop. I'll be able to make more of those later. It's not a huge deal. Also, this guy's done. Probably can do 35 tab. I'm at 16, so I'd have to do 19 more, which is a lot, but it might be possible once I raise the level cap here. I think I can do the stronghold soon. Have to finish clearing Depths of Decay 5 more times and buy the Blighted Reach Pass. That's pretty brutal because that's like 10 million Slayer coins or something. Combat. Okay, yeah, I only have like 2 million Slayer coins, so I'm gonna have to be running this for a really long time, it feels like. Just got the Smog Fiend cape, which has pretty good stats on it, but I mean, I might equip it if I'm in a situation where I desperately need the 3% AR. It feels really bad to unequip the Superior Max cape, and I like that I've been able to play in this expansion all the way to like level 30 almost in all skills without ever needing to take this off. Because it's so nice that like it has nice little passive benefits when you're flipping around agility obstacles or doing stuff in township. If I can avoid taking it off, that would be great. I think what I might have recommended is to say that any cape in this expansion just inherits the effects of the Superior Max cape, right? In order to make it competitive. Because otherwise it feels bad to turn it on and then take it off. The Smog Hunter effect is okay. I mean, I guess the interval reduction is nice, but it's only, 1 out of 4 hits. It's not really that good. Been letting this run for a bit, so I'm just checking in on an update. I've got defense at 24. I decided to swap to that after getting a attack skill tree upgrade. Prayer to 25, Slayer to 28, and corruption to 17. Cool. I just keep letting this run until I get a defense to 30. I think my argument here for doing defense is that I would like to get the next Slayer outfit upgrade, and I need defense 30 to do that. I'm glad I checked in when I did, because I need to use these souls. Almost out of prayer points there. 39k, that's pretty. I've been running this long enough now that I can make a wand upgrade. Let me go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna run away really quick. Go to Runecraft, wands, broom wand. Hope I get lucky here. Let's try to get a bit of a discount because that is a lot of runes. You guys. I think I preserve the resources. And then we go upgrade toxic fumes wand. Cool. So I still need the a couple things, right? There's the thing I can combine with the blighted carapace. So I need like 8 more of these, and eventually I'll make a Brumia body. And then also the crossbow, which I haven't got any of the parts for yet. Checking out on the combat grind, probably overshot a little bit, not too much. Defense 30, points 31, prayer 30, corruption 20. And I have a few other levels that I already hit before, so I already hit Slayer 30. Yeah, I guess technically we're around 31. I'm gonna go ahead and increase this level cap. It's getting kind of expensive now, but I'm close to 21, so that's probably worth it. Let's switch to strength. I think I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade my Slayer gear really quick. It costs a total of 10 million. I should probably do defense first every time just so that I can do this as soon as possible. So upgrade to Ruiner tier. Okay. It's pretty significant. Yeah, pretty noticeable increase there. Now we're going to try to finish getting strength to 30 and attack to 30. It's maybe possible that I'll get this level cap increase before spring ends. I've got 48 hours of AFK essentially to max attack, strength, range, and magic. I think it's pretty doable. Just hit 30 strength, so now I just need attack and range and magic. I'm making pretty good progress over here. I need to start transitioning to some other combat style because I'm about to go live with stream, and if I do it on attack, I'm going to way overshoot my objective here. I think I can safely do magic. Guess I'll probably just do magic. I'll double check and make sure there's nothing that can kill me. I don't think I have to worry about that, though.